Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Aardwolf, South African carnivorous fox-like quadruped. Aasvogel, South African vulture. Arbor, garment of camel or goat hair fabric. A bassinate, to blind by putting red-hot copper basin near the eyes. A bacter, cattle thief. A baculus, small tile for mosaic. A baft, toward or at the stern of a ship, further aft. A bamper, unit equivalent to 10 amperes. A bapicle, at the lowest point. Abaticular, not connected with the joint. Abasement, action of humbling or degrading. Abasia, inability to walk due to lack of muscular coordination. A bask, in genial warmth. A batis, rampart of felled trees and branches. Abat-jour, skylight or device to direct light into a room. Abattoir, public slaughterhouse. Abatture, trail through wood beaten down by a stag. Ab, yarn used for warp. Abba, Syriac or Coptic bishop. Abbatial, of, like or pertaining to abbots or an abbey. A bosso, preliminary sketch. Abdative, remote, secret, hidden. Abdominus, having a paunch or big belly. Abducent, turning away, bearing away from. A beam, in a line at right angles to the length of a vessel on the beam. A beer, to bear, to comport, to behave. Abecedarian, of, like or pertaining to the order of the alphabet. Rudimentary. Abecedism, word created from the initials of words in a phrase. Abel, white poplar tree. A beng, Jamaican bugle made from cow horn. Aberdven, alternate name for the siskin. Aberuncators, long tool for pruning tall branches. Abessive, indicating absence or lack. Abiectic, of, like or pertaining to fir trees or fir sap. Abigail, a lady's maid. Abigeus, cattle rustler. Abiogenesis, spontaneous generation of living matter. Abiotrophy, degeneration, loss of physical vitality or ability. Abirritate, to alleviate irritation, to reduce sensitivity. Abiturient, pupil leaving school for university. Abject, humble, miserable, craven. Ablactation, weaning of a child from its mother's milk. Ablative, indicating direction from or time when. Ablator, thermal protection on outside of spacecraft. Ablaut, variation in root vowel of words to change meaning. Ablegat, papal envoy or legate. Ablepsia, blindness. Ablow, in a blowing state. Abluent, cleanser or cleansing product. Ablution, ritual washing. Ablutomania, mania for washing oneself. Abnegate, to renounce or repudiate. Abodement, an omen, a foretelling. Aboideau, tide gate. Abola, Roman military cloak. Abomasum, ruminant's fourth stomach. Aboral, away from the mouth. Aboard, to accost, to approach. Aborning, during birth, while being born. Aborticide, killing of a fetus. Abortion. Abortuary, anti-abortion term for an abortion clinic. Abulia, loss of ability to make decisions. Abulomania, pathological indecisiveness. About sledge, largest blacksmith's hammer. Abra, narrow mountain pass. Abradant, a substance that abrades. Abrade, to awaken or rouse, abraxas, gem engraved with mystical word and bearing human-animal figure, abreuvoir, joint or gap between two stones in masonry, a brooch, in a condition to allow liquor to run out, ambrosia, fasting, abscinde, to pare, reduce, cut off, or away, abscissa, horizontal distance from a fixed line to a point, abscission, cutting off, cutting away, absconce, lantern used in monasteries and night offices, abseil, to descend a rock face using a double rope, absentaneous, done in absence, pertaining to absence, absinthial, of, like or pertaining to wormwood, bitter, absinthism, disease resembling alcoholism, absit, leave to pass one night away from college, absolutism, doctrine of government by a single absolute ruler, autocracy, absolutive, indicating subject or object of intransitive verb, absolutory, forgiving or absolving, abstinent, discordant, abhorrent, absorb, facient, causing or promoting absorption, absorptiometer, instrument for measuring solubility of gases in liquids, absquatulate, to decamp, to leave quickly, to flee, absterge, wipe clean, expunge, purge, purify, absurdism, doctrine that we live in an irrational universe, abterminal, going from the end inwards, abthane, monastic region of the old Irish Church, abulia, lack of ability to make decisions, abulia, abuna, Ethiopian patriarch, abusion, misuse, outrage, deception, abutment, masonry on a wall that supports an arch, abvolt, unit of electrical potential equal to 100 millionth of a volt, abi, to make amends, atone, pay a penalty, abyssopelagic, of, like or pertaining to the depths of the ocean, academicism, doctrine that nothing can be known, acanaceous, bearing prickles or thistles, prickly, acantha, prickle, acanthus, spiny, prickly, acapnia, lack or deficiency of carbon dioxide, acapnotic, non-smoker, non-smoking, acariasis, irritating itching insect infestation, acaricide, killer of mites and ticks, acarine, of, like or pertaining to ticks or mites, acarology, study of mites, acariphobia, fear of itching or of insects causing itching, acarpus, sterile, not bearing fruit, acatalectic, having complete or full number of syllables in a poetic line, acatalepsy, the unknowableness of all things to a certainty, acatamathesia, inability to understand data presented to the senses, achates, provisions that have been purchased, accator, provisioner, quartermaster, accordate, tailless, accorescent, having a very short stem, accelerometer, instrument for measuring acceleration or vibrations, accend, to kindle, accensor, acolyte, accentor, songbird, acceptolation, remission of debt or liability through fictitious repayment, accessit, prize for students in second place, honourable mention, acciacatura, very short note played before a longer one, accidents, grammar book, science of inflections in grammar, accidentalism, theory that events do not have causes, accidy, sloth, physical torpor, accinge, to gird, accipiter, bandage worn around the nose, accipitral, like a bird of prey, rapacious, accipitrine, of, like or pertaining to falcons and hawks, axismus, in rhetoric, pretending to refuse something, accite, to cite, to summon, acclinate, sloping upwards, acclivity, upward slope, accloy, to hobble with a horseshoe nail. Accolade, curved architectural moulding, vertical line joining two musical staves. Accolant, neighbouring. Accolade, of a heraldic animal entwined or collared. Accosted, in heraldry, two figures placed side by side. Accoucheur, male midwife. Accoucheuse, female midwife. Accourage, to encourage. Accour, to entertain. Accoy, to subdue, to pacify, to soothe. Accrementitian, increase or growth by adding similar material. Accretion, accumulation, addition of parts to form a whole. Accubation, reclining as on a couch. Accubitum, crescent-shaped couch. Accusative, indicating direct object of a verb. Acedia, listlessness, sloth. Aceldama, site or scene of violence or bloodshed. Aceology, therapeutics. Acequia, irrigation ditch. Acerate, of, like or resembling a needle. Acerbate, to embitter, to irritate. Acerus, lacking horns or antennae. Acersicomic, one whose hair has never been cut. Acervate, heaped, clustered. Acervulini, like or in small mounds or heaps. Accessants, becoming sour, souring, turning of milk. Acetabulum, small anatomical cup or hollow, such as a sucker. Acetarius, referring to plants that are used in salads. Acetimeter, instrument for measuring strength of vinegar. Echinocarp, any dry indehiscent fruit. Acharné, furious or desperate, of a battle. Achene, small one-seeded fruit or naked seed of plant. Achloropsia, colour blindness with respect to green. Aca, eruption or scab on the head. Achromatopsia, colour blindness. Acrous, colourless. Acicular, needle-shaped. Acidemia, undue acidity of blood. Acidimeter, instrument for measuring concentration of acids. Acidulous, sharp or bitter tasting. Acyrate, to turn into steel. Acinaceous, full of kernels. Acinaciform, scimitar-shaped. Aciniform, shaped like a berry. Acinus, berry which grows in clusters. Acipenza, sturgeon. Acamaracus, pretentious or deceptive nonsense. A clinic having no inclination or magnetic dip. Acock, defiantly. Aquemetae, ancient monastic order who maintained eternal choir service. Ecology, study of medical remedies. Acolus, limbless. Acoluthic, of, like or pertaining to an after-image or other after-sensation. Acopic, curing or relieving fatigue. Acoria, pathologically great appetite. Acosmism, disbelief in existence of eternal universe distinct from God. Acuasm, ringing noise in head. Aquest, object which is acquired. Acracy, government by none. Anarchy, acratia, impotence. Acre breadth, old unit of length of 22 yards. Acritochromacy, colour blindness. Acroamatic, esoteric. Acrocephalus, having a pointed or peaked skull. Acrography, the art of making wood blocks in relief. Acrolith, wooden statue with stone extremities. Acrologic, of, like or pertaining to initials. Acromegaly, glandular disorder causing gigantism of extremities. Acronical, occurring at nightfall or sunset. Acronym, word formed from initial letters of another word. Acronix, ingrown nail. Acropathy, disease or illness of the extremities. Acrophobia, fear of heights. Acrophonic, using a symbol for the initial sound of a thing. Acropodium, pedestal upon which a statue rests. Acroscopic, looking or moving towards the apex. Acrotalutic, phrase or words at the end of a psalm. Acrotarian, pedestal or ornament at the angle of a pediment. Acrotism, absence of pulsing. Actinism, action of solar radiation causing chemical change. Actinograph, instrument used to calculate time of photographic exposure. Actinometer, instrument for measuring incident radiation. Actinotherapy, use of ultraviolet rays as medical therapy. Acton, stuffed jacket worn under armour. Haketon, actuate, communicate motion to, cause. Aculete, prickly, pointed, stinging, a stinging insect. Aculiform, shaped like a thorn. Occultomancy, divination using needles. Acuminate, tapered, pointed to sharpen. Accutiator, sharpener of weapons. Acutorsion, twisting artery with needle to stop bleeding. Achaionopsia, colour blindness with respect to blue. Asciesis, female sterility. Acerology, aedial, magistrate in charge of games, markets or buildings. Etiology, science of generative organs. Aegilops, sty in inner corner of eye. Aegis, protection, support. Aegrotat, medical certificate of illness excusing student sickness. Aeneas, shining bronze colour. Aeolian, giving forth a tone as if produced by the wind. Aeolepel, hollow ball that turns through steam escaping through valves. Aeolistic, long-winded. Aeolotropy, variation in physical properties on basis of position. Aeonian, lasting for an immeasurably long period of time. Aepyornis, gigantic flightless bird of Madagascar. Erenchyma, respiratory tissue. Aeriform, of the form or shape of gas, gaseous. Aereus, of the nature of air, airy. Aerobe, organism requiring oxygen to survive. Aerobiology, study of airborne organisms. Aerodonetics, science, or study of gliding. Aerogenesis, forming or generating gas or air. Aerography, descriptive work on the atmosphere. Aerolite, meteorite. Aerolith, stone that falls from the sky, meteorite. Aerolithology, study of aerolites, meteorites. Aerology, study of the atmosphere. Aeromancy, divination by means of the weather. Aerometer, instrument for measuring weight or density of gas. Aerophane, thin, crinkled, semi-transparent fabric. Aerophilically, collecting of airmail stamps. Aerophobia, fear of flying or drafts. Aerophone, musical instrument like a concertina. Aerophore, instrument used to inflate stillborn child's lungs. Aeropleustic, of, like or pertaining to aerial navigation. Aerostat, any lighter than aircraft, balloon. Aerostatics, science of air pressure, art of ballooning. Aeruginous, of, like or pertaining to copper rust or verdigris. Aerogo, rust of any metal. Aesc, letter used in Old English for a. Aesopian, conveying meaning only to those in a secret movement. Aesthesia, sensibility. Aesthesiogenic, producing or causing a sensation. Aestheticism, doctrine that beauty is central to other moral principles. Estival, of, like or pertaining to summer. Etherioscope, instrument for measuring temperature variations due to sky conditions. Eviternal, everlasting, endless. Eviternity, eternal existence. Afebrile, not suffering from fever. Affabulation, moral of a fable. Affer, to assess, to reduce to a fixed sum. Afferent, bearing, bringing or carrying towards. Affiance, to trust, to betroth. Affine, a relation by marriage. Afflated, inspired. Afflatus, inspiration, divine impetus. A force, to strengthen a jury by adding skilled people. Aforest, to cover with forest, to convert into hunting grounds. A franchise, to free from slavery or similar obligation. Affray, an attack or assault, an alarm or fright. Affrayer, disturber of the peace. Affreightment, hiring of a vessel. Affreux, frightening. Affricate, consonant that begins as a plosive and ends as a fricative. Affronter, of two heraldic animals facing one another. A fusion, pouring on, as of baptismal water. Afore, before. After, clap. Unexpected damaging or unsettling after effect. Afterdeck, deck behind a ship's bridge. Aftergame, rematch, means employed after first turn of affairs. Afterguard, men who work the aft sails on the quarterdeck and poop deck. Afterhand, subsequently. Afterings, last milk drawn when milking a cow. Afterpiece, minor piece after a play. Aftershaft, second shaft coming out of the quill of a feather. Afterwill, locking of the barn after the cows have been let out. Agacery, allurement, coquetry. Agalactia, failure or inability to produce milk. Agalock, eaglewood. Agamist, one who opposes marriage. Agamogenesis, reproduction by non-sexual means. Agape, selfless Christian love, a feast in celebration of such love. Agapeistic, characterized by Christian love. Agapt, lover of women. Agapete, church women who live platonically with celibate men. Agapism, ethics of love. Agastopia, admiration of part of another's body. Agateware, type of ceramic resembling agate stone. Agathism, belief in ultimate triumph of good despite evil means. Agathodaimon, one's good genius, a good part of one's conscience. Age-last, one who never laughs. Agenesic, sterile, impotent. Agenocratia, opposition to birth control. Agentive, indicating agent performing an action. Agiotropic, moving or turning away from the earth. Agertia, quality of not growing old. Addusia, damage to the sense of taste. Aga, artificial mound or elevation for military use. Ageros, in heaps, piled up. Aggiornamento, modernizzazione delle idee della Chiesa Cattolica. A grade, to raise level of a surface through depositing detritus. Aggrandize, increase power or rank of, make greater. Agrate, to gratify or please. Agri, type of West African glass beads. Agio, premium paid on foreign currency exchange. Agiotage, playing the stock market, speculation. Agist, to charge with a public burden, to take into graze for payment. Agistment, land tax assessed for cattle pasturing. Aglet, metal point attached to a lace or string. Agma, symbol or sound for a velar nasal consonant num agminate, grouped. Agnail, saw, corn or hangnail on the toe or foot. Agname, name over and above the ordinary name and surname. Agnation, kinship. Agnize, to acknowledge or confess. Agnomen, additional name, surname, nickname. Agnomination, rhetorical use of similar sounding words for effect. Agnossic, unable to recognize familiar objects due to brain damage. Agnosticism, doctrine that we can know nothing beyond material phenomena. Agnosy, ignorance. Agoge, tempo or sequence in melody in ancient Greek music. Agogic, accenting a musical note by slightly dwelling on it. Agomphosis, looseness in the teeth. Agon, ago, agonic, making no angle. Agonism, competition, effort, striving. Agonists, someone in the grip of inner conflict. Agonistic of, like or pertaining to or being aggressive or argumentative. Agonistics, art and theory of prize fighting. Agoraphobia, fear of open spaces. Agouti, tropical rabbit-sized rodent. Agawilt, sudden sickening and unnecessary fear. Agraph, hooked clasp used by masons to hold blocks together. Agrapha, sayings of Jesus not found in the canonical Gospels. Agraphia, inability to write. Agravic, having no gravity, pertaining to the condition of zero gravity. Agrestic, of the fields, rural, unpolished. Agriology, the comparative study of primitive peoples. Agris, to horrify, to disfigure. Agrozoiatry, medicine specializing in wild animals. Agrobiology, study of plant nutrition, soil yields. Agrology, study of agricultural soils. Agromania, intense desire to be in open spaces. Agronomics, study of productivity of land. Agrostography, writing about grasses. Agrostology, science or study of grasses. Agrypnia, insomnia. Agrypnotic, anything taken to aid wakefulness. Aguardiente, Spanish or Portuguese brandy. Agiophobia, fear of crossing busy streets. Agenary, lacking female genitals. Ahimsa, the duty of sparing animal life. Non-violence. A hull, with sails furled and helm lashed to the lee side. A three-toed sloth. Ichmophobia, fear of sharp or pointed objects. Eiger, tidal wave occurring in rivers. Aigrette, a spray of jewels. Ornamental feather plume, an egret. Aiguille, sharp, needle-like peak of rock. Aileron, flap on airplane wing for lateral balance. Ailette, plate of armour worn on shoulder. Ailuromancy, divination by watching cats' movements. Ailurophilia, love of cats. Ailurophobia, fear of cats. Aioli, garlic-flavoured mayonnaise. Air screw, aircraft propeller. Aishrolatry, worship of filth, dirt, or smut. Iceling, a vision or dream. Ait, small island in lake or river. H-bone, rump bone of cattle, rump cut of beef. Ayue, elderly, senior. Akinesia, loss of ability to move. Ala, membranous outgrowth on a plant or animal. Alabamine, alternate name for the element astatine. Alac, expression of sorrow or regret. Alalia, loss of ability to speak. Alameda, public walkway between rows of poplar trees. Alamode, lightweight glossy silk. Alamort, half-dead, dejected. Alana, term of endearment used with one's child. Ella, of, like or pertaining to the wing or shoulder. Alastrum, mild form of smallpox. Elate, lately. Elation, state of having wings, position of wings on a creature. Alordine, of like or pertaining to skylarks. Alb, long white robe worn by priests. Albarello, cylindrical jar used to hold drugs. Alberta, variety of German silver. Albe, although, albeit. Albedo, whiteness, as of a celestial object. Albescent, becoming white. Whiteness. Albicant, whitish, becoming white. Albificative, able to whiten or be whitened. Albion, medieval astronomical device for finding positions of planets. Albocracy, government by white people. Albolith, white cement formed from magnesia and silica. Albuginous, like the white of an eye or an egg, white-coloured. Alkahest, alchemical universal solvent. Alcatote, silly elf. Alcine, of, like or pertaining to elks. Of, like or pertaining to orcs. Alcoholometer, instrument for measuring proportion of alcohol in solutions. Alcovinometer, instrument to measure strength of wine. Aleatoric, depending on contingencies or chance. Alabery, beverage made from ale, spices and dried bread. Alacost, costmary, an herb used in flavouring ale. Electomancy, divination by sacrificing a rooster. Electromacy, cockfighting. Electriomancy, divination by watching a rooster gather corn kernels. Ailey, on or toward the lee. Aligar, vinegar made by turning ale sour, alembicated, over-refined, alapine, mixed wool and silk or mohair and cotton fabric. Ethology, study of truth. Alluromancy, divination using flour or meal. Alexia, inability to read. Alexipharmic, antidote. Alphet, cauldron of boiling water used during trials by ordeal. Alforge, wallet or leather bag. Algedonics, science of pleasure and pain. Algefacient, cooling. Algetic, causing or producing pain. Algicide, killer of algae. Algid, cold, chilly. Algineurosis, painful urination. Algalagnia, sexual pleasure derived from inflicting pain. Algology, study of algae. Algophobia, fear of pain. Algor, coldness, shivering fit. Algraphy, art of printing from aluminum plates. Allable, nourishing. Alicorn, mythical wavy-horned bull, often used as heraldic device. Alidade, revolving index on astrolabe or other instrument for reading gradations. Alieniloquy, speech on subjects other than the matter at hand. Off-topic speech. Aliform, wing-shaped. Alligerous, winged. Aliaside, killing of someone other than oneself. Murder. Alept, having wings on the feet. Aliphatic, of, like or pertaining to fat or fats in general. Aliquant, number dividing into another with a remainder. Aliquot, number dividing into another without leaving a remainder. Aliter, requiring a different law to be applied. It is otherwise, in other words. Aliunde, from elsewhere. Alk, sap or resin from turpentine trees. Alkalimeter, instrument for measuring strength of alkalines. Alkanet, reddish plant-based dye. Allantiasis, food poisoning resulting from inadequate preservation. Allantoid, shaped like a sausage. Allative, indicating movement towards. Allemand, enormous pudding out of which acrobats leap. Allemande, courtly baroque dance in which the arms are interlaced. Alliaceus, of, like or pertaining to garlic. Garlicky. Allicient, attracting something else. Allision, intentional collision of two ships. Allocatia, amount allowed for costs. Allochthonous, formed or produced elsewhere or externally. Allodic, not subject to a superior. Allogamy, cross-fertilization. Allogenous, different. Allography, writing another individual's signature. Allolalia, speech disorder featuring randomly spoken words. Allonge, paper attached to commercial bill requiring signatures. Allonym, other person's name used by an author. Alloquy, speaking to another or many others, an address. Allotheism, belief in or worship of strange gods. Allotriophagy, craving for strange foods. Allotropy, of an element having more than one form. Alluvion, effect of water impacting on shoreline. Allwhere, elsewhere, everywhere. Almacantar, círculo de altitud paralelo al horizonte. Almagest, textbook or handbook, especially dealing with astronomy. Almandine, violet-coloured garnet. Almoner, giver of alms, social worker in a hospital. Almuse, cloth or fur hood. Alnager, inspector of cloth. Allogism, illogical statement. Allomancy, divination using salt. Alopecia, baldness, hair loss. Alopecoid, of or resembling a fox. Alaubelow, alpaca, fine wool made from alpaca hair. Alpenglow, reddish glow appearing at sunrise or sunset in mountains. Alpenstocker, mountain climber. Alpestrine, of, like or pertaining to alpine regions. Alphenic, sugary candy used in medicine. Alphitomancy, divination using loaves of barley. Alphonsin, instrument used to extract bullets from bodies. Alt, high musical tone. Altarage, payment to priest for mass, offerings at altar. Alterity, state of being different. Alternatim, alternately. Altiloquence, pompous or high speech. Altisonant, high-sounding. Altitonant, thundering on high or loudly. Altricial, having young requiring care for a lengthy period. Aludel, pear-shaped pot used in sublimation. Aluminiferous, bearing aluminum. Alveary, beehive, area of the ear where wax collects, word list. Alveolate, of or like a honeycomb. Alveromancy, divination using sounds. Alvidicus, purgative. Alvine, of the belly. Ama, a Japanese pearl diver. Amadelphus, outgoing, gregarious. Amain, to a high degree exceedingly at full speed. Amanus, lacking hands. Amanuensis, one employed to write from dictation. Amaranth, imaginary flower reputed never to fade. Amaranthine, immortal, undying, deep purple-red colour. Amacesis, inability to chew. Amasthenic, focusing light rays to a single point. Amathophobia, fear of dust. Amaxophobia, fear of riding in a car. Ambages, windings, roundabout ways, delays. Ambir, juice from chewing tobacco. Amberjack, spiny-finned Atlantic sportfish. Ambiloquous, using dubious or ambiguous expressions. Ambisinistrous, awkward in the use of both hands. Ambit, circuit, scope, compass, confines. Ambo, early Christian raised reading desk or pulpit. Ambry, recess for church vessels, cupboard or niche. Amsace, bad luck, a low score. Ambulatory, aisle down the east end of a church. Ambulomancy, divination by taking a walk. Ambulophobia, fear of walking. Ambustion, burn or scald. Amende, fine or reparation paid. Ament, a person who fails to develop mentally. Immerse, to fine, to deprive, to punish. Ametropia, abnormal optical refraction. Amice, strip of fine linen worn as cloak or wrap by priest at mass. Amicicide, murder of a friend, amidmost, in the very middle. Amidships, midway between the bow and stern of a ship. Ammeter, instrument for measuring electrical current. Amophilus, sand-loving, preferring to dwell in sand. Amnicalist, one who lives near a river. Amniomancy, divination by examining afterbirth. Amorse, percussion cap for a toy pistol. Amore, love sonnet or song. Amoretto, a cherub or spirit of love. Ampelidius, of, like or pertaining to vines. Ampelography, scientific description of the vine. Ampere, unit for measuring amount of electrical current. Amphibiolith, fossilized amphibian. Amphibolic, able to turn both backwards and forwards, double-jointed. Amphibology, ambiguity in language, dual grammatical meaning. Amphigean, occurring in both hemispheres of the brain or body. Amphigary, a nonsense verse. Amphimixis, interbreeding, intermixing of two individuals' genetic matter. Amphipneust, animal with both lungs and gills. Amphisbaena, mythical two-headed serpent or lizard. Amphicyon, of, like or pertaining to torrid regions. Amphioma, aquatic American salamander with 2 pairs of small feet. Amphoriloquy, cavernous voice of a patient heard over a patient's lung cavity. Amplect, to embrace. Amplexus, rutting of frogs and toads. Ampliative, supplemental, additional. Amplivagant, stretching far, having a great scope. Ampulla, vessel for holy oil or wine for coronations or rituals. Amrita, Hindu ambrosia bestowing immortality. Amygdaloid, almond-shaped, of, like or pertaining to tonsils. Amyloid, containing or pertaining to starch, starchy. Amyus, lacking muscle. Ana, in equal quantities. Anabasis, journey leading upwards, first phase of an illness. Anabiosis, return to life after apparent death. Anacampsorode, something which can bring back a lost love. Anacamptic, reflecting or reflected light, sound or water. Anacardic, of, like or pertaining to cashews. Anacathartic, causing vomiting or expectoration. Anachoric, foreign or geographically absurd relating to a country. Anaclastic, refractive, of, like or pertaining to refraction. Anaclitic, dependent on other phenomenon or ability. Anaquinosis, rhetorical questioning of hearers or opponents for opinions on a matter. Anakaluthon, moving to new topic of discussion before finishing current one. Anacrysis, interrogation accompanied by torture. Anacrusis, syllable prior to the normal rhythm of a verse. Anacasic, completely deaf. Anadem, wreath, fillet or band. Anadiplosis, repeating last word of clause at beginning of next clause. Anadromous, fish which ascend rivers to spawn. Anaerectic, destructive. Anesthesiology, study of anesthetics. Anagalactic, coming from or existing beyond our own galaxy. Anaglyph, ornament in low relief. Anaglyptics, art of carving in bas relief. Anaglyptography, art of engraving so as to give the subject an embossed appearance. Anagnoresis, recognition leading to denouement of a play. Anagogy, mystical interpretation. Anagraphy, art of constructing catalogues. Analects, crumbs that fall from the table. Analemma, sundial. Analepsis, repetition of a word or phrase for emphasis, pleonasm. Analgia, inability to feel pain. Anamnesis, reminiscence. Prayer recalling death and resurrection of Jesus. Anamorphic, changing to a more complex form. Anandrious, impotent. Anonym, name written backward, often used as synonym. Anapparatic, caused by excessive use. Anapest, two short metrical syllables followed by one long one. Anaphylantiasis, falling out of the eyebrows. Anaphia, loss of sense of touch. Anaphora, repetition of a word at beginning of successive phrases for emphasis. Anapnea, recovery of one's breath, restoration of breath. Anastasic, convalescent. Anastrophe, reversing or inverting word order as rhetorical device. Anatene, of, like or pertaining to ducks. Anatocism, compound interest. Anatreptic, overcoming, overturning. Anordia, loss of voice. Anaunta, on the chance, lest. Anbury, soft fleshy tumour in horses. Anchorite, one withdrawn from the world for religious reasons. Ancillary, auxiliary, secondary. Ancipitus, two-edged and flattened. Ancystroid, hook-shaped. Ancon elbow, anconoid, of, like or pertaining to the elbow. Anchoral, of, shaped like or resembling an anchor. Ancress, female religious recluse. Andiron, iron bar used to support the end of a log in a fire. Andragogy, science of teaching adults. Androcracy, government by men. Androlepsia, governmental kidnapping for political purposes. Andromania, nymphomania. Androphagy, cannibalism. Aniabil, single, unmarried. Anea, nearly, almost. Anel, to administer extreme unction to, anemocracy, government by the wind or by whim, anemograph, instrument for measuring pressure and velocity of wind, anemography, treatise on the winds, anemology, study of winds, anemometer, instrument for measuring wind velocity, anemophilus, pollinated by wind, anencephalic, lacking a brain, anent, about, concerning, anergia, failure of immune system, loss of energy, anesis, tuning to a lower musical pitch, anuria, lack of nervous energy, and fractious, full of windings and intricate turnings, angry, the right of a belligerent to seize neutral property, angelocracy, government by angels, angelolatry, worship of or belief in angels, angelology, study of angels, angelo, musical instrument resembling a lute, angelus, prayer said in morning, at noon and at sunset, angiogenesis, production of blood vessels, angiography, description or examination of the blood vessels, angiology, study of blood flow and lymphatic system, anglesi, in plain English, Anglomania, craze or obsession with England and the English, Anglophilia, love or fondness for England or the English, Anglophobia, fear of England or the English, Angora, silk-like fabric made from wool of Angora goats, angstrom, unit of 1/10,000,000,000th of a metre, anguiform, shaped like a snake, anguilliform, shaped like an eel, anguin, of, like or pertaining to snakes, anhedonia, an unresponsiveness to pleasure, anhelation, shortness of breath, anhydrosis, absence of perspiration, anhinga, long-necked fish-eating tropical American bird, aniconic, symbolizing without aiming at resemblance, anicula, like an old woman, anil, imbecilic, senile, like a very old woman, animadvert, to comment critically on, to censure, animalism, belief that humans are mere animals, animastic, spiritual, animate, anime, of a heraldic animal, having eyes differently coloured from the animal itself, animism, attribution of soul to inanimate objects, anion, positively charged ion, anisothenic, being of unequal strength, anchor, liquid measure of 8.5 gallons, ancus, spiked elephant goad, ankyloglossia, condition where motion of tongue is impeded, state of being tongue-tied, anchoroid, hook-shaped, anlace, short two-edged dagger, anneal, to heat and cool metal gradually to temper, anectant, having intermediate features between two taxa, annihilationism, doctrine that the wicked are utterly destroyed after death, annotated, shaped like the letter S, a nomination, pun, play on words, annuant, nodding or moving of the head, annulated, furnished with rings, wearing rings, annulae, small ring around a classical column, annulos, ringed, composed of rings, anoa, small wild ox of Indonesia, anocathartic, emetic, causing vomiting or expectoration, anodontia, toothlessness, anodyne, something that relieves pain or suffering, anoesis, sensation not accompanied by understanding of it, anogenic, formed from below or beneath, anole, arboreal American lizard with ability to change colour, anomia, inability to remember names, anomic, in a state lacking social order and norms, anomie, condition of lacking accepted social values or standards, anomphalous, without a navel, anon, at once, immediately, anonym, person whose name is not given, pseudonym, anonym uncule, minor anonymous writer, anopheline, of, like or pertaining to malarial mosquitoes, enopistographic, bearing writing or inscription only on one side, anopsia, blindness, anorchus, lacking testicles, anosmia, lack or loss of sense of smell, anotic, lacking ears, ansate, having a handle or hand-like shape, anserated, of a heraldic cross having the extremities cleft, anserine, of, like or pertaining to geese, anta, peer produced by thickening wall at one end, antalgic, alleviating or relieving pain, antanaclasis, repetition of keyword of phrase as a play on words, antapology, response to an apology, antarchy, opposition to government, anarchy, antiambulo, usher, antechapel, anteroom to a chapel or church, antechinus, carnivorous mouse-like Australian marsupial, antientacular, before breakfast, anteloquy, a preface, antelucan, before dawn or daylight, antemundane, before one's own birth, before the creation of the world, anteniferous, bearing antennae, antepast, foretaste, antipendium, covering or cloth over pulpit or altar, antiphialtic, preventing nightmares, antepone, to put before, to prefer, anteprandial, before dinner, antevenient, preceding, anthelion, luminous ring seen on a cloud opposite the sun, anthelminthic, destroying or expelling worms, anthesis, full bloom, anthography, scientific description of flowers, anthomancy, divination using flowers, anthomania, obsession with flowers, anthophilus, loving or frequenting flowers, anthorism, counter-definition, redefinition of opponent's term for rhetorical effect, anthracomancy, divination using burning coals, anthrophobia, fear of humans, anthropobiology, study of human biology, anthropocentrism, belief that humans are central to the universe, anthropogenesis, origin of human beings, anthropoglot, animal with human tongue, animal capable of speech, anthropolatry, worship of human beings, anthropolith, fossilized human skeleton, anthropomancy, divination using human entrails, anthropomorphization, attribution of human qualities to animals, anthropopathy, ascription of human feelings to inanimate object, anthropophaginian, cannibal, anthropophagus, eating humans, anthroposophy, knowledge of the nature of humanity, human wisdom, anthropotheism, belief that gods are only deified men, anthypophora, refuting an objection using a contrary inference, antibasilican, opposed to monarchic principle, antiblastic, providing natural immunity against harmful substances, antibromic, eliminating offensive odours, anticresis, enjoyment of mortgage property in lieu of interest payments, antishthon, hypothetical second earth on the opposite side of the sun, anticlimax, expression whose last part is decreased in effect from the prior part, anticryptic, camouflaged, having protective resemblance to environment, establishmentarianism, doctrine opposed to removing Church of England's official religion status, antigalactic, preventing the secretion of milk, antigropelos, waterproof leggings, antilapsarianism, denial of doctrine of the fall of humanity, antilegomena, books of the New Testament not part of early Christian Bible, antilogarithm, number of which a given number is the logarithm, antilogism, statement of three propositions containing contradiction, antilogy, contradiction, antiloquy, speaking against some idea, contradicting or gainsaying, antimacassar, protective covering for back of sofa or chair, antimetabole, figures in which words or phrases are repeated but in inverse order, antimetathesis, inversion of the parts of an antithesis. Antimnemonic, damaging the memory, eliminating memories. Antimony, brittle, bluish-white metallic element. Antinomianism, doctrine of the rejection of moral law. Antinomy, contradiction between two logical conclusions. Antipedobaptism, denial of validity of infant baptism. Antiperistasis, opposition or resistance. Antiphon, anthem sung as a response during church service. Antiphrasis, use of words in a sense opposite to literal. Antipudic, concealing private parts of the body. Antician, dweller on the exact opposite side of the world. Antistrophe, repetition of words in reverse order. Antistrophon, turning of opponent's own argument against them. Antithalion, opposed to mirth or fun. Antithesis, contrast of ideas by means of parallel arrangement of words or clauses. Antitypy, resistance to being penetrated. Antonomasia, use of descriptive phrase or epithet instead of proper name. Entree, cave. Entrorsi, turned upward and forward. Anuptophobia, fear of staying single. Anuresis, inability to urinate. Anurus, tailless. Anzactile, army biscuit. Aorist, expressing simple pastime with no continuance. Aquamanial, ewer in the form of a human or animal figure for ceremonial hand-washing. Aquaphobia, fear of water. Aquarelle, watercolour painting. Aquifer, a rock formation containing water. Aquiform, watery, liquid. Aquilated, in heraldry, adorned with eagles' heads. Aquiline, of, like or pertaining to eagles, hooked like an eagle's beak. Araba, wheeled Middle Eastern carriage. Arachibutyrophobia, fear of peanut butter sticking to roof of mouth. Arachnivorous, feeding on spiders. Arachnology, study of spiders. Arachnophobia, fear of spiders. Aranedon, of, like or pertaining to spiders. Araniform, shaped like a spider. Areneous, transparent, delicate like a spider's web. Arapherostic, seamless. Aration, ploughing. Arbalest, type of crossbow. Arborescent, branched, branching, tree-shaped. Arboricide, killing of trees. Arboriculous, growing on or living in trees. Arbriform, shaped like a tree. Arbrolatry, worship of start. Arbuscle, dwarf or shrub-like tree. Arbustum, orchard, copse of trees. Arcana, red chalk used to mark trees. Arcate, bow-shaped. Arceate, to prevent, to ward off. Archaeolatry, worship of archaic things or old customs. Archaeology, the study of first principles. Arche, violin box. Archididaskalion, of, like or pertaining to headmasters. Archididaskalos, school principal. Archiloquy, first part of a speech. Archimandrite, head of a monastery or convent. Archimime, chief buffoon or mimic. Architectonics, of, like or pertaining to the arrangement of knowledge. Architecturalization, adaptation of non-architectural entities for architectural purposes. Architrave, parts surrounding a door or window, especially the top. Arcology, science of the origins of government. Archiform, shaped like a bow. Arctician, one skilled in navigating Arctic regions. Arctogeal, of the Arctic regions of the earth. Arctoid, bear-like. Arctophile, collector of teddy bears. Arctophilie, study of teddy bears. Arcuate, arched, bow-shaped. Ard, plough used to scratch top surface of soil. Ardus, fine silk. Araphy, to dry up, to wither. Arenaceous, like growing in or consisting of sand. Aranoid, sandy, like sand. Areology, study of Mars. Areometer, instrument used for measuring specific gravity. Areopagitic, of, like or pertaining to tribunals or courts. Arit, to assign or allot. Aretaics, the science of virtue. Arete, sharp mountain ridge. Argali, large-horned Asian wild sheep. Argand, gas or oil lamp. Argent, the heraldic colour silver or white. Argentiferous, bearing silver. Argentocracy, government by money. Argil, clay used in making pottery. Argillaceous, clayey, of or resembling clay. Argol, crust formed on wine kept too long or improperly. Argol, dried cow dung used as fuel. Argosy, a large merchant ship, a rich supply. Arguendo, for the sake of argument. Arguria, silver poisoning. Argute, shrill, keen, shrewd. Argyle, silver gravy dish. Arietine, of, like or pertaining to rams. Arietinus, shaped like a ram's head. Aright, right, correctly. Areolation, divination in general. Aristarch, a severe critic. Aristarchy, government by the best. Aristology, the science or art of dining. Arithmancy, divination using numbers. Arithmocracy, government by simple majority. Arithmogram, number composed of numerical values of letters in a word. Arithmography, writing a number using letters, gematria. Arithmomania, obsessive preoccupation with numbers. Armamentarium, collective equipment available to a doctor. Arme, round iron helmet. Armigerous, entitled to bear arms. Armillary, like or composed of rings. Armipotent, having strong weapons, militarily potent. Armisonant, resounding with noises of battle or weapons. Armlet, piece of armour for the arm. Armamancy, divination by examining one's shoulders. Armure, twilled woolen or silk fabric. Aroint, begone. Arpeggione, stringed instrument like the cello. Arpent, unit of land area slightly smaller than an acre. Arpenteur, land surveyor. Arrant, downright, unmitigated. Arras, tapestry covering a wall. Arrasine, embroidery fabric of wool and silk. Erect, attentive, erect, raised up. Arrendator, one who rents or farms at a yearly rent. Arreptitious, ecstatic, frantic, hasty or hurried. Arrestant, substance causing an insect to stop moving. Arizal, lacking roots. Aris, sharp edge on stone, meeting of two surfaces. Arrogate, to claim unduly as one's own, to ascribe. Arundi, of a heraldic device having rounded sides. Erosive, gnawing, chewing, corroding. Arthrology, study of joints. Arthroscope, instrument for examining interior of a joint. Arundiferous, bearing or producing reeds. Arundinaceous, like or having the properties of a reed. Arvel, of, like or pertaining to ploughed land. Ascesis, the practice of disciplining oneself. Asceticism, doctrine that self-denial of the body permits spiritual enlightenment. Asham, box for keeping bows and arrows dry. Askion, inhabitant of the equatorial zone. Aseity, self-origination. Ashlar, squared stone used in building walls. Ash plant, walking stick. Asinine, of, like or pertaining to asses. Stupid. Asitia, lack of appetite. Asciphes, one who blows on ashes to bring them to flame. Asomatus, lacking a body, incorporeal. Asonia, deafness to specific pitches of sound. Asperge, to sprinkle. Aspergilliform, shaped like a brush. Aspergillum, vessel for sprinkling holy water. Asperity, roughness of surface or sound. Asperse, slander, disparage. aspersed in heraldry, covered with an indefinite number of small figures, aspersory, vessel for holding holy water, aspheterism, denial of the right to private property, aspidate, shield-shaped, aspidomancy, divination by sitting and chanting within a circle, asportation, to carry property away wrongfully, assart, to reclaim for agriculture by clearing away trees, assecuration, marine insurance, assentation, insincere or glib assent, asseveration, positive or earnest affirmation, assibilate, to pronounce with a hiss or sibilant, assiduity, persevering application to a pursuit, assizer, officer or judge in charge of weights and measures, associative, indicating association with or accompaniment by, assoil, to absolve, to acquit, assot, to befool, to besot, assuefaction, habituation, assuetude, accustomedness, habit, assurgent, ascending, rising, curving upward, astacology, the science of crayfish, astatic, in equilibrium, asteism, refined irony, asterism, cluster of 3 asterisks arranged in triangle to draw attention to passage, astern, at the stern of a ship, astheniology, study of diseases of weakening and aging, asthenopia, muscular weakening of the eyes, asticus, not in rows, astragal, small semicircular moulding, dice, astragalomancy, divination using dice or knuckle bones, astrophobia, fear of being struck by lightning, astropophobia, fear of thunder and lightning, astriction, binding obligation, astringe, to draw together, to tighten, astrionics, electronics as applied to spaceflight, astroblem, scar on the Earth's surface from meteorite impact, astrobolism, sunstroke, astrogeology, study of extraterrestrial geology, astronocy, knowledge of fixed stars, astrogony, theory of the origin of stars, astrolatry, worship of stars, astrologaster, a foolish or petty astrologer, astromancy, divination using stars, astrometeorology, study of the effect of stars on climate, astrophile, person interested in astronomy, astroseismology, study of star oscillations, astrot, protrudingly, distendedly, asynartetic, having 2 members with different rhythms, asyndeton, rhetorical device of omitting conjunctions, atactic, irregular, ataraxia, tranquility, freedom from anxiety, stoicism, atavism, reversion to early or ancestral type, atechnia, childlessness, atelier, artist's studio or workshop, ateliosis, imperfect development, developmental irregularity, athanasy, deathlessness, athanor, alchemist's self-feeding digesting furnace, atheling, Anglo-Saxon prince or nobleman, athenaeum, literary or scientific association, athermic, lacking heat, athetesis, rejection of a passage as spurious, athetosis, nervous twitching of digits and extremities, athwart, across, in opposition to, sideways, transversely, athemia, melancholy, atomy, loss of honour, disgrace, Atlantes, male figures used as columns, atlas, rich satin fabric, atmatertera, great-grandfather's grandmother's sister, atmology, the science of aqueous vapour, atmometer, instrument for measuring evaporating capacity of air, atosia, female sterility, atticus, lacking offspring, atomism, belief that the universe consists of small indivisible particles, atony, muscular weakness, atpatruus, great-grandfather's grandfather's brother, atrabiliary, melancholy, hypochondriac, atrabilious, melancholy, splenetic, acrimonious. Atrament, blacking, ink, black dye. Atricia, absence or irregular closure of a passage in the body. Atrichia, baldness. Atrus, jet black. Attainder, the loss of civil rights for high treason. Attaint, disgrace. Sully, infect, taint. Attemper, to adapt or alter quality by adding to something. Attenuate, make thin, reduce in value. Atticism, expression characterized by conciseness and elegance. Attingent, touching. Attalent, lifting up, raising. Atturn, to transfer to another. Attrahent, attracting or drawing. Attrist, to sadden. Attrite, repentant through fear of punishment. Attuition, operation between sensation and perception. Obedi, musical announcement of dawn, sunrise song. Aubergine, eggplant. Orbin, horse's gait between an amble and a gallop. Auceps, hawker or bird tender. Orcupate, to hunt birds, to pursue prey with vigilance. Audal, person more attuned to sound than the other senses. Audiology, study of hearing. Audiometer, instrument for measuring acuity of hearing. Audiophile, one who loves accurately reproduced recorded sound. Audism, belief that people who can hear are superior to people who are deaf. Augean, filthy, difficult. Augend, number to which another number is added. Aut, at all. Aularian, of like or pertaining to a hall in a university. Aulette, flautist. Aulic, courtly, ceremonious, genteel. Oncel, crude balance for weighing. Aurantiaceous, of like or pertaining to oranges or orange trees. Aureity, property of being golden in colour or substance. Aureole, radiant light around head or body of holy personage. Auricamus, having golden or blonde hair. Auricula, of like or pertaining to the ear, spoken secretly. Auriferous, bearing gold. Aurifex, goldsmith. Auriform, shaped like an ear. Aurigation, charioteering. Aurigraphy, writing or engraving in gold. Aurelave, instrument for cleaning the ear. Auriphrygia, gold embroidery. Auroscope, instrument for examining the ear. Aurochs, extinct wild ox. Aurulent, gold-coloured. Auscultation, listening to sounds arising within organs. Auslaut, final sound of a word or syllable. Austringer, keeper of goshawks. Ostromancy, divination using wind. Autarky, government by an absolute ruler. Autarkic, self-sufficient, independent. Auticology, study of ecology of one species. Autocephality, ecclesiastical self-government. Autocide, killing of oneself, suicide. Autocide, killing of oneself or another by means of a motor vehicle. Autocoprophagy, eating one's own feces. Autocracy, government by one individual. Autodafé, burning of a heretic. Autodidact, self-taught person. Autogenesis, spontaneous generation. Autognosis, knowledge of or about oneself. Autography, writing in one's own hand. Autolatry, self-worship. Autology, scientific study of oneself. Automorphism, ascription to others of one's own characteristics. Automusophobia, fear of being dirty. Autonym, a writer's real name, work published under writer's own name. Autophagy, feeding on body's own tissues. Autophonous, self-luminous. Autophobia, fear of solitude. Autoschediasm, anything extemporized. Autosoterism, belief that one can obtain salvation through oneself. Autotelic, being an end in itself. Autothaumaturgist, person pretending to be mystical or mysterious. Autotheism, belief that one is God incarnate or that one is Christ. Autotropic, growing in a straight line. Auxonometer, instrument for measuring growth of plants. Auxesis, increase in size, hyperbole or augmentation of meaning. Auxology, science of growth. Auxometer, instrument for measuring magnifying power. Aval, of, like or pertaining to a grandparent. Avalement, allowing knees to flex while skiing. Avant, away, hence, to boast. Aveniform, shaped like oats. Aventail, movable front of a helmet. Averuncate, to ward off, to uproot. Averuncator, pole for pruning trees. Avicent, in heraldry with a hand turned towards the back. Avicide, killing of birds. Avicula, of, like or pertaining to birds. Avenosis, air sickness. Avionics, the science of electronic devices for aircraft. Avital, ancestral. Avisandum, private consideration of a case by a judge. Avocet, long-legged wading bird with upward curving bill. Avolitional, involuntary. Avulse, to pluck or tear away by force. Avuncular, like an uncle. Of, like or pertaining to uncles. Awn, beard or similar bristly growth on stalk of grain. Axilla, armpit. Axeniform, shaped like an axe head. Axinomancy, divination using an axe or hatchet. Axiology, the science of the ultimate nature of values. Axolotl, salamander dwelling in mountainous lakes. Nocturnal lemur-like animal of Madagascar. Azimuth, arc of the horizon. Asoth, alchemical name for mercury. Azuline, blue. Azure, light or sky blue, the heraldic colour blue. Azimus, unleavened. Adactylus, lacking fingers or claws. Adamantine, unbreakable, impenetrable. Adamitism, nakedness for religious reasons. Adaxial, next to or towards the axis. Adax, large African antelope. Adax, spiral-horned antelope dwelling in the Sahara Desert. Additament, thing added or appended, heraldic ornament. Addititious, of, pertaining to or resulting from addition. Addle, putrid, barren, muddled. Adorsed, turned back to back in heraldry. Adduce, cite as proof or instance. Adeciduate, evergreen, coniferous. Adim, to cancel a bequest by destruction of the object. Adelaster, provisional name for a plant whose flowers are unknown. Adelphogamy, sharing of a wife by two or more brothers. Ademption, revocation of donation by donor. Adenalgia, painful swelling of a gland. Adenia, glandular swelling. Adeniform, shaped like a gland. Adenography, descriptive work on the glandular system. Adenoid, of, like or pertaining to or like a gland. Adenology, study of glands. Adenotomy, removal or excision of gland. Adespota, anonymous works. Adhesive, indicating place where or proximity to. Adavism, denial of gods of mythology and legend. Adharma, unrighteousness. Adhibit, to attach, to admit, to administer. Adhocracy, government in an unstructured fashion, an unstructured organization. Adiabatic, without transference of heat. Adiaphoresis, absence of perspiration, inability to perspire. Adiaphorism, doctrine of theological indifference or latitudinarianism. Adiaphoron, tenet or belief on which a theological system is indifferent. Adiapneustia, defective perspiration. Adiathermancy, impermeability to radiant energy. Adipescent, becoming fat or fatty. Adipic, of, like or pertaining to fatty substances. Adipocere, fatty substance occurring in corpses left in moist areas. Adipsia, absence or lack of thirst. Addit, opening or passage into a mine. Adjudge, to decide, to award. Adjutage, nozzle. Adjutant, enormous Indian stalk. Adjutor, helper, assistant. Adjuvant, substance added to make vaccine more effective. Admanuensis, one who takes an oath on a religious book. Admaxillary, connected to or near the jaw. Admeasurement, the act of measuring or apportioning. Adminical, that which supports or aids, especially evidence. Adnascent, growing on some other thing. Adnominal, indicating adjective used as a noun. Adnomination, punning. Adnoun, adjective serving or used as a noun. Adornis, to adorn oneself. Adoptionism, belief that Christ was the adopted and not natural Son of God. Adoral, near the mouth. Adosculation, impregnation by contact alone or by wind. Adown, in a descending direction. Adoxography, good writing on a trivial subject. Adoxy, beliefs that are neither orthodox nor heterodox. Adpress, to press together. Aggregation, adoption of a boy or girl before adolescence. Adcititious, added, additional. Adscript, attached or feudally bound to the soil or earth. Adsorb, to attract and stick to the surface. Adumbrate, indicate faintly. Foreshadow. Adunc, hooked. Aduncut, shaped like a hook or crook. Adust, burnt, scorched. Advection, horizontal movement of air. Advient, bringing inwards. Advenient, due to outside causes. Adventitious, accidental, casual. Adventive, a thing or person coming from outside. Adversaria, miscellaneous notes, commonplace books. Adversative, word or phrase expressing opposition. Advert, refer to in speech or writing. Advertorial, advertisement presented as if it were editorial material. Advesperate, darken, become late. Advocate, liqueur containing rum and raw eggs. Advowson, right of presentation to church living. Adinamia, helplessness, lack of strength. Adenaton, rhetorical use of a nearly impossible situation for emphasis. Aditum, sacred part of a temple or church, church chancel. Adsabil, prehistoric flightless bird of New Zealand. Akinesia, loss of ability to move. Ala, membranous outgrowth on a plant or animal. Alabamine, alternate name for the element astatine. Alac, expression of sorrow or regret. Alalia, loss of ability to speak. Alameda, public walkway between rows of poplar trees. Alamode, lightweight glossy silk. Alamort, half dead, dejected. Alana, term of endearment used with one's child. Ella, of, like or pertaining to the wing or shoulder. Alastrum, mild form of smallpox. Elate, lately. Elation, state of having wings, position of wings on a creature. Alordine, of like or pertaining to skylarks. Alb, long white robe worn by priests. Albarello, cylindrical jar used to hold drugs. Albatar, variety of German silver. Albe, although, albeit. Albedo, whiteness, as of a celestial object. Albescent, becoming white. Whiteness. Albicant, whitish, becoming white. Albificative, able to whiten or be whitened. Albion, medieval astronomical device for finding positions of planets. Albocracy, government by white people. Albolith, white cement formed from magnesia and silica. Albuginous, like the white of an eye or an egg, white-coloured. Alkahest, alchemical universal solvent. Alcatote, silly elf. Alcine, of, like or pertaining to elks. Of, like or pertaining to orcs. Alcoholometer, instrument for measuring proportion of alcohol in solutions. Alkavinometer, instrument to measure strength of wine. Aleatoric, depending on contingencies or chance. Alaberry, beverage made from ale, spices and dried bread. Alacost, costmary, an herb used in flavouring ale. Electomancy, divination by sacrificing a rooster. Electromachy, cockfighting. Electriomancy, divination by watching a rooster gather corn kernels. Ale, on or toward the lee. Allegar, vinegar made by turning ale sour. Alembicated, over-refined. Alapine, mixed wool and silk or mohair and cotton fabric. Ethology, study of truth. Alluromancy, divination using flour or meal. Alexia, inability to read. Alexipharmic, antidote. Alphet, cauldron of boiling water used during trials by ordeal. Alforge, wallet or leather bag. Algedonics, science of pleasure and pain. Algefacient, cooling. Algetic, causing or producing pain. Algicide, killer of algae. Algid, cold, chilly. Algineurosis, painful urination. Algalagnia, sexual pleasure derived from inflicting pain. Algology, study of algae. Algophobia, fear of pain. Algor, coldness, shivering fit. Algraphy, art of printing from aluminum plates. Allable, nourishing. Alicorn, mythical wavy-horned bull, often used as heraldic device. Alidade, revolving index on astrolabe or other instrument for reading gradations. Alieniloquy, speech on subjects other than the matter at hand. Off-topic speech. Aliform, wing-shaped. Alligerous, winged. Aliaside, killing of someone other than oneself. Murder. Alept, having wings on the feet. Aliphatic, of, like or pertaining to fat or fats in general. Aliquant, number dividing into another with a remainder. Aliquot, number dividing into another without leaving a remainder. Aliter, requiring a different law to be applied. It is otherwise, in other words. Aliunde, from elsewhere. Alk, sap or resin from turpentine trees. Alkalimeter, instrument for measuring strength of alkalines. Alkanet, reddish plant-based dye. Allantiasis, food poisoning resulting from inadequate preservation. Allantoid, shaped like a sausage. Allative, indicating movement towards. Allemand, enormous pudding out of which acrobats leap. Allemande, courtly baroque dance in which the arms are interlaced. Alliaceus, of, like or pertaining to garlic. Garlicky. Allicient, attracting something else. Allision, intentional collision of two ships. Allocatia, amount allowed for costs. Allochthonous, formed or produced elsewhere or externally. Allodic, not subject to a superior. Allogamy, cross-fertilization. Allogenous, different. Allography, writing another individual's signature. Allolalia, speech disorder featuring randomly spoken words. Allonge, paper attached to commercial bill requiring signatures. Allonym, other person's name used by an author. Alloquy, speaking to another or many others, an address. Allotheism, belief in or worship of strange gods. Allotriophagy, craving for strange foods. Allotropy, of an element having more than one form. Alluvion, effect of water impacting on shoreline. Allwhere, elsewhere, everywhere. Almacantar, círculo de altitud paralelo al horizonte. Almagest, textbook or handbook, especially dealing with astronomy. Almandine, violet-coloured garnet. Almoner, giver of alms, social worker in a hospital. Almuse, cloth or fur hood. Alnager, inspector of cloth. Allogism, illogical statement. Allomancy, divination using salt. Alopecia, baldness, hair loss. Alopecoid, of or resembling a fox. Alaubelow, alpaca, fine wool made from alpaca hair. Alpenglow, reddish glow appearing at sunrise or sunset in mountains. Alpenstocker, mountain climber. Alpestrine, of, like or pertaining to alpine regions. Alphenic, sugary candy used in medicine. Alphitomancy, divination using loaves of barley. Alphonsin, instrument used to extract bullets from bodies. Alt, high musical tone. Altarage, payment to priest for mass, offerings at altar. Alterity, state of being different. Alternatim, alternately. Altiloquence, pompous or high speech. Altisonant, high-sounding. Altitonant, thundering on high or loudly. Altricial, having young requiring care for a lengthy period. Aludel, pear-shaped pot used in sublimation. Aluminiferous, bearing aluminum. Alveary, beehive, area of the ear where wax collects, word list. Alveolate, of or like a honeycomb. Alveromancy, divination using sounds. Alvidicus, purgative. Alvine, of the belly. Ama, a Japanese pearl diver. Amadelphus, outgoing, gregarious. Amain, to a high degree exceedingly at full speed. Amanus, lacking hands. Amanuensis, one employed to write from dictation. Amaranth, imaginary flower reputed never to fade. Amaranthine, immortal, undying, deep purple-red colour. Amacesis, inability to chew. Amasthenic, focusing light rays to a single point. Amathophobia, fear of dust. Amaxophobia, fear of riding in a car. Ambages, windings, roundabout ways, delays. Ambir, juice from chewing tobacco. Amberjack, spiny-finned Atlantic sportfish. Ambiloquous, using dubious or ambiguous expressions. Ambisinistrous, awkward in the use of both hands. Ambit, circuit, scope, compass, confines. Ambo, early Christian raised reading desk or pulpit. Ambry, recess for church vessels, cupboard or niche. Amsace, bad luck, a low score. Ambulatory, aisle down the east end of a church. Ambulomancy, divination by taking a walk. Ambulophobia, fear of walking. Ambustion, burn or scald. Amende, fine or reparation paid. Ament, a person who fails to develop mentally. Amerce, to fine, to deprive, to punish. Ametropia, abnormal optical refraction. Amice, strip of fine linen worn as cloak or wrap by priest at mass. Amicicide, murder of a friend, amidmost, in the very middle. Amidships, midway between the bow and stern of a ship. Ammeter, instrument for measuring electrical current. Amophilus, sand-loving, preferring to dwell in sand. Amnicalist, one who lives near a river. Amniomancy, divination by examining afterbirth. Amorse, percussion cap for a toy pistol. Amore, love sonnet or song. Amoretto, a cherub or spirit of love. Ampelidius, of, like or pertaining to vines. Ampelography, scientific description of the vine. Ampere, unit for measuring amount of electrical current. Amphibiolith, fossilized amphibian. Amphibolic, able to turn both backwards and forwards, double-jointed. Amphibology, ambiguity in language, dual grammatical meaning. Amphigean, occurring in both hemispheres of the brain or body. Amphigary, a nonsense verse. Amphimixis, interbreeding, intermixing of two individuals' genetic matter. Amphipneust, animal, with both lungs and gills. Amphisbaena, mythical two-headed serpent or lizard. Amphicyon, of, like or pertaining to torrid regions. Amphioma, aquatic American salamander with 2 pairs of small feet. Amphoriloquy, cavernous voice of a patient heard over a patient's lung cavity. Amplect, to embrace. Amplexus, rutting of frogs and toads. Ampliative, supplemental, additional. Amplivagant, stretching far, having a great scope. Ampulla, vessel for holy oil or wine for coronations or rituals. Amrita, Hindu ambrosia bestowing immortality. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Barbledom, a confused sound of voices. Babirusa, large wild pig of Indonesia. Baboonery, foolishness, stupidity, nonsense. Bacate, having berries, berry-like. Bacchanal, drunkard, reveller. Vociferous, bearing berries. Baxiform, shaped like a berry. Bacivorous, eating berries. Basilicide, killer of berries. Backpiece, armour covering the back. Backstay, stay extending from ship's mastheads to the side of the ship. Bactericide, killer of bacteria. Baculiform, rod-shaped. Baculin, of, like or pertaining to the stick or cane. Of, like or pertaining to flogging. Baculum, penis bone in some mammals. Baculus, rod, staff or sceptre of power. Badigeon, plaster and ground stone mixture for repairing masonry. Badinage, playful repartee or banter. Badius, chestnut-coloured. Baedeker, guidebook. Betel, magical or holy meteoric stone. Baft, cheap coarse cotton fabric. Bagar, scuffle or brawl. Bagging, coarse fabric for making bags or sacks. Bagnio, bathing house. Bahadur, self-important official. Bahuvrihi, compound word whose second part is a noun but that acts as an adjective. Bale, barrier or pole separating horses in an open stable. Bailivate, office of a bailiff. Bailment, delivery of goods in trust. Baisma, kiss on the hand. Baize, coarse-napped cotton or wool fabric. Bakelite, type of solid plastic. Balaniferous, acorn-bearing. Balanism, use of suppositories. Balanoid, acorn-shaped. Balatron, joker, clown. Balbriggan, knitted cotton fabric. Balbutant, stammering. Baldachin, rich embroidered silk and gold fabric. Baldachin, covering or canopy over a throne or altar. Balderdash, nonsense, a jumble of words. Baldric, shoulder strap for holding sword. Balefire, bonfire or beacon fire. Balisaur, long-tailed badger. Ballistarius, crossbowman. Ballistraria, cross-shaped opening in wall for firing arrows. Balise, pole mounted on seashore as beacon. Ballaster, one who supplies ships with ballast. Balletomania, abnormal fondness for ballet. Ballistocardiograph, instrument for detecting body movements caused by heartbeat. Ballistophobia, fear of missiles. Ballottement, diagnosis of pregnancy by applying sharp force to abdomen. Ballyhoo, bombastic or pretentious nonsense. Balmorality, superficial enthusiasm for Scottish culture. Balneary, bath. Balneography, written description of baths. Balneology, the science of the therapeutic use of baths. Balustrade, row of columns supporting a stair rail. Balzarine, light cotton dress material. Bambosh, deceptive nonsense. Banausic, materialistic, merely mechanical, pertaining to workshops. Bandole, small flat moulding around a column. Banderole, flat band with an inscription, small banner. Bandicoot, small long-nosed rat-like marsupial. Bandobast, detailed organization, settlement. Bandolier, shoulder belt for carrying ammunition. Bandor, bass-sitten, bangtail, mustang or wild horse. Banjolin, combination of banjo and mandolin. Banjulele, combination of banjo and ukulele. Bannock, flat unleavened loaf of bread. Banquette, raised way or footway above a parapet. Banteng, wild ox of Southeast Asia. Bantling, brat, whelp, bastard child. Baptistery, part of church reserved for performing baptisms. Bar, unit of pressure of 1 million dynes per square centimetre. Barignosis, loss of ability to distinguish weight. Baraguan, any jargon or unintelligible language. Barasinga, deer dwelling in swamps of India. Barathea, pebbly silk or worsted fabric with broken rib weave. Barathrum, an abyss, an insatiable person. Barbarocracy, government by barbarians. Barbate-bearded, barbet, stout-billed tropical bird. Barbette, earthen terrace inside the parapet of a rampart. Barbican, projecting watchtower over the gate of a castle. Barbigerus, bearded, bearing a beard. Barbiton, lute or lyre with many strings. Barbula, small tuft of hair just below the lower lip. Barcarolle, gondolier's song. Bardell, pack-saddle. Bardacucullus, hooded cloak worn by monks. Bardolatry, excessive devotion to or worship of Shakespeare. Barège, gauzy fabric of silk, cotton, wool, or worsted. Bargemaster, owner of a barge. Barkentine, three-masted vessel. Barleycorn, old unit of length equal to 1/3 inch. Barm, yeast, froth on fermenting liquor. Barmaster, local judge among miners. Barmcloth, an apron. Barmkin, battlement or turret on the outer wall of a castle. Barn, unit of area measurement of particles equal to 100 square femtometers. Barnard, member of gang of thieves who acts as decoy. Barodynamics, science of the support and mechanics of bridges. Baronosis, ability to perceive weight. Barograph, instrument for recording air pressure. Barology, study of gravitation. Baroscope, weather glass. Barouche, four-wheeled hooded carriage. Barakan, fine silk cloth. Barracoon, depot for slaves. Barras, coarse linen fabric. Baratine, some kind of fabric. Barratry, inciting riot or violence. Bar, placing capo or finger across guitar strings. Barule, narrow heraldic bar. Bartizan, parapet or battlement. Barton, farmyard. Baryakoya, deafness, hardness of hearing. Barophonic, having difficulty speaking. Bascule, apparatus of which one end rises as the other sinks. Basial, of, like or pertaining to kissing. Basiation, kissing. Basilica, Roman Catholic Church given special privileges. Basilicon, kind of ointment. Bassinet, light conical helmet. Bastinade, to beat with a stick or baton, especially on the feet. Bastion, tower at the corner of the fortification. Bastel, fortified house with vaulted ground floor. Bateleur, short-tailed African eagle. Bathmism, directive evolutionary force. Batholith, large mass of intruded igneous rock. Bathophobia, fear of falling from a high place. Bathos, appearance of the commonplace in elevated matter for rhetorical effect. Bathycolpion, deep-bosomed. Bathymeter, instrument for recording contours of deep oceans. Bathyographical, of, like or pertaining to depth underwater or elevation above sea level. Bathypelagic, found in the depths of the sea. Bathysmal, of, like or pertaining to the depths of the ocean. Bathythermograph, instrument for recording water temperature as compared to depth. Batik, method of dyeing fabric by covering certain sections with wax. Baiting, except. Batiste, fine soft sheer fabric of plain weave. Batology, the study of brambles. Baton, heraldic sign of bastardy. Batophobia, fear of heights or being close to tall buildings. Batrachian, of, like or pertaining to frogs or toads. Batrachivorous, frog-eating. Batrachophobia, fear of frogs and toads. Batrachomancy, divination using frogs. Batten, timber used to fasten down a door or hatch. Battledore, bat used to strike shuttlecock, game played with such a bat. Batology, futile repetition in speech or writing. Battue, indiscriminate slaughter, driving game towards slaughter. Baud, unit of data transmission speed of one signal event per second. Borsond, having white spots on the forehead. Bavardage, chattering, prattle. Bavian, insignificant or unskilled poet. Bavin, a bundle of brushwood. Bayadere, fabric with horizontal stripes in strongly contrasting colours. Bidalism, use of leeches for bloodletting. Bedeloid, of, like or pertaining to leeches. Bedelotomy, act of cutting a leech to increase its suction. Beadle, church caretaker or usher, mace-bearing official of an institution. Beadsman, monk or almoner who prays for benefactor. Beata, beatified woman. Beatlemania, obsession with the Beatles. Beatster, fishnet repairer. Beatus, beatified man. Bopers, linen fabric used for flags. Beaver, hinged face guard on a helmet. Beblubbered, disfigured from weeping. Beshek, relieving coughs. Becket, large hook or bracket used to hold tackle or spars. Beckets, rope handles. Bedaggle, to soil by dragging along the wet ground. Bedswerver, unfaithful spouse. Bee, hardwood on either side of bowsprit through which forestays are reeved. Beal, double-pointed miner's pick. Bureaucracy, government by brewers or brewing interests. Beeskep, straw beehive. Beestings, the first milk drawn from a cow after calving. Before time, formerly. Behither, on this side of, on the near side of. Behoof, a benefit resulting from some course of action. Bearer, pygmy antelope. Bell, unit of noise intensity equal to 10 decibels. Belay, to secure a rope by winding on a pin or cleat. Belcher, coloured, spotted neckerchief. Beldam, an old woman, a hag, an ancestress. Belemnoid, shaped like a dart. Belike, most likely, probably. Bellamine, large jug with rounded belly and narrow neck. Bellcote, ornamental structure to hold one or two large bells. Bellicism, inclination towards violence, hawkishness. Bellator, bell-founder. Belliferous, bringing war. Belling deer's mating call. Bellipotent, militarily powerful. Bellonian, mechanical instrument combining trumpets and drums. Bellwether, one who takes the lead. Indicator of trends. Beloid, shaped like an arrow. Bellomancy, divination by means of arrows. Bellonophilia, sexual obsession with sharp objects. Bellonophobia, fear of pins and needles. Bellonoid, shaped like a needle. Belvedere, raised covered terrace or pavilion. Belvedere, raised turret or lantern on the top of a house. Bema, raised part of an Eastern church containing the altar. Benedict, a newly married man who has long been a bachelor. Benefactive, indicating for whom or which. Benefic, kindly, benign, beneficent. Benefice, ecclesiastical office to which revenue is attached. Beneficiate, to treat ores to remove impurities. Bene, exorcist, bengaline, crosswise ribbed fabric. Benish, long-sleeved Middle Eastern outer garment. Benthic, of, like or pertaining to the depths of the ocean. Benthos, flora and fauna of the ocean floor. Berceau, covered walk. Berceuse, lullaby. Bergamasque, country dance. Burge, spyglass or telescope. Berlin, four-wheeled covered carriage. Berlin, crude winter sled. Berm, narrow shelf or ledge at the top or bottom of a slope. Bersatrix, babysitter. Besom, curler's broom. Bestiarian, individual opposed to vivisection. Bestiocracy, rule by beasts. Bethel, a place of worship for seamen, nonconformist chapel. Betimes, in short time, speedily. Bêtise, foolish act or situation. Betwixt, between. Bewray, to reveal, to betray, to divulge. Bezel, oblique side or face of a cut gem. Bezestein, Eastern marketplace. Bezique, card game played with 2 decks of cards. Bezoar, stony material found in ruminant stomachs. Barrel, bluish-grey Himalayan goat. Biolate, 2-winged. Biaki, government by 2 people. Diaki. Bibacious, overly fond of drinking. Bibelot, trinket, miniature book of elegant design. Bibitry, of, like or pertaining to drinking. Biblioclasm, destruction of books or the Bible. Bibliogenesis, production of books. Bibliognost, well-read individual, person with wide knowledge of books. Biblioclept, book thief. Bibliolatry, worship of the Bible or other books. Bibliology, study of books. Bibliomancy, divination by opening a book at random. Bibliomania, craze for books or reading. Bibliopegist, bookbinder. Bibliophagist, one who devours books literally or figuratively. Bibliophilie, love or fondness for books or reading. Bibliophobia, fear of books. Bibliopoesy, making of books. Bibliopolist, bookseller. Bibliopoly, bookselling. Bibliotaph, one who hoards or hides books. Bibliotics, study of documents to determine authenticity. Bibulous, addicted to alcohol. Bicapitate, 2-headed. Bickern, anvil pointed at both ends. Bicollateral, having 2 identical sides. Bicorn, having 2 horns or points. Biddery, metal alloy inlaid with silver and or gold. Bidenticulate, having 2 teeth. Biduous, lasting 2 days. Bienséance, something appropriate or proper. Bifarious, organized in 2 rows. Bifid, divided in 2 by a deep split. Bifilar, having 2 threads. Bigential, consisting of 2 races, genera or subspecies. Biggin, a building. Bite, a wide bay, a bend or coil in a rope. Bijugate, having heads on both sides of a coin. Bilbo, iron bar used to shackle prisoners' feet. Bilge, lower point of inner hull of a ship, nonsense or rubbish. Bilious, ill-tempered, very unpleasant. Billingsgate, coarsely abusive language. Billon, base metal, alloy of copper, tin or silver. Bilocation, ability to be in 2 places at once. Biloquist, one capable of speaking with 2 distinct voices. Bimetallism, currency exchange on both the gold and silver standards. Binarchy, government by 2 people. Diarchy, binate doubled, coupled. Binaural, of, pertaining to or heard by both ears. Bindle, blanket roll. Binnacle, case in which a ship's compass is kept. Binotonous, consisting or comprised of two musical tones. Binturong, civi of southeastern Asia with long prehensile tail. Biobibliography, annotated biographical bibliography. Biosynosis, state of association of creatures in a certain region. Biocentric, having life as main principle. Biocide, killing living material. Bioecology, study of interaction of life in the environment. Biogenesis, theory that all life is derived from living matter alone. Biognosy, general study or theory of life. Biolith, rock formed by living creatures. Biometrics, study of biological measurement. Bioenergy, vital essence or force. Bionomics, study of organisms interacting in their environments. Biopic, film telling the life story of a celebrity. Biotaxy, classification of living organisms. Biotope, region of uniform environment and types of organisms. Bipinnate, two-winged. Biramus, forked, with two branches. Bireme, rowed ship or galley with two banks of oars. Biretta, square, three-ridged cap worn by Catholic clergy. Burl, to make a log spin by walking on it. Birostrate, double-beaked. Bis, twice, in two places. Biscacha, burrowing South American rodent. Biserial, in two rows or columns. Bisma, shame, disgrace. Scorn. Bissociation, association of an object with two or more ideas. Bisontine, of like or pertaining to bison. Bistoury, narrow surgical knife. Bistre, pigment with brownish colour derived from soot. Bisulcate, cloven-footed, cleft in two. Bitheism, belief in two gods. Bittern, small heron. Bits, posts mounted on a ship for fastening ropes. Bune, combining two entities into one. Biverbal, of like or pertaining to two words, having a double sense. Bivius, offering a choice, splitting between two directions. Blackguard, a menial helper. Blackguard, to vituperate, to portray as a scoundrel. Black master, undertaker. Blague, pretentious nonsense. Blaine, a boil or blister. Blandiloquence, complimentary speech, flattery. Blandish, to flatter and coax, to cajole. Blanket, coarse woolen cloth. Blarney, skilful flattery, nonsense. Blastogenesis, reproduction by budding. Blatnophone, instrument used to record sound on magnetic tape. Blatoid, of, like or pertaining to cockroaches. Blaubok, extinct bluish-coloured antelope of southern Africa. Blazon, heraldic arms painted on knight's shield or surcoat to describe heraldically. Blench, to shrink or flinch. Blendling, hybrid. Blendure, mixing. Blenoid, of or resembling mucus. Blenophobia, fear of slime. Blenny, small elongated marine fish. Blepharial, of, like or pertaining to eyelids. Blesbok, South African antelope with white patch on forehead. Blesiloquent, speaking with a stammer or lisp. Blecherous, having an ugly design. Blethskate, a garrulous talker of nonsense. Bletonism, alleged ability to find an underground water supply. Bluet, type of edible toadstool. Blissum, subject to or having strong sexual desires. Bloomery, factory where iron bars are manufactured. Bloviate, to write or speak windily. Blucher, leather half-boot. Blue Peter, blue flag with white square in centre used as ship's signal. Blue stocking, early feminist, educated or literary woman. Blunge, to mix clay with water. Blipe, piece of skin that peels off after a sunburn. Bonerges, skilled orator with powerful voice. Boatswain, ship's crew member in charge of equipment and maintenance. Bobbinet, machine-made cotton lace. Bobèche, circular wax catcher that fits over a candle. Bobstay, rope used on ships to steady the bowsprit. Bocking, smoked herring. Bodach, old man, churl, goblin or spectre. Bodemont, prediction or prophecy. Bodewash, cow dung. Bodge, piece of poor or clumsy workmanship. Bodkin, small tool for pricking holes, small dagger. Boeotian, stupid, dull. Pathetic, helpful, curative. Bogan, quiet tributary or backwater. Boggart, spectre, bugbear, goblin. Bolar, of, like or pertaining to clay. Bolection, moulding around a panel. Bolero, Spanish dance with sudden pauses and sharp turns. Bolide, large meteor that bursts, a fireball. Bollard, short post on a wharf or ship to which ropes are tied. Bolometer, instrument for measuring radiant energy or infrared light. Bolthead, straight-necked distillation vessel or flask. Bolt rope, strong rope stitched to edges of a sail. Bolus, rounded mass. Bowman, well-dressed criminal, bombard, instrument like the bassoon. Bombardon, large keyless bass trumpet. Bombaster, one who stuffs or pads things. Bombastry, bombastic language or composition. Bombazine, twilled silk and worsted fabric. Bombay, bulging outwards. Bombic, of, like or pertaining to silkworms. Bombolate, to hum, buzz or drone. Bombosity, the buttocks. Bombus, convex, rounded. Bombicine, of, like or pertaining to silk or cotton. Bombolius, humming or buzzing. Bonassus, bison. Bonbonnière, small box used for sweetmeats. Bonzer, large marble used in games. Bongo, reddish African antelope with white vertical stripes. Bongre, agreeably. Bonification, paying of bonus or reward. Boniform, having the form of good. Bonify, to improve or ameliorate. Boning, estimating straightness by looking along a row of poles. Bonism, the doctrine that the world is good but not perfect. Bontbok, South African antelope with unusual coloration. Bonzari, Buddhist monastery. Bonzolin, artificial ivory-like substance used to make billiard balls. Boodle, counterfeit money, funds obtained by corruption. Bupic, oxide. Barrage, rough-stemmed herb used in salads. Borrasco, violent windsquall. Borato, thin fabric. Borborology, filthy talk. Borborygmus, rumbling noise in the intestines. Bordar, tenant who holds land at his lord's pleasure. Bordereau, detailed bill or invoice. Borgia, border surrounding a heraldic shield. Bore, tidal flow of water up estuaries. Bornée, limited, narrow-minded. Borsella, instrument for shaping glass vessels. Bort, diamond fragments, or dust. Borzoi, wolfhound. Boskage, thick foliage, woodland. Boschveld, bush country, wilderness. Bosquet, thicket, plantation. Bosky, covered with trees or shrubs. Bossa nova, Brazilian dance similar to samba. Bossylated, knobby. Boston, waltz-like dance. Bosson, boatswain. Bot, larva of a botfly that infests horses. Botanomancy, divination using burning branches or plants. Botonnais, having 3 buds like a trefoil. Botryoidal, like a bunch of grapes. Bottine, small boot. Bottomry, using the ship as collateral to finance a sea voyage. Boucle, fabric of uneven looped yarn. Bouillotte, card game resembling poker. Bouleterion, meeting place, assembly hall. Bouleversement, overturning, reversal, ruin. Bolt, to sift through cloth, to examine by sifting. Bound, to prepare, to dress, to set out. Bourrasque, tempest. Bourdon, drone bass of a bagpipe or organ. Bourgeoisification, conversion to a bourgeois way of life or perspective. Bourrée, French Baroque dance with quick rhythm. Boursocrate, stock exchange official. Boustrophedon, writing alternating left-right then right-left. Boutade, sudden outburst. Bovicide, slaughter of cattle, one who kills cattle. Boviform, cow-shaped. Bower, anchor carried at bow of a ship. Bowery, seedy or run-down district of a city. Bowline, rope used to keep weather edge of a sail taut. Bowsprit, spar that extends at bows of a ship. Boyau, communication trench. Boig, a problem difficult to get to grips with. Brabble or to squabble or quarrel. Bracate, having feathered legs or feet. Bracial, bracket or socket mounted on a wall. Bracer, armour for the lower arm. Brach, female hunting hound. Brachal, armour for the arm. Brachet, whelp. Brat, bitch hound. Brachiation, act of swinging by one's arms from place to place. Brachyphorus, bearing or having branches or arms. Brachiotomy, amputation of an arm. Brachycatalectic, lacking 2 syllables from end of a line of verse. Brachycerus, having horns or antennae clipped or removed. Brachydactylus, having short or stubby fingers. Brachygraphy, writing using abbreviations or shortened characters. Shorthand. Brachymetropia, short-sightedness. Brachiology, laconic, abbreviated or interrupted speech. Brachypodus, short-legged. Brachypterus, short-winged. Brackish, saltish, very salty. Brackle, to break bread or cake into pieces. Bractete, thin beaten plate of gold or silver. Bradall, small boring tool. Bradycism, slow up and down movement of the earth's crust. Braguette, armoured codpiece. Braille, leather strap to bind a hawk's wing. Brails, ropes on edge of sail for hauling up. Braid, to appear above ground, of crops. Branchial, of like or pertaining to gills. Branchiferous, having or bearing gills. Branchiform, gill-shaped. Brandling, striped earthworm used as fishing bait. Brank, to prance, toss the head, to strut. Branzelot, an old French follow-the-leader dance. Brasero, a place where criminals and heretics are burned. Brash, collection of broken pieces of rock or ice. Brassage, difference between cost of minting coin and its value. Brassard, badge worn on the arm, piece of armour for the arm. Brattice, fixed tower of wood on a castle wall. Brattice, partition in mine shaft used to support walls and roof. Braxy, disease of sheep causing fits. Bray, heraldic device of a barnacle or horse's bit. Brayer, instrument for spreading ink in printing. Bream, to clean a ship's bottom by burning off seaweed. Bressummer, beam supporting front of a building. Bressummer. Brescia, geological formation of angular fragments of rock. Breedbait, someone looking for an argument. Brehan, judge or magistrate in ancient Ireland. Breloque, an ornament attached to a watch. Breme, fierce, cruel, keen. Bressumer, beam supporting a wall over an opening. Bretache, partition to control ventilation in a mine. Breve, mark over letter to indicate a short vowel sound. Brevet, kommission som tillåter officer att ta högre grad. Breviary, book containing daily church service. Breviate, a brief compendium, a lawyer's brief. Brevicodate, short-tailed. Breviloquence, short-windedness, tendency toward brevity in speech. Breviped, short-legged creature. Brevipennate, having short wings. Briarian, many-handed. Brickle, harness for humans to pull heavy loads. Bridewell, house of corrections, jail. Bridgewater, anything undesirable or worthless. Bridoon, light military bridle. Brigandine, leather armour with metal scales. Brigantine, two-masted ship. Brig, to intrigue. Brilliantine, light lustrous cotton and worsted fabric. Brilliantine, perfumed oil for making hair glossy. Brimborian, worthless nonsense, trash. Brindled, marked with streaks or spots. Brio, enthusiastic vigour. Briquet, heraldic device of a flint and steel. Brizia, part of a parapet breaking from the general direction. Britska, open four-wheeled carriage. Broadcloth, dense twilled wool or worsted fabric. Brobdingnagian, immense. Brocade, rich silk fabric with raised patterns. Brocade, elementary law or principle, canon, axiom, maxim. Broch, luminous ring around the moon. Brochet, with raised pattern. Brochette, skewer for holding food steady while cooking. Brocken, 2-year-old stag. Brock-faced, having a white mark on the face or snout. Brodekin, light boot worn inside heavier boots. Broderie, embroidery pattern. Brogan, strong and tough working shoe. Broma, food, aliment. Bromatology, study of food. Bromidrosis, strong-smelling sweat. Bromography, a treatise on food. Bromography, written description of food. Bromopnea, bad breath. Broncos, temporary loss of voice. Laryngitis. Bronchoscope, instrument for examining the windpipe. Brontology, scientific study of thunder. Brontomancy, divination using thunder. Brontophobia, fear of thunder and lightning. Brouette, small two-wheeled carriage. Brougham, one-horse closed carriage. Brute, something rumoured widely, to report or spread rumour. Brumal, of, like or pertaining to winter. Brumus, foggy, wintry. Brunnius, dark brown. Bruxism, habitual grinding of the teeth. Bruxomania, compulsion for grinding teeth. Bryology, the study of mosses and liverworts. Buboline, of, like or pertaining to buffalo or antelopes. Bubonalgia, painful inflammation of the groin. Buccal, of, like or pertaining to the mouth or cheek. Buchan, metal frame on which meat is dried and or roasted. Buccina, Roman curved trumpet. Buccinal, shaped or sounding like a trumpet. Bucula, double chin. Bucentaur, legendary half-man and half-ox. Buck and wing, solo tap dance with many leg flings and leaps. Buckminster fullerene, stable carbon molecule with structure like a geodesic dome. Buckram, stiff-finished cotton or linen used for linings of garments. Bucoliest, writer of pastoral poems. Bucolic, of, like or pertaining to the tending of cattle. Rustic, rural. Buddle, sloping container for washing ore. Buffet, chin piece for helmet with breathing holes. Buffoniform, shaped like a toad. Buffotnine, hallucinogen found in certain tropical toads. Boogaboo, loud or empty nonsense. Boule, inlaying of precious material onto furniture. Bulbiferous, bearing bulbs. Bulbul, gregarious songbird. Bulgur, cooked broken wheat. Bulimy, extreme hunger. Bulla, round seal attached to a papal bull. Bullis, wild plum. Bullantic, capitalized and ornamented as letters used on papal bulls. Bullery, collection of papal bulls. Bullate, having a blistered or puckered appearance. Bulliform, shaped like a blister or boil. Bullionism, belief in the importance of metallic currency in economics. Bullition, the act of boiling. Bullock, an ox or castrated bull. Bullyrag, to assault with abusive language. To badger. Bulse, a small bag for diamonds or gold dust. Bulwark, the side of a ship above the deck. Bumboat, small boat used in harbours to carry provisions. Bummicky, cement mixed with stone chips used in masonry. Bummel stroll, leisurely journey. Bump, coarse cotton fabric. Bumpkin, spar projecting from stern of ship. Bumptious, offensively conceited or self-assertive. Buncombe, speech-making intended for the mass media. Humbug. Bunt, middle of sail, fishnet or cloth when slack. Bunting, light loosely woven fabric used for flags. Buntline, rope attached to middle of square sail to haul it up to the yard. Burde, cotton fabric. Burgage, tenure in sockage for a yearly rent. Burgonet, light helmet with nose and cheek protection. Burgee, small ship's flag used for identification or signalling. Burgensic, of, like or pertaining to a borough or its citizens. Burgrave, commander of a German town or castle. Burk, to suppress quietly, to bypass or avoid. Burlap, coarse plain woven jute or hemp fabric. Burnet, dark brown, dark woolen cloth. Burrel, coarse russet cloth. Burrel, an eavesdropper. Burstone, type of rock used to make millstones. Bursal, of, like or pertaining to a state's revenues. Bursary, treasury of a monastery or college. Burse, square cloth case to carry the corporal during communion service. Bursiculate, resembling a small pouch. Bursiform, shaped like a pouch or purse. Bourgeois, nonsense. Buskin, tragedy as a dramatic genre. Bus, rude or playful kiss. Butyanine, of, like, or pertaining to buzzards. But, unit of volume equal to 2 hogsheads or 126 gallons. Buttery, storeroom for provisions and liquors. Butyraceous, resembling, producing or having the qualities of butter. Butyric, of, like or pertaining to butter. Byre, a cow barn. Byrnie, coat of mail or breastplate. Bissaceous, delicately filamentous. Biciferous, having tufts or threads. Bissine, silky, soft, having many threads. Bissoid, fibrous, cottony soft. Byssus, mummy wrapping fabric. Bywaner, agricultural labourer. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words. Each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Cabaline, like or pertaining to or suited to a horse. Cabas, woman's work basket or handbag. Cabasse, light iron helmet. Cable, heavy rope or chain for mooring a ship. Caboshed, heraldic animal shown in full face with no neck or body. Cabochon, highly polished convex gem. Caboose, kitchen on the deck of a ship. Cabotage, shipping and sailing between points in the same country. Cabré, flying upside down with tail down. Cabri, a pronghorn. Cabrilla, Atlantic sea base. Cabriole, curved furniture leg ending in a ball, exuberant dance or caper. Cabriolet, two-wheeled carriage. Cachesthesia, morbid sensation. Cachemic, having diseased or poisoned blood. Cachalot, sperm whale. Cachalote, large whale with teeth in the lower jaw. Cashpo, ornamental container used to conceal a flower pot. Cachet, a seal of approval, a mark of prestige. Cachexic, having an unhealthy physical or mental state. Cachinnate, to laugh loudly and inappropriately. Cacidrosis, smelly sweat. Cac, rubbish, worthless nonsense. Cacodemomania, pathological belief that one is inhabited by an evil spirit. Cacodoxy, bad doctrine or wrong opinion. Cacope, poor or wrong pronunciation. Cacoethes, insatiable desire or mania, bad habit. Cacogen, antisocial person. Cacogenics, study of racial degeneration. Cacography, bad handwriting or spelling. Cacale, military mule litter. Cacology, bad choice of words or faulty pronunciation. Cacomissal, raccoon-like animal of the American Southwest. Caconym, wrongly derived name. Cacotopia, a state in which everything is as bad as it can be. Cacuminal, retroflex, pertaining to a point, crown, top or peak. Cadaster, record of ownership and value of property. Caddis, worsted yarn. Cadge, to beg or sponge from another. Cadleska, chief judge in the Turkish Empire. Cadrons, instrument by which a gem is adjusted while being cut. Caducary, passing or expiring due to lapse or forfeit. Caduceator, herald, messenger. Caducity, being of a transitory or impermanent nature. Caesity, blindness. Kenogenesis, process of growth in individual not common in its species. Caesaropapism, control of the church by a secular ruler. Caesius, bluish or greyish-green. Cespitose, growing in clusters or tufts. Caesura, natural breathing space in a line of verse. Caesura, vertical line in a text used to indicate a pause or prosodic break. Caphar, depression, the blues. Caphoi, velvety fabric. Cacamosis, unhappy marriage. Cagoule, lightweight waterproof hooded garment. Caiman, small alligator-like reptile. Cairngorm, yellow-brown quartz. Caisson, vehicle or chest for holding ammunition. Caitiff base, cowardly, despicable. Cakewalk, prancing stage dance with backward tilt. Calamanco, satin twilled woolen fabric. Calamist, piper, one who plays using a reed. Calamus, quill or reed used as a pen. Calando, slowing with gradually lowering volume. Calandra, thick-bodied Mediterranean lark. Calash, light low-wheeled carriage with folding top. Clathiform, cup-shaped. Calathus, fruit basket carried on the head. Calcar, furnace or oven for annealing. Calcariferous, having or bearing spurs. Calcariform, spur-shaped. Calciate, to shoe. Calciform, shaped like a slipper. Calciferous, bearing lime. Calciform, pebble-shaped. Calcifuge, plant that will not tolerate limy soil. Calcimin, to whitewash. Calcine, to burn so as to drive out water and carbon dioxide. Calcivorous, feeding on or living in limestone. Calcographer, one who draws with crayons or pastels. Calefacient, warming, anything that warms. Calefactory, a monastery sitting room. Calendar, machine with rollers which presses paper or cloth. Calentia, tropical fever due to heat exposure. Caliza, small two-wheeled horse-drawn buggy. Calescence, increase in heat. Calico, plain white cotton. Calicula, like a chalice or cup. Caliginous, misty, dark, dim, obscure. Calliology, study of birds' nests. Calipace, turtle's carapace. Calyx, cup, chalice. Calk, pointed piece on a horseshoe to prevent slipping. Callant, boy, fellow. Calligram, design using the letters of a word. Calipagus, having beautiful buttocks. Calistea, awards given for beauty. Callithump, boisterous and noisy parade. Callow, unfledged, inexperienced. Calodemon, good or beneficial spirit. Calorifacient, producing or generating heat. Calorifix, study of heat. Calorimeter, instrument for measuring absorbed or evolved heat. Calotte, Roman Catholic skull cap. Calque, word or expression introduced into a language by literally translating it. Calumet, ornamented ceremonial pipe. Calumniate, to slander, misrepresent, besmirch. Calumny, vile misrepresentation. Calvary, experience of intense mental suffering. Calver, to prepare fish while alive or freshly caught. Calvities, baldness. Calvus, bold. Calicine, of, like or pertaining to a cup or calyx. Calyx, outer covering of a flower. Camarca, fine silk fabric. Camailleux, monotonous or uninteresting play or literary work. Camail, chainmail armour for the neck and shoulders. Cayman, shinty stick. Camarilla, secret society of favourites of the king. Camber, slight arch or convexity to a beam or deck of a ship. Cambist, person skilled in the science of financial exchange. Cambistry, science of international exchange. Cambium, soft tissue found in trees. Cambracene, fine linen fabric. Cambric, fine thin white cotton or linen fabric. Cameline, of, like or pertaining to camels. Cameleus, jocular term describing camel's hump. Camelopard, giraffe. Camelot, newspaper vendor. Camelry, troops mounted on camels. Cameralism, mercantilism designed to increase a ruler's power. Camerated, divided into separate chambers. Cameriere, waiter or valet. Camerlengo, papal treasurer. Camisade, night attack. Camisole, straitjacket used for unruly prisoners. Camlet, strong waterproof silk or wool fabric. Camorra, group united for nefarious or traitorous ends. Camouflet, mine used to destroy underground enemy emplacement. Campagnole, short-tailed field mouse. Campaniform, bell-shaped. Campanile, freestanding bell tower on church property. Campanology, the art of bell ringing. Campanulate, shaped like a bell. Campestral, of, like or pertaining to the country, pertaining to level ground. Camstery, perverse, unruly. Canaille, riffraff, proletarian, the mob, rabble. Canaliculate, grooved or channeled lengthwise. Canard, false rumour, hoax. Canary, lively Renaissance courtly dance. Cancellarial, of like or pertaining to a chancellor. Cancellous, having a porous structure. Cancerophobia, fear of cancer. Cancreform, shaped like a crab. Cancrene, of, like or pertaining to crabs. Palindromic. Cancrisons, moving backwards, repeating a musical theme backwards. Candela, unit of luminous intensity. Candent, heated to whiteness. Candescent, glowing hotly. Canephore, sculpted figure carrying a basket on the head. Canescent, hoary, tending to become white or grey. Caneva, fancy woolen fabric made to resemble canvas. Canazoo, woman's garment like a blouse. Kang, wooden yoke hung around a criminal's neck. Canicide, killer of a dog. Canicula, of, like or pertaining to the dog star. Canities, whiteness of the hair. Canal, bevel on the edge of a chisel. Cannelure, groove or fluting. Cannikin, small can or drinking vessel. Cannonade, an attack with heavy artillery. Cannonarchy, government by superior firepower or by cannons. Cannula, hollow or tube-shaped. Canoness, woman living in a community under a religious rule. Canonicate, the rank or office of a canon. Canophilia, love or fondness for dogs. Canopus, verse for holding dead individuals' inner organs. Canorous, musical, singing, resonant. Conch, Chinese cotton fabric. Canterbank, strolling singer, second-rate musician. Cantative, of, like or pertaining to singing. Cantatrice, female singer. Cantor, person who makes hypocritical or affected statements. Canterbury, stand with divisions for holding books or music. Canthus, angle between eyelids at the corner of the eye. Canticle, short holy song or sung prayer. Cantillate, to chant or intone. Cantle, corner, edge or slice of anything. Canton, dexter, chief region of a heraldic field. Cantonment, small military town. Cantorial, located on the north side of the choir in a church. Canzone, instrumental work that is melodious or song-like. Caparison, ornamented covering for a horse. Caparison, armour for a horse. Capelin, surgical bandage for the stump of amputated limb. Small iron skull cap. Capelocracy, government by shopkeepers. Capious, writ authorizing the arrest of a person. Capillaceous, hair-like. Capilotade, stewed meat dish. Capistrate, hooded. Capitalism, doctrine that private ownership and free markets should govern economies. Capitation, numbering of individuals, head tax. Capitulary, of, like or pertaining to a chapter of an organization. Capel, a horse. Capnomancy, divination by means of smoke. Caponier, covered passage across a moat or ditch. Capriolate, having or resembling tentacles. Capric, having a goat-like smell, of, like or pertaining to goats. Caprifoliaceous, of like or pertaining to the honeysuckle plant. Capriform, goat-like. Caprine, of, like or pertaining to goats. Capriole, leap and kick performed by a trained horse. Capripede, satyr. Capruncle, earthen vessel. Capstan, upright device for winding in heavy ropes or cables. Captation, attempt to obtain applause or recognition. Captious, peevish, ready to take offence or find fault. Capuchin, pointed hooded cloak worn by friars. Capybara, tailless aquatic rodent of South America. Caracal, long-legged nocturnal cat of African and Asian savannas with long ears. Caracara, long-legged South American falcon. Caracole, spiral staircase, a half-turn by a trained horse. Caravanserai, inn or rest station for caravans. Carbazus, lint or gauze. Carboniferous, bearing carbon. Carboy, large green bottle encased in wicker. Carbuncle, architectural monstrosity or eyesore, red precious stone. Carcanet, ornamental necklace, collar or headband. Carcelage, or prison fees. Carceral, of, like or pertaining to prisons. Carcinology, study of crabs and other crustaceans. Cardialgia, heartburn. Cardimelec, supposed vital force causing heart to work. Cardinal, deep scarlet red colour. Cardinalitial, of, like or pertaining to church cardinals. Cardiognost, one who knows the workings of the heart. Cardiograph, instrument for recording movements of the heart. Cardioid, heart-shaped. Cardophagus, donkey, something that eats thistles. Careen, to turn a ship on its side in order to clean or repair it. Carrot, Mark used to note an omission. Carfax, place where four roads meet, intersection of roads at centre of a town. Carfrol, compound of carbon, iron and aluminum. Caracology, study of sedges. Caracus, of, like or pertaining to figs. Carillon, set of bells of different sizes. Carinated, shaped like the prow or keel of a ship. Cariniform, keel-shaped. Carioca, variation of the samba. Cariogenic, causing dental cavities. Cariole, light open carriage. Carious of, like or pertaining to dental cavities decayed. Caritative, generous, charitable. Carative, indicating lack of something. Carking, imposing great hardship or strain. Carminative, expelling, causing or relieving flatulence. Carnaptious, bad-tempered, cantankerous. Carnassial, specially adapted for eating flesh. Carneous, fleshy, flesh-coloured, like or pertaining to flesh. Carne, customs or other permit, book of coupons. Carnivorous, bearing flesh, fleshy. Carnifex, executioner. Carnification, conversion into flesh. Carnificial, of, like or pertaining to butchers or executioners. Carnificin, place of execution, office of the executioner. Carnose, fleshy, of or like, flesh. Caroche, stately carriage used on ceremonial occasions. Carpal, of, like or pertaining to the wrist. Carphology, fitful plucking movements as in delirium. Carpogynous, producing or bearing fruit. Carpology, study of fruit. Carpophagus, fruit-eating. Carrack, galleon. Carrywitchet, a quip or quibble, a pun, a conundrum. Carronade, short and light maritime cannon. Cartilaginous, like or composed of cartilage. Cartomancy, telling fortunes using playing cards. Cartophily, the hobby of collecting cigarette cards. Cartouche, oval, or scroll-shaped ornamentation on monument or tomb. Cartulary, keeper of monastic records. Caracadia's much land as a team of oxen ploughs in a season. Caruncle, any fleshy growth on the body. Caryatid, column shaped like female figure. Cascabel, part behind the base ring of a cannon. Cascrum, spade with bent handle for tilling soil. Casify, to become or make cheese-like. Casemate, bomb-proof chamber or armoured compartment. Caseus, cheese-like. Casson, barrack or billet for soldiers. Cashmere, soft twilled fabric made of fine goat's wool. Cashmerette, soft imitation of cashmere. Casque, helmet. Casque, light open-faced helmet. Cascatel, light steel helmet with no visor. Cassation, annulment, overthrow of legal decision. Cassidius, helmet-shaped. Casimere, closely woven twilled cloth of fine wool. Cassock, close-fitting ankle-length clergyman's garment. Cassowary, large flightless Melanesian bird. Castaneous, chestnut-coloured. Castellan, governor of castle or fortification. Castella, of, like or pertaining to a castle. Castellated, having battlements or turrets. Castaphrenia, belief that one's thoughts are being stolen. Castry, brown colour, brown dye derived from beaver pelts. Castral, of or belonging to the camp. Castrametation, the art of designing a camp. Casualism, the belief that chance governs all things. Casuistry, plausible but flawed moral reasoning. Catabaptism, belief in the wrongness of infant baptism. Catabasis, the decline of a disease in a population. Catachresis, incorrect usage of a word. Catachthonian, underground, subterranean. Cataclasm, disruption, breaking down. Catacoustics, science of echoes or reflected sounds. Catadioptric, employing both reflection and refraction of light. Catadromous, migrating from fresh to salt water to spawn. Catafalque, temporary tomb used in funerals and processions. Catalactic, of, like or pertaining to exchange. Catalactics, science of commercial exchange. Catalectic, incomplete, missing final syllable. Catamite, boy kept for homosexual purposes. Catamount, any wild species of mountain lion or large cat. Catapedomania, obsession with jumping from high places. Cataphract, suit of mail, soldier in full armour, armoured ship. Cataphysical, unnatural. Cataplasm, plaster or poultice. Cataplexy, condition feigning death used by animals. Catarolysis, letting off steam by cursing. Catarrhine, of, like or pertaining to old world monkeys. Cataster, scaffold or stage for torture or selling slaves. Catastaltic, astringent. Catastasis, introductory part of speech where narrator introduces subject. Catastasis, part of drama with highest action. Climax. Catastrophism, belief in rapid geological and biological change. Catchpole, constable, sheriff's officer. Catechetics, the art of teaching by question and answer. Catechumen, one undergoing instruction prior to conversion to Christianity. Catena, series, chain, or sequence. Catenarian, of, like, or pertaining to chains. Catenet, to connect as in or by a chain. Catenula, chain-like. Cateran, a Scottish military irregular or brigand. Cathead, projection near the bow of a ship to which anchor is secured. Cathedra, chair or throne of office for a bishop or other high official. Cathetometer, instrument for measuring short vertical distances. Cathexis, investment of emotional energy in a thought or idea. Cathisma, short hymn used as response. Cathesophobia, fear of sitting. Catholicon, cure all, panacea. Catholicos, primate of Armenian or Nestorian Church. Catogenic, formed from above. Catoptric, of, like or pertaining to reflection or reflected light. Catoptromancy, divination by examining mirror placed under water. Caudal, of, like, or pertaining to the tail. Caudiform, tail-like, tail-shaped. Caudal, warm drink given to the sick. Caul, net or similar covering for the head, after birth. Cauliform, shaped like or resembling a stem. Cauliginous, originating on the stem of a plant. Caulataxy, disposition and location of branches on a stem. Corponet, to engage in questionable trade for the sake of gain. Causative, indicating causation by. Causery, chat or gossip, short and informal essay. Causidical, of, like or pertaining to those who plead legal cases. Causamancy, divination by means of fire. Cautelous, treacherous. Cunning, wily, cautious. Cavaquinho, four-stringed Brazilian ukulele. Cavatina, short operatic air. Caverniculus, cave-dwelling. Caverniloquy, cavernous voice of a patient heard over a patient's lung cavity. Cavernulous, full of small cavities or holes. Cavesson, noseband for a horse. Cavicorn, hollow-horned. Cavil, to raise trivial and frivolous objections. Sebocephalic, having a head shaped like a monkey's. Cecils, minced meat made into balls and fried. Cecity, blindness, secuciency, a tendency toward blindness. Cedilla, mark placed under letter C to indicate pronunciation as S. Cedrate, citron. Ceilometer, instrument for measuring height of cloud ceiling above earth. Celadon, pale green glazed pottery. Celation, concealment. Celesta, keyboard instrument with hammers that strike on steel plates. Celeste, sky blue. Celidography, descriptions of markings on the sun, a planet or moon. Cella, inner chamber of a classical temple. Cellera, monastery official in charge of provisions. Cellaret, case or drawer for holding wine bottles. Celliferous, bearing cells. Celluliferous, bearing little cells. Celsitude, loftiness. Celt, prehistoric beveled edge axe. Celtus, lettuce with an edible stalk. Cementatory, having the quality of binding or uniting firmly. Cementum, hard tissue covering roots of teeth. Scenical, meeting or dining room group with common interests. Scenical, room where the Last Supper was eaten. Scenatory, of, like or pertaining to supper. Sendal, silk fabric resembling taffeta. Ceneromancy, divination using ashes. Cenobite, monk, member of religious group. Cenobe, monastery or convent. Xenophobia, fear of empty spaces. Cenote, deep natural well. Censer, vessel for burning incense in religious rituals. Centesimal, counting or counted by hundreds or hundredths. Centiloquy, work consisting of 100 aphorisms attributed to Ptolemy. Centner, old unit of weight equal to about 110 pounds. Cento, patchwork composition, collection of short quotations. Centrobaric, of, like or pertaining to the centre of gravity. Centuple, hundredfold. Cep, brown edible mushroom. Cepacious, smelling or tasting of garlic or onion. Cephalate, having a head. Cephalization, placing of major organs and bodily functions in the head. Cephalonomancy, divination by boiling an ass head. Cephalophore, decapitated saint depicted with head tucked under arm. Cephalopod, creature with tentacles or limbs attached to head. Sepivorous, onion-eating. Ceraceous, resembling wax. Ceramography, historical description of types of pottery. Serrated, covered with wax. Ceratoid, shaped like a horn, horny. Seronograph, instrument for recording thunder and lightning. Seronomancy, divination using thunderbolts. Seronoscopy, divination using lightning. Cerberic, vigilant, dragon-like, like Cerberus. Cercopithecon, of, like or pertaining to long-tailed monkeys. Circus, tail-like appendage. Cerebration, unconscious action of the brain. Cerements, clothes placed on a deceased individual. Surge, large wax candle burned before the altar. Ceriferous, producing wax. Cerise, bright reddish pink. Cernuous, drooping or hanging. Cerography, writing or printing on plates spread with wax. Ceromancy, divination by means of wax drippings. Ceroscopy, divination using wax, certs, in truth, certainly. Cerulean, sky blue, dark blue, cerumen earwax, ceraminiferous, bearing or yielding earwax. Cervelat, short bassoon-like instrument. Cervelat, smoked pork sausage. Cerveliere, steel cap worn under a great helm. Cervicide, killing of a deer. Cervicorn, branching like antlers. Cervine, of, pertaining to or resembling deer, elk, or moose. Cervisial, of like or pertaining to beer. Cesius, bluish-grey. Cesspitus, composed of or resembling turf. Cessionary, someone to which something is ceded. Cetacean, type of aquatic mammal including whales and dolphins. Cetae, collective name for a group of badgers. Ceticide, killing of whales and other cetaceans. Cetology, study of whales and dolphins. Sieve sail, ornamental corner of a coat. Shabuk, horsewhip. Chacon, Spanish Baroque dance in triple time. Chad, bits of paper punched out of paper tape or cards. Chetiferous, bearing bristles, bristly. Chetiferous, in need of a shave. Chaffer, to bargain or haggle. Chain, unit of length equal to 22 yards. Chaise, light open carriage for 1 or 2 people. Chelastic, laxative. Chalcography, the art of engraving on copper or brass. Calcotriptychs, art of taking rubbings from ornamental brasses. Chaldron, old unit of dry volume equal to between 32 and 72 bushels. Chalice, soft lightweight silk, wool or cotton fabric. Chalipsography, art of engraving on steel. Chambranle, decoration around a door frame or fireplace. Chambray, lightweight fabric with coloured warp and white filling. Chambray, wine kept at room temperature. Chamfer, to channel or make furrows upon, to bevel. Chamfrung, piece of leather to protect a warhorse's face. Chamois, cotton fabric made in imitation of chamois leather. Chamois, goat-like antelope of mountainous regions of Europe. Champagne, level countryside, or plain. Champathy, illegal contract to finance a lawsuit for a percentage fee. Chancel, part of church containing altar and seats for choir. Chancery, church office dealing with legal matters and archives. Chandelle, sharp upward turn in aviation. Chantage, blackmail to prevent exposure of scandalous facts. Chanter, part of bagpipes on which the melody is played. Chanticleer, a rooster. Chantry, chapel or altar built for prayers for its benefactor's soul. Chaology, the study of chaos or chaos theory. Chaomancy, divination by examining phenomena of the air. Chapbook, small independently produced popular book. Chaplet, circlet or wreath for the head, short string of priya beads. Chaptalize, to add extra sugar to wine to raise alcohol content. Charabanc, open tourist coach. Characterology, study of development of character. Chariantism, expression of an unpleasant thing in an agreeable manner. Euphemism. Charivari, cacophonous mock serenade performed for wedding. Chark, to burn wood to charcoal. Charleston, fast-paced 1920s dance characterized by energetic kicking. Charmant, silk fabric with a crepe back. Charmeuse, soft and satiny silk fabric. Charnel, room where corpses are placed. Charnel, hinge of a helmet for the visor. Charpy, shredded lint used to dress wounds. Chartaceous, papery. Charterhouse, Carthusian monastic building. Chartreuse, yellow-green colour. Chary, discreetly cautious or sparing. Chasmogamy, opening of a flower in order to be fertilized. Chasmophil, lover of nooks and crannies. Chasmophilus, fond of nooks, crevices and crannies. Chasseur, hunter, liveried hotel attendant. Chasuble, sleeveless ecclesiastical garment. Chatelaine, female castle owner, manager or caretaker. Chatelaine, ring attached to belt for carrying keys. Chaton, setting or stone of a finger ring. Chatoyant, with a changing lustre, iridescent. Chauffeur, small furnace. Chausses, male coverings for the lower legs and feet. Chaussures, general name for boots and shoes, footwear. Chaudron, entrails. Chyloplasty, plastic surgery on the lip. Chiloproclitic, attracted to lips. Cheliferous, bearing pincers or claws. Cheliform, shaped like a pincer. Chelonian, of like or pertaining to tortoises or turtles. Chenille, velvety silk, wool or cotton fabric with protruding pile. Chernozem, black earth typically found in cool grassland climates. Chersonese, peninsula. Chesil, gravel. Chessel, cheese mould. Chevalet, bridge of a stringed instrument. Cheveline, horse meat. Chevaster, double bandage for supporting chin in case of broken jaw. Chevelure, nebulous part of a comet. Cheverel, soft, flexible. Kid skin leather. Chevet, east end of a church. Cheville, unnecessary word used to extend line of verse. Cheviot, coarse, heavy plain or twilled wool or worsted. Chevisance, resource, achievement, gain. Chevron, goat flesh. Chevrotain, small deer-like mammal. Chevrotain, small cloven-footed deer-like animal of Southeast Asia. Chiaroscuro, juxtaposition of light and shade in artwork or literature. Chiasmus, contrast by parallelism in reverse order. Chicanery, clever but misleading talk, deception. Chiffon, sheer silk fabric. Chiffonnier, chest of drawers. Chignon, knot or roll of hair worn at the back of the head. Chilgoza, edible pine seed. Chiliad, 1000. Chilihedron, 1,000-sided solid figure. Chiliarchy, government by 1,000 people. Chiliasm, belief that Jesus will reign on earth for 1,000 years. Chiliastic, millenarian. Chiliom, sacrifice of 1,000 animals. Chilopod, multi-legged insect. Chimere, loose sleeveless robes worn by Anglican bishops. Chimerical, imaginary, fanciful. Chiminage, toll paid for going through a forest. Chinamania, obsession with collecting china. Chine, backbone and adjoining flesh of an animal. Chine, the intersection of the middle and sides of a boat. Chino, strong-twilled cotton cloth. Chintz, glazed printed cotton fabric. Chionoblepsia, snowblindness. Chiral, of, like or pertaining to the hand or handedness. Chirality, chemical property of structural handedness. Chirapsia, massage. Chirk, cheer. Churm, collective term for goldfinches. Chirocosmetics, beautifying the hands, art of manicure. Chirocracy, government by physical force. Chirognomy, divination by studying the hands. Chirograph, written or signed document. Chirography, study of handwriting or penmanship. Chirogymnast, finger exercise machine for pianists. Chirology, study of the hands. Chiromancy, divination by means of palmistry. Chironomy, gesticulation or mime. Chiropody, medical science of feet. Chiropractic, treatment of disorders of the locomotor system and spinal column. Chiropterophilus, pollinated or frequented by bats. Chirosophy, knowledge of palm reading. Chirospasm, writer's cramp. Chirotony, election by a show of hands. Chiru, straight-horned Tibetan antelope. Chital, Indian spotted deer. Chitaron, long double-necked lute. Chlamydate, having a mantle or hood. Chlamys, horseman's loose cloak. Chlorocrus, green-coloured. Chlorometer, instrument for measuring amount of chlorine in a solution. Cholenoid, shaped like a funnel. Chock, metal casting with curved arms for passing ropes for mooring ship. Choga, loose Afghan dressing gown. Cholelithiasis, production of gallstones. Coleum, verse with an iambus in 5th place and a spondee in the 6th. Cholic, of, like or pertaining to bile. Chola, double chin. Chololith, gallstone. Shomage, work stoppage or slump. Chondrogenesis, production of cartilage. Chondroid, like or resembling cartilage. Choragus, leader of a choir or organizer of musical festivals. Chordee, painful, downward curving erection of the penis. Choreomania, dancing mania or frenzy. Corpiscopal, of like or pertaining to an early local bishop. Cherutic, of, like or pertaining to a chorus. Chorusis, multiplication of parts by branching or splitting. Chorizont, one who disputes identity of authorship. Chorographer, one who maps or describes a region. Chorography, written work or treatise on a region or district. Chorology, science of the geographic description of anything. Chorometry, land surveying. Chouse, to cheat, to swindle. Crematistic, of, like or pertaining to the pursuit of wealth or to business. Crematistics, the study of wealth, political economy. Crematophobia, fear of money. Creotechnics, useful or practical trades or arts. Crestomathic, of, like or pertaining to useful knowledge. Crestomathy, anthology of passages used in learning languages. Chrism, consecrated or holy oil. Chrismation, sacrament of baptism in Eastern churches. Chrismatory, vessel for holding holy oil. Chrism, white robe put on newly baptized child. Chrismalis, the loser who wrote this damn list. Christolatry, worship of Christ. Christophany, appearance of Christ to men. Chromatism, presence of abnormal coloration. Chromatocracy, government by rulers of a particular skin color. Chromatograph, instrument for performing chromatographic separations. Chromatoptometer, instrument measuring eyes' sensitivity to color. Chromolithography, art of printing in color using stone. Chromophilus, staining easily. Chromoxylography, art of printing in color using wood. Chronobiology, study of biological rhythms. Chronogram, inscription whose letters form a Roman numeral date. Chronograph, instrument for recording the moment of an event. Chronography, writing or written work describing chronological events. Chronomancy, divination by means of time. Chronopher, electrical instrument for transmitting time signals. Chronoscope, instrument for measuring very short time intervals. Chronosticon, chronogrammatic line or stanza. Chronosynchronicity, presentation of all stages of a person's life in a single piece of art. Chryselephantine, inlaid with gold and ivory. Chrysoaristocracy, government by the wealthy. Plutocracy. Chrysochlorus, greenish gold. Chrysocracy, government by the wealthy, plutocracy. Chrysography, writing in gold or silver letters. Chrysology, study of precious metals. Chrysophilist, gold lover. Chrysopoetics, transmutation of substances into gold. Christocrine, rock formation resembling glacier. Chthonian, of, like or pertaining to the earth or the underworld. Chthonography, written description of soils. Chthonophaga, eating dirt. Chuckwalla, herbivorous desert-dwelling lizard. Churching, church ceremony given to women after childbirth. Churchism, devotion to church rules over religious precepts. Chyle, milky fluid secreted into blood by small intestine. Chiliferous, bearing chyle. Chyme, partially digested food. Chymiferous, bearing chyme. Chypra, mixture of resins used in making perfume. Cibarius, of, like or pertaining to food, useful for food. Cibation, taking food, feeding. Cybophobia, fear of or distaste for food. Ciborium, freestanding canopy to cover altar, vessel for holding Eucharistic bread. Cicatrization, scarification, production of marks upon. Cicerone, guide, tour guide. Cicisbeo, male companion of a married woman. Cicanine, of, like or pertaining to storks. Cienega, marsh or swamp. Cilis, haircloth shirt worn as penance. Cilosis, spasm or twitch in the upper eyelid. Simelia, treasures in storage. Similiarch, church vestry or treasury. Ximex, bedbug. Simicide, substance used to kill bedbugs. Cimier, crest of helmet. Removable heraldic device or favour of courtly love. Cincture, to gird or surround. Belt worn around ecclesiastical vestment. Cineast, one who takes artistic interest in motion pictures. Cinerarium, container for cremated ashes. Cinerary, of, like or pertaining to ashes. Cinereous, ashen, ash, grey. Singular, shaped like a girdle or ring. Cingulum, girdle or girdle-like structure. Priest's belt. Cinnabar, red crystalline mercuric sulfide pigment. Deep red or scarlet colour. Syncopats, lively medieval dance with 5 steps. Cyplinarian, one who teaches disorder. Cipolin, white marble streaked with green. Sippus, small column used to mark burial location. Sippus, the stocks. Circa, about, around. Circadian, occurring every 24 hours. Circinate, ring-shaped, rolled inwards, spiralling. Circuiter, about, around. Circuity, motion in a roundabout course. Circumambagus, roundabout in speech. Circumambient, going round about, encompassing. Circumaviate, to fly around. Circumbendibus, a roundabout way or expression. Circumcrescent, growing around, above or over. Circumduct, to cause to revolve around an imaginary axis. Circumflex, accent mark placed above vowel to indicate sound change. Circumforaneous, wandering about as from market to market. Circumferentor, surveyor's instrument used to measure angles. Circumfulgent, shining about or around. Circumfuse, to pour around or about. Circumincession, the reciprocal existence of 3 parts of the Trinity in each other. Circumjacent, bordering on every side. Circumliteral, around or near the shore. Circumpose, to place around. Circumvallate, to surround with a rampart or fortification. Circumvolution, anything winding or sinuous. Sire, fabric with a glazed finish. Cirrate, having tendrils. Cirript, barnacle or other parasitic crustacean. Ciselure, the art of chasing metal. Cismarine, on this or the near side of the ocean. Cismontane, on this or the near side of the mountains. Cispontine, on this or the near side of a bridge. Cist, tomb consisting of stone chest covered with stone slabs. Cisvestism, wearing strange or inappropriate clothes. Cithara, ancient Greek musical instrument like a lyre. Citigrade, moving quickly. Citrus, lemon-coloured, lemony. Citrine, dark greenish yellow. Cytosis, abnormal desire for strange foods. Civet, long-tailed cat-like carnivorous mammal with musk glands. Cladistics, taxonomic theory distinguishing by common ancestor. Cladogenesis, origin and evolution as if branching from common ancestor. Cladoptosis, annual shedding of twigs and branches. Clados, branching, branched. Clamancy, urgency. Clamant, loud, insistent, urgent. Clangor, loud ringing noise or clang. Claptrap, showy language designed to gain praise, nonsense. Clack, group of hired applauders or sycophants. Clarence, four-wheeled carriage. Clariget, to declare war formally. Classis, a group, governing body of Reformed churches. Clastic, able to be disassembled into its component parts. Clatfart, idle chatter, nonsense. Clathrate, shaped like a net or lattice. Clathros, marked with latticed lines or grooves. Claudent, closing, ending, confining. Claudication, limpness, cramp-like pain. Claustral, secluded, narrow-minded. Claustration, the act of shutting in a cloister. Claustrophobia, fear of closed spaces. Clavat, club-shaped. Claver, gossip. Claviture, keyboard. Clavichord, old keyboard, stringed instrument. Clavicylinder, square keyboard instrument whose sound produced from a glass cylinder. Clavicymbal, old name for a harpsichord. Claviform, in the shape of a club. Clavigerous, club-bearing. Clavigerous, keeping keys. Claviole, keyed string instrument. Clavis, key. Glossary, index. Legend. Cledonism, circumlocution used to avoid speaking unlucky words. Clegg, horsefly. Cledomancy, divination using keys. Clethrol, completely roofed over. Clem, to starve. Cleep, to name, to call. Clepsydra, instrument which measures time by trickling water. Clerestory, upper story of a church, windows near the roof of a building. Clerihew, jingle summing up person's life in 2 couplets. Clerisy, scholars and educated people as a class. Cleromancy, divination using dice. Cleronomy, inheritance. Clevis, U-shaped fastener with pin used to close the open end. Clue, corner of sail with hole to attach ropes. Clicket, a latch. Clientage, the whole number of one's clients. Climacophobia, fear of falling downstairs. Climacteric, critical time in a person's life, any critical turning point. Climatarchic, presiding over a climate or region of the earth. Climatography, description of the climate of a region. Clinamen, inclination, bias, prejudice. Clinkstone, type of igneous rock that rings when struck. Clinology, study of aging or individual decline after maturity. Clinomania, excessive desire to stay in bed. Clinometer, instrument used to measure slopes and elevations. Clinophilia, passion for beds, clinophobia, fear of staying in bed, clinquant, tinsely, glittering, cliometrics, the application of statistics in economic history, clitellum, raised band encircling an earthworm's body, clithridiate, shaped like a keyhole, clitter, to make a shrill rattling noise, clivose, hilly, steep, cloaca, sewer, toilet, cesspool of moral filth, clochard, tramp, vagrant, hobo, cloison, partition, dividing band, clonic, spasmodic, occasional, irregular, clock, fabric with an embossed design, cloture, means of ending legislative debate, clue, main point of interest, dominant idea, clough, ravine, trench, gully, clove, old weight of 7 to 10 pounds for wool or cheese, clouder, collective term for cats, clupioid, like or resembling a herring, clipete, shaped like a buckler, clismian, of, like or pertaining to or caused by flood, clister, enema, synemial, of like or pertaining to the tibia, shin bone, cnemes, shin bone, nicknode, point where tangents form a cone of the second order, cnidarian, of, like, or pertaining to invertebrates such as jellyfish and anemones, concavate, to heap, to cause to mass together, coadjuvant, mutual assistance, coadjutor, bishop assisting a diocesan bishop and having the right of succession, coadunate, to unite, to combine, cogment, to join or cement together, coalesce, to bring into coalition, coexuvate, to heap, to cause, to mass together, coadjuvant, mutual assistance, coadjutor, bishop assisting a diocesan bishop and having the right of succession, cogunate, to unite, to combine, cogment, to join or cement together, coalesce, to bring into coalition, combing, raised edge around ships' hatches to keep water out, coaptation, joining or fitting together, coarctation, constriction, cobaltiferous, bearing cobalt, coburg, thin single-twilled worsted fabric with cotton or silk, cocarde, emblem on airplane's wing indicating its nationality, cocciferous, bearing or yielding berries, coccineous, bright red, cochlear, anything spiral-shaped, twisted spirally, cockalorum, boastful and self-important person, cockamamie, ridiculous, incredible, cocker, to pamper, to indulge, cocket, official shipping seal, customs clearance form, cockloft, small room just under the roof, cockshy, object of criticism or ridicule, cocotte, prostitute, a flirt or tease, cocktail, baked, hardened by fire, codicil, supplement to a will, codicology, study of manuscripts, codling, unripe apple, codon, mouth of a trumpet or bell, codswallop, something utterly senseless, nonsense, cohorn, small mortar for throwing grenades, coelacanth, lobe-finned fish long thought to be extinct, coeliac, of, like or pertaining to the abdomen, coelom, body cavity, abdomen, coemption, purchase of the entire supply of a commodity, coanaculus, fond of dining, relishing food, especially suppers, conestheses, sensation, coercimeter, instrument for measuring coercive force, coetaneous, of the same age, coeval, of the same length of time, having the same duration, cofferdam, narrow vacant space between two bulkheads of a ship, coffle, gang of slaves tied together, coffre, small coffer, presentation box. Cog, single-masted, square-sailed ship with raised stern. Cogent, convincing, compelling. Coggage, paper. Cogitabund, meditative, engaged in deep thought. Cognomen, family name. Cohibit, to restrain. Cohobate, to redistill. Cohyponym, word which is one of multiple hyponyms of another word. Coif, iron skull cap. Coin, angle, viewpoint. Coinstantaneous, simultaneous, at the same time. Col, depression or pass in a mountain range. Collation, filtration. Colopterology, study of beetles and weevils. Coliform, resembling or shaped like a sieve. Collectanea, collection of passages, miscellany. Collectic, adhesive, sticky. Collectivism, doctrine of communal control of means of production. Collegia, mortarboard. Collegialism, theory that church is independent from the state. Coliform, shaped like or resembling a neck. Colligation, bringing or binding together, conjunction. Collimation, making parallel, adjusting to put into line. Collocation, the process of melting or wasting away. Collocation, the placing of things together. Collogue, to converse confidentially, to conspire with. Colloid, jelly-like. Colloquy, speaking together, mutual discourse. Colluctation, strife, opposition. Collutory mouthwash. Colluvies, accumulated filth, foul discharge. Collyrium, eye lotion or ointment. Colobus, long-tailed African monkey. Colocolo, wild South American cat. Colonnade, row of evenly spaced column or trees. Colonoscope, instrument for viewing the colon. Colophon, publisher's emblem or inscription in a book. Colorimeter, instrument for measuring and determining colour. Colostrum, mother's first milk. Colporteur, peddler of religious tracts and books. Colposcope, instrument for viewing the neck of the uterus. Colubriform, shaped like a snake. Colubrine, like a snake. Cunning, of, like or pertaining to snakes. Colugo, flying lemur. Columbaceous, of, like or pertaining to doves or pigeons. Columbarium, a structure of vaults lined with recesses. Columbine, of or like a dove. Dove-coloured. Columella, fleshy part of nose that separates nostrils. Collier, celestial circle that intersects another at the poles. Colytic, restraining, preventative. Comate, hairy. Comb, ridge atop a helmet. Comb cap, ridged helmet. Comburant, burning, causing combustion. Comburivorous, consuming by fire. Comedogenic, causing blackheads. Comphorous, bearing or having hair, hairy. Comtography, scientific description of comets. Cometology, study of comets. Commiferous, tufted. Commitative, indicating accompaniment. Comitatus, band of warriors who escort a prince, a county or shire. Comity, courteousness, civility. Commatic, divided into short lines, divided with commas. Commination, threatening, denunciation. Comminate, to reduce or break into minute particles. Commis, assistant, deputy, apprentice. Commissure, joint, joining surface. Commonalty, common people, the general populace. Commonefaction, act of reminding or admonishing. Commonition, warning, cautioning. Commonative, serving as a reminder. Cormorant, resident of an institution. Cormorant, dying together. Commove, to excite, to put into motion, to disturb. Commose, having tufts of hair. Tufted, hairy. Compaginate, to join, to connect. companionway, stairs from upper deck of ship to lower deck. Compaternity, spiritual relationship between child's parents and godparents. Compeer, one who is equal in rank, a companion. Compellation, the act of addressing someone. Compellative, indicating address or appellation. Vocative, compendious, concise but comprehensive. Comper, one who habitually enters many competitions. Comperendinate, to delay or defer. Competal, of, like or pertaining to crossroads. Complacent, wishing to please others, obliging. Complinate, level. Complect, to embrace, to interweave. Complicant, overlapping. Complan, prayer service held just before bedtime. Complot, to plot or conspire. Comport, a dish with a stemmed base for serving desserts. Compossible, possible in coexistence with something else. Computation, an act of carousing in company. Comprecation, prayer meeting. Compunction, regret, remorse. Compurgation, clearing an accused person by means of oaths. Confusion, wrinkling one's face. Comstockery, censorship of lewd and salacious material. Conation, mental effort towards a goal, desire, purpose. Conative, of, like or pertaining to purposeful action or desire. Conatus, a natural impulse or tendency. Concameration, vaulting. Concelebrate, to jointly recite the canon of the Eucharist in unison with others. Consonant, a harmony or concord of sounds or voices. Conceptualism, theory that universal truths exist as mental concepts. Concertina, accordion-like instrument with two sets of keys. Concetto, ingenious expression, witticism. Conchiferous, bearing a shell. Conchiform, shaped like a shell. Conchology, study of shells. Conchomancy, divination using shells. Conchiliferous, bearing a shell. Conciliable, secret meeting of conspirators. Consinity, harmony, congruity. Elegance, concipient, conceiving. Concision, schism, separation, division. Conclamation, a shout of many voices together. Concolorate, having the same colour on both sides. Concomitant, accompanying. Concordat, agreement between the Pope and a secular government. Concress, to grow together, coalesce. Concrew, to grow together. Concubitant, of a suitable age for marriage. Concupiscence, strong desire, appetite or lust. Condign, well-deserved, fitting, appropriate. Confabulate, to chat, to invent past experiences. Confelicitous, taking pleasure in others' happiness. Conferva, green algae that floats on surface of stagnant water. Confirmand, candidate for religious confirmation. Confitia, prayer of confession of sins. Conflate, blend or fuse together. Conformative, indicating resemblance, simulative. Confute, to disprove or overcome through argument. Congi, permission to depart, dismissal, discharge. Congelation, act of freezing something into a solid state. Congenier, something of the same kind or nature. Congeries, aggregation, collection. Conjury, gift distributed amongst the people or soldiers. Conglobate, shaped like a small ball or globe. Conglobe, to gather together into a globe or round mass. Conglutinate, to glue or join together. Coniaca, coin counterfeiter. Coniferous, bearing cones. Conification, making conical or pyramidal in shape. Connate, congenitally or firmly united. Connubial, of, like or pertaining to marriage. Connumerate, to count together. Consciential, pedantic or hair-splitting conscience. Consectory, deduction, conclusion or corollary, consequent. Consecution, logical sequence or progression of an argument. Consenescence, state of general decay. Consentaneous, accordant or agreeable, consistent. Consentient, unanimous, of one accord. Consequentialism, doctrine that morality of actions is determined by their consequences. Consilience, concurrence, coincidence. Conciliant, having common inferences drawn from different premises. Consistory, a solemn assembly or council, a church tribunal. Consociate, to ally or associate. Conspecies, different species that are part of the same genus. Conspectus, comprehensive survey, synopsis, summary. Conspue, to despise, to abhor, to loathe. Conspurcation, defilement. Constate, to assert. Constative, capable of being true or false. Constellate, to cluster, to compel by stellar influence. Constringe, to draw together, to cause to contract or shrink. Constructivism, belief that knowledge and reality do not have an objective value. Constuprate, to ravish. Consuetude, custom, familiarity. Consuetudinary, book of customs, traditions and principles. Consultor, advisor to a Catholic bishop. Contebescent, wasting away, atrophied. Context strife, contact, to cover or overlay. Contem, to despise or scorn. Contemner, one found guilty of contempt of court. Contemper, to blend together, to adapt. Contenement, property necessary to maintain one's station. Contesseration, forming a union by breaking a tablet as token. Contextualism, doctrine that context is essential to establishing meaning. Contiscent, silent. Contignation, joining together of timber. Contline, space between casks or strands of rope. Contorniate, having a groove around the edge. Contorno, contour or outline. Contra, against. Contractile, having the power or property of contracting. Contradistinguish, to distinguish by contrasting qualities. Contrahent, a contracting party. Contrail, condensation trail. Contraire, against. Contranatant, swimming upstream. Contraplex, having messages passing both ways simultaneously. Contraposition, opposition, contrast. Contrariant, opposed or acting contrary to. One who is opposed to something. Contraterran, opposite in character to earthly or terrestrial. Contravallation, fortification built around besieged place. Contradance, folk dance in which two lines of couples face each other. Contretemps, embarrassing occurrence, mishap. Contrist, to sadden. Contriturate, to pulverize. Contubernal, living together in the same tent, cohabiting. Contumacious, stubborn, obstinate, opposing lawful authority. Contumely, insolence, a scornful insult. Contumulation, lying in the same tomb as another. Conurbation, city surrounded by many urban areas. Conure, tropical parrot-like bird of Central and South America. Convenances, what is suitable or proper, the required proprieties. Conventicle, secret or illegal church assembly. Convicinity, neighbourhood. Convolve, to roll together. Copacetic, very satisfactory. Fine. Coparsonary, joint heirship or ownership. Kophosis, deafness. Coprolalia, pathological use of obscene language. Coprolith, ball of hardened feces. Coprology, study of pornography. Copromania, obsession with feces. Coprophagus, eating feces. Coprophemia, obscene language. Coprophilia, abnormal love or fondness for feces. Coprostates, constipation. Copyhold, land tenure dependent on will of the lord of the manor. Coquelicot, brilliant red, poppy red. Coquicide, killing of a cook. Coquillage, shell-like decoration. Coracoid, shaped like a crow's beak. Coralliferous, bearing coral. Coralligenous, producing coral. Coram, in the presence of, before. Corban, offering to God in fulfillment of a vow. Corbeau, blackish green. Corbeille, basket filled with earth used as a missile. Corbel, bracket or projection from the face of a wall. Corbiculate, like a small basket. Cordage, ropes in the rigging of a ship. Cordate, heart-shaped. Cordiform, heart-shaped. Cordovan, soft goatskin leather. Cordwainer, shoemaker. Corella, cockatiel. Corf, miner's basket, trolley or wagon. Coriaceous, having a leathery appearance, consisting of like or pertaining to leather. Corium, skin layer. Corm, swollen subterranean part of a stem. Cornet, military rank of horn-bearer or standard-bearer. Cornice, moulding at the junction of ceiling and walls. Corniculate, horn-shaped, horned. Cornific, producing or forming horns. Corniform, shaped like a horn. Cornigerous, horned. Cornuted, cuckolded. Cornuto, cuckolder. Coronac, funeral dirge. Coronagraph, instrument for viewing the corona of the sun. Coronoid, shaped like a beak. Corpocracy, government by corporate bureaucrats. Corporal, white cloth on which communion bread and wine are placed. Corpuscent, St. Elmo's fire or similar electrical discharge. Corrade, to wear away through the action of loose solids. Correption, shortening in pronunciation. Corrigendum, something which requires correction. Corrivate, to cause to flow together. Corrody, right of lord to demand free lodging from vassal. Corsetier, corset maker. Corselet, armour for the torso. Cortege, train of attendants. Procession. Courtinet, like a cobweb. Coruscate, to sparkle, to throw off flashes of light. Corvette, highly manoeuvrable armed escort ship. Corviform, shaped like a crow. Corvine, crow-like, of a like or pertaining to crows or ravens. Corybantic, wildly excited, frenzied. Coryphaeus, spokesman, leader of a chorus. Cosinomancy, divination using a sieve and a pair of shears. Kosher, to live on dependence. Cosmarchy, rulership over the entire world, especially by the devil. Cosmetology, study of cosmetics. Cosmism, belief that the cosmos is a self-existing whole. Cosmocrat, ruler of the world. Cosmogenic, produced by interaction of cosmic rays with Earth's surface. Cosmogony, theory of the origin of the universe. Cosmography, description of the universe or cosmos. Cosmolatry, worship of the world. Cosmoplastic, moulding or shaping the universe. Cosmorama, a view of different parts of the world. Cosmosophy, knowledge of the cosmos. Cosmotellurian, of, like or pertaining to both heaven and earth. Cosmotheism, the belief that identifies God with the cosmos. Cosset, to fondle or pamper. Costal, of, like or pertaining to the ribs. Costolate, ribbed. Costive, affected with or causing constipation. Coteau, uplands, higher ground of a region. Cotehardy, medieval long close-fitting garment with tight sleeves. Coterie, a social or literary circle. Cothurnal, of, like or pertaining to tragedy. Coticular, of, like or pertaining to whetstones. Cotillion, elaborate ballroom dance with frequent changes of partner. Coquine, man who does women's work. Cotter, short surplice worn over a cassock. Cotta, medieval peasant inhabiting a cottage. Cottonocracy, government by those involved in the cotton trade. Catiliform, disc-shaped with a raised rim. Couchant, in heraldry, an animal lying on its belly with head lifted. Couchy, evening reception. Coulée, steep and dry gully. Couloir, gully. Coulometer, instrument for measuring electric charge. Coulometer, instrument measuring amount of substance released in electrolysis. Coulrophobia, fear of clowns. Coulter, iron cutter in front of a ploughshare. Countenance, approve of, condone, encourage. Counterblast, a defiant pronouncement or denunciation. Counterfoil, part of ticket or check retained by giver. Countermand, to revoke an order by a contrary order. Counterphobic, seeking out situation that is feared. Counterscarp, narrow earth band on the outer wall of a defensive ditch. Coupe, four-wheeled closed horse-drawn carriage. Courant, quick Italian baroque dance involving running steps. Courgette, zucchini. Couter, armour for the elbow. Couvade, symptoms of pregnancy suffered by the father. Couveuse, incubator for babies. Covenous, fraudulent. Cow-cat, person whose function is to occupy space. Coxalgia, hip pain. Coxcomb, foolishly vain or conceited man. Coipu, large aquatic South American rodent. Cozen, to coax or deceive by trickery. Crachoir, spittoon. Crackjaw, hard to pronounce. Crambo, game in which rhyme must be found for given word. Cramoisy, crimson. Crampon, boot spike for rock and ice climbing. Craniometer, instrument for measuring the skull. Crepe hanger, pessimist. Crapulent, physically ill through overeating or overdrinking. Cricoler, fine cracking that appears in old paintings. Crash, coarse drapery and toweling fabric. Crasis, blending, melding two vowels into a diphthong. Crassolingual, having a thick tongue. Crassitude, state of being coarse, gross, or crass. Crateriform, cup-shaped. Cratometer, instrument for measuring power of magnification. Creancer, guardian or mentor. Creant, creating, formative. Creatic, of, like, or pertaining to flesh. Creatophagus, carnivorous, flesh-eating. Crebrous, frequent. Creedle, of, like, or pertaining to a creed. Credence, small table for holding sacred vessels. Credenda, things to be believed. Credenza, credence table or shelf, a sideboard. Credo, concise statement of doctrine, section of mass followed by offertory. Cremaillère, zigzag line of fortification. Cremaster, muscle by which the testicles are suspended. Cremnophobia, fear of cliffs and precipices. Crenate, scalloped. Crenel, open space on a parapet used for launching projectiles at enemies. Crenellated, notched, having battlements. Crenitic, of, like or pertaining to mineral springs. Creophagus, flesh-eating, carnivorous. Crepence, sore on a horse's hind ankle joint. Crepe, light crinkled fabric. Crepe hanger, pessimist, gloomy person. Crepitate, to crackle, to snap, to rattle. Crepitus, fart. Crepon, heavy crepe fabric with lengthwise crinkles. Crepuscular, of, like or pertaining to twilight. Crisive, growing, increasing. Cresograph, instrument for measuring the growth of plants. Cresset, iron basket for burning oil to provide light. Cretaceous, of or resembling chalk, of a whitish colour. Cretify, to change into calcium or lime, to fossilise. Creton, heavy cotton or linen cloth. Crewel, fine worsted yarn used in tapestry. Cryant, garish, discordantly coloured. Cribble, to decorate wood or metal with small dots or punctures. Cribration, sifting, cribriform, shaped like a sieve. Cribrous, perforated or punctured like a sieve. Cricoid, ring-shaped. Criminogenic, causing crime. Criminology, study of crime, criminals. Crin, horsehair fabric. Crinal, of or related to the hair. Crine, armour for the top and sides of a horse's neck. Cringle, loop at corner of sail to which a line is attached. Crinigerous, hairy. Crinoline, stiff flax or cotton fabric. Criophore, sculpture of a man carrying a ram. Crista, ridge or fold resembling a crest. Crithomancy, divination by strewing meal over sacrifices. Criticaster, inferior or petty critic. Cretomancy, divination using viands and cakes. Crochet, saffron-coloured. Croche, knob at top of a deer's horn. Cromlech, prehistoric stone circle. Cromniomancy, divination using onions. Croquinole, curling of one's hair with curling iron. Crosier, pastoral staff or crook held by bishop or abbot. Crosslet, small cross with crossed arms used as heraldic bearing. Crosstrees, horizontal cross pieces at a masthead used to support ship's mast. Crotal, small spherical bell. Crotalin, of, like or pertaining to rattlesnakes. Crotchet, square bracket. Crows, groove in the staves of a cask. Crubine, term for pig's feet as food. Cruciferous, bearing a cross, cruciform, cross-shaped. Cruentation, leaking or oozing of blood from dead body. Cruet, vessel used in religious ceremonies, especially to hold the Eucharist. Cruve, pen or sty for animals. Criminal, a purse. Crupper, strap of saddle that passes beneath horse's tail. Armour for horse's flanks. Crural, of or belonging to the leg. Cruset, goldsmith's crucible. Cruth, Welsh six-stringed instrument played with a bow. Cryobiology, study of life under cold conditions. Cryometer, instrument for measuring low temperatures. Cryoscope, instrument for determining freezing points of substances. Cryptadia, things to be kept hidden. Cryptesthetic, of, like or pertaining to supranormal perception. Cryptarchy, secret rulership. Cryptodynamic, having secret or hidden power. Cryptogenic, of unknown origin. Cryptonym, secret name. Cryptotype, an implicit and specific rule of language use. Cryptus, of, like or pertaining to crypts. Crystallogenesis, production of crystals. Crystallography, study and classification of crystals. Crystallomancy, divination by means of clear objects. Crystallomancy, divination using a crystal globe. Cteniform, comb-shaped. Centology, study of the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Cubation, act of lying down or reclining. Cubica, fine unglazed fabric resembling shalloon. Cubiform, shaped like a cube. Cubomancy, divination by throwing dice. Cuculin, of, like, or pertaining to cuckoos. Cuculate, hooded, hood-shaped. Cucumberform, cucumber-shaped. Cucurbit, chemical vessel used in a still or alembic. Cucurbitaceous, of, like, or pertaining to gourds. Cuddy, right of a lord to entertainment from a tenant. Cuirass, leather or metal armour consisting of a breastplate and backplate. Cuisse, armour for the front of the thighs. Cule, flat back or base of a gemstone. Cule, armour plates for the body below the waist. Culex, mosquito. Culiciform, like or resembling a mosquito. Culicino, mark left on a tablecloth by a wet glass. Cullet, waste glass which is melted into new objects. Cullion, mean or base person. Rascal. Culm, stem of grass or sedge. Culmen, highest point. Culmiferous, bearing coal dust. Culch, flooring of an oyster bed, rubbish. Cultriform, knife-shaped. Cultus, religious ritual, a cult. Culver, dove or pigeon. Culverin, lightweight. Portal, long-barreled cannon. Culvertage, degradation of a peasant to the position of serf. Cumbent, lying down, reclining. Cumuliform, shaped like a heap. Cumulos, containing or consisting of small heaps. Cunabula, cradle. Cunctation, delay, procrastination. Cunete, wedge-shaped. Cuneiform, shaped like a wedge. Cuniculus, full of holes and tunnels, full of rabbits. Cupel, goldsmith's vessel for assaying metal. Cupola, spherical vault or concave ceiling. Cupriferous, bearing copper. Cupulate, of, like or pertaining to a cup. Cup-shaped. Cupuliferous, bearing cupules. Curate, assistant to a parish priest. Curette, instrument for scraping sides of body cavities. Curia, papal court and its officials. Curie, unit of radioactive decay and intensity. Curiology, picture writing. Curiosa, pornographic books. Curlew, long-legged migratory bird with downward curving bill. Curmurring, rumbling or flatulent sound. Curricle, two-wheeled open carriage. Currycomb, metal comb used to groom horses. Cursorial, used in walking or running. Curtle, short, abbreviated, curtailed. Curtle, kind of archaic bassoon. Curtate, shortened, short. Curtilage, court or field attached to a dwelling. Curule, of high authority. Curvet, to leap, to frisk. Curvicudate, having a curvy tail. Cusec, unit of liquid flow equal to 1 cubic foot per second. Cusk, large Atlantic fish like the cod. Cuspidor, a spittoon. Custos, guardian, custodian or keeper, especially of convents or monasteries. Custral, attendant to a knight. A knave. Cutaneous, of or related to the skin. Cuvette, shallow dish for holding liquids. CWM, valley or glen. Cyaneous, sky blue. Cyanogenesis, production of cyanide. Cyanometer, instrument for measuring blueness of the sky or ocean. Cyanotype, blueprint. Cyathiform, shaped like a cup. Cybernate, to control by means of a computer. Cyberphobia, fear of computers. Cyclers, garment, longer at back than in front, worn over armour. Cyclograph, instrument for describing arcs of circles without compasses. Cyclolith, stone circle. Cyclometer, instrument for measuring revolutions of a wheel. Cyclophoria, squint due to weakness in the eye muscles. Cyclosis, circulation. Cyclostyle, device for making multiple copies of written text. Cyesis, pregnancy. Cyasolania, sexual attraction to pregnant women. Silex, shallow cup with long stem. Silosis, congenital physical deformity. Semaphon, telephone receiver. Cyma, loose light robe worn by women. Cymbiform, shaped like a boat. Cymograph, instrument for tracing the outline of mouldings. Cymometer, instrument for measuring frequency of electrical waves. Cymophonous, opalescent, having a wavy or floating light. Cymatricus, wavy-haired. Synanthropy, pathological belief that one is a dog. Cynotomachy, bear-baiting using dogs. Synergetic, of or related to hunting. Cynoclept, one who steals dogs. Cynography, writing or treatise on dogs. Cynoid, dog-like, canine. Cynolatry, worship of dogs. Cynology, scientific study of dogs. Cynomorphic, pertaining to a dog's viewpoint. Cynophilist, one who loves dogs. Cynophobia, fear of dogs. Cynosure, anything that attracts attention, object of interest. Siphonism, use of pillorying as punishment. Cypress, silk or cotton gauze fabric, usually black. Cyprian, lewd woman, prostitute. Cyprinoid, of, like or pertaining to carp. Cypslin, of, like or pertaining to swifts. Cyrenaic, adherent of doctrine that pleasure is ultimate goal. Cystolith, calcium carbonate that masses in cell wall of some plants. Cystoscope, instrument for examining the bladder. Cythromania, nymphomania. Cytogenesis, formation of cells. Cytology, study of living cells. Cytometer, instrument for counting cells. Zardas, Hungarian dance that increases in speed. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Dabchik, small grebe. Daboya, large Indian viper. Dacnomania, obsession with killing. Dacoitage, robbery by gang or mob. Dakriops, wateryness of the eyes. Dactylioglyph, engraver of rings or of gems. Dactyliology, study of rings. Dactyliomancy, divination by means of a finger. Dactylogram, fingerprint. Dactylography, the study of fingerprints. Dactyloid, like or resembling a finger. Dactylology, study of sign language. Dactylomancy, divination using rings. Dactylomegaly, condition of having abnormally large digits. Dactylonomy, counting using the fingers and toes. Dactyloscopy, comparing fingerprints for purpose of identification. Dado, large wooden moulding along bottom of wall. Daedal, formed with art, displaying inventive skill. Daedalist, aviator, pilot. Dag, dirty tatted tuft of sheep's wool. Dagarad, brightly coloured South African fish. Dal, a dried legume such as lentils, beans or peas. Dalmatic, ecclesiastical robe or other outer vestment. Dalton, unit of atomic mass. Damascene, decorate or engrave metal with wavy lines and patterns. Damask, fine lustrous fabric with flat patterns and a satin weave. Damene, having antlers like a fallow deer. Dammer, hard resin used in making varnish. Damnification, causation of injury or loss. Damoiseau, male form of damsel, a young man not yet dubbed a knight. Damson, dark brownish purple. Dansette, deeply indented. Danism, lending money on usury. Dap, to dip gently into water to fish with the surface fly. Dapatical, lavish, sumptuous, costly. Daphnomancy, divination using a laurel. Dapifer, one who brings meat to the table. Dapacaginous, mean-spirited, heartless. Darbies, handcuffs. Darby, large trowel for levelling concrete or plaster. Darcy, unit of permeability of rock to various substances. Darkle, to grow or make dark. Darrain, to vindicate, to justify or prove. Dash, non-specific very small unit of measurement used in cooking. Dashpot, shock absorber. Dasypeltis, small African egg-eating snake. Dasyphilus, having crowded, thick or woolly leaves. Dasypoides, types of birds having downy feathered young. Dasyure, flesh-eating marsupial. Datary, papal officer who registers and dates bulls and edicts. Dation, act of giving, conferring or donating. Dative, indicating indirect object of a verb. Davenport, small ornamental writing desk, large sofa. Davit, device for hoisting and lowering a boat. Daw, simpleton, bird of the crow family. Deaconing, act of putting best-looking goods on top of pile. Deadeye, rounded wooden block with hole used to set up ship's stays. Deadhouse mortuary. Deadstock, farm equipment. Deadwood, timbers built into ends of ship when too narrow to permit framing. Delate, insect divested of its wings. Dealbation, whitening, bleaching. Deambulatory, place for walking around or about in. Dearticulate, to disjoint. Diesel, sunwise motion. Debarrass, to disembarrass. Disentangle, free. Debel, to conquer in war. Debellate, to conquer or overcome through battle. Debouche, to issue or emerge, to flow from a confined place. Debouchure, mouth of a river or strait. Debridement, the removal of foreign matter from a wound. Decadarchy, government by 10 individuals. Decarchy. Decadist, author who writes works in 10 parts. Decalcomania, process of transferring a design onto a surface using specially prepared paper. Decalescence, point in heating metal where it appears to cool. Decalogist, exponent of rules such as the 10 Commandments. Decalvant, removing hair. Depilatory, decamerous, having parts in tens. Decanal, located on the south side of the choir in a church. Decanal, of, like or pertaining to a dean or deacon. Decantate, to chant or say repeatedly. Decarcy, government by 10 individuals. Decare, 1,000 square meters. Decarnate, denied or deprived of physical bodily form. Dikastige, 10-line poem. Decatese, to uncurl through the use of steam or moisture. Decordate, to cut off the tail of. Decelerometer, instrument for measuring deceleration. Decenival, of, like or pertaining to the number 19. Decession, departure. Decimestral, lasting 10 months. Decal, ragged edge of paper. Déclassé, below one's social class. Declinometer, instrument for measuring magnetic declination. Declivity, place that slopes downwards, inclination downwards. Decoct, to prepare or extract by boiling, to devise. Decollate, to behead, to disorganize. Decomplex, repeatedly compound. Decorticate, to remove the bark, husk or peel of. Decoupage, the application of paper cutouts to wood surfaces. Decrassify, to make less crass or boorish. Decrement, a gradual decrease in quantity or quality. Decrepitate, to crackle, to roast so as to cause to crackle. Decrescent, becoming gradually less. Decretal, of, like or pertaining to a decree. Decretal, papal decree deciding a point of church law. Decrudescence, diminution or reduction of a disease. Decuman, principle, large, primary. Decumbent, lying down, reclining onto ground. Decumbiture, the time spent by an invalid in bed. Decurrent, extending or running downwards. Decurtate, a reduce, shorten or abbreviate. Decussate, to divide in the form of an X, to cross or intersect. Dedans, spectators at a court tennis match. Dedition, surrender, capitulation. Deductivism, belief in the superiority of deduction over induction. Deke, look at, see. Deemster, judge on the Isle of Man. Defalcate, to embezzle money held on trust. Defeasible, that may be annulled. Defenestration, throwing a person or object out a window. Deferris, to remove iron from. Defervescence, abatement of heat, coolness, decrease of fever. Defilade, to arrange fortifications against frontal attack. Defiliation, depriving a parent of a child. Definitions, word or words used in a dictionary definition. Deflexia, deviation. Deflocculate, to break down into small pieces. Defluent, running down, decurrent. Defluvium, falling of hair. Dégagé, at rest, untroubled, at ease. Deglutinate, to unglue or unstick. Deglutition, the power or act of swallowing. Digression, gradual decrease, reduction in taxes. Degringolade, rapid decline or decay, downfall. Degue, rat-like rodent of South America. Degustation, eating in a series of small portions. Dehiss, to gape, to burst open. Dehors, outside of. Dehort, to dissuade. Deicide, destruction or killing of a god. Deictic, directly demonstrating something or some proposition. Deiform, appearing like or shaped like a god. Deiprus, bearing a god. Dymnosophy, learned dinner conversation. Depotent, having god-like power. Deism, belief in God but rejection of religion. Deixis, relating to time and place of a linguistic utterance. Delactation, weaning. Delane, light fabric of wool or mixed wool and cotton. Delaminate, to split into layers. Delate, to pass on, to charge with a crime. Delative, indicating motion downward. Delectus, anthology of useful passages or quotations. Delenda, things to be deleted or destroyed. Deleterious, harmful to body or mind. delf, drain, ditch, excavation. Delibate, to sip, delegation, bandaging. Delignate, to remove wood from, to deprive of wood. Deliquesce, to melt into liquid by absorbing moisture. Deliration, madness, aberration. Delirifacient, producing or creating delirium. Delatescent, latent. Delu, North African antelope. Delope, to fire one's gun into the air in a duel. Delphically, enigmatically, obscurely. Delphine, pertaining to the Dauphin of France. Delphinine, of, like or pertaining to dolphins. Deltiology, the collection and study of picture postcards. Deltoid, shaped like a delta or triangle. Delubrum, a font, a temple or shrine having a font. Demagogue, political agitator appealing to popular prejudices. Démarche, decisive course of action taken in diplomacy. Demarchy, government by the people, popular government. Demagoric, of, like or pertaining to demagogues or demagogic speech. Démenti, official denial or refusal. Demephites, to purify air. Demerge, to immerse, to plunge. Demersal, subaqueous, living under water, sinking to the bottom. Domain, feudal manor house with adjacent lands. Demicaster, beaver pelt of poor quality. Beaver fur mixed with another type of fur. Demigration, change of abode. Demijohn, large bottle having a wicker case. Demisang, half-breed, hybrid. Demiurge, creative spirit or entity. Demogenic, of, like or pertaining to membership by citizenship rather than kinship. Demology, study of human behaviour. Demonarchy, government by a demon. Demonetize, to deprive of monetary value, to withdraw from circulation. Demonocracy, government by demons or evil forces. Demonography, study and description of demons. Demonolatry, worship of or devotion to demons. Demonology, study of demons. Demonomancy, divination using demons. Demonomania, pathological belief that one is possessed by demons. Demonosopher, one who is inspired by a demon or devil. Demonym, name for a resident of a place. Demotic, of, like or pertaining to the common people. Demulcent, emulsifier, something soothing. Demurrage, delay of vessel's departure or loading with cargo. Denary, one of 10, tenfold, of like or pertaining to group of 10. Dendriform, shaped like a tree. Dendritiform, branched. Dendrochronology, study of tree rings. Dendroid, tree-like, resembling a tree. Dendrolatry, worship of trees. Dendrology, study of trees. Dendrometer, instrument for measuring trees. Dendrophilus, fond of trees. Denhole, vertical shaft having chambers at the base. Denier, unit of yarn fineness. Dennet, light two-wheeled carriage. Densimeter, instrument for measuring closeness of grain of a substance. Densitometer, instrument for measuring optical or photographic density. Dentigra, toothache. Dentalated, having small notches or teeth. Dentel, lace, lacework. Denticle, small tooth-like structure. Dentiform, shaped like a tooth. Dentigerous, toothed, bearing teeth. Dentiloquent, speaking with clenched teeth. Dentine, ivory-like material making up teeth. Dentiologist, one who speaks with closed teeth. Denterostral, with notched beak. deobstruent, something that removes an obstacle. Deodate, a gift to or from God. Deonerate, to disburden. Deontic, of or relating to duty or obligation. Deontology, the theory or study of moral obligation. Deopolis, to free from obstruction. Deordination, abnormality or irregularity. Deosubversion, turning downwards. Deosculate, to kiss affectionately. Depassant, eating. Depace, out of one's element or natural environment. Depeculation, embezzlement of public funds. Deponent, having a passive form but active meaning. Depotentiate, to deprive or divest of power. Deprehend, to catch, to seize. Depurate, to purify. Deracinate, to root up. Deray, to go wild, to derange. Derrick, of, like or pertaining to the skin. Dermatoglyphics, the study of skin patterns and fingerprints. Dermatoid, like or resembling skin. Dermatology, study of skin. Dermographia, condition where writing on skin causes red mark to form. Derradidimus, two-headed beast. Derrick, hoisting mechanism using a boom and a central post. Desacralize, to deprive or remove sacred qualities. Descriptivism, doctrine that moral judgments are equivalent to descriptive judgments. Describe, to describe. Desideratum, something which is greatly desired. Desiderium, longing or yearning. Desinent, terminal, ending. Decipient, playing the fool, trifling. Desman, large European muskrat. Desmology, study of ligaments. Déobligeant, carriage for one passenger. Despoliation, despoiling, despoilment. Despotocracy, government by despots or tyrants. Despumate, to throw off impurities in foam. To skim, to remove scum. Desquamate, to scale or flake off. Desudation, extreme sweating. Desuetude, state of disuse. Desultory, jumping from one thing to another, rambling, unplanned. Detertion, the act of cleaning. Detinue, wrongful seizure of property, action to recover it. Detort, to untwist, to twist the other way. Detraqué, a person who is deranged. Detritivore, animal that eats decomposing organic matter. Detritus, waste or debris. Detrude, to thrust downward or outward. Detumescence, diminution of swelling. Deuteragonist, a person who serves as a foil to another. Deuterogamy, second marriage after the death of the first wife. Deuteropathy, second illness in addition to an initial one. Deuteroscopy, second view or meaning, second sight. Devol, to sink, to decline. Devotee, one to whom property is bequeathed in a will. Devoir, what is due, duty. Dewlap, turkey's wattle, flap of skin under the throat. Dexiotropic, turning to the right. Dexter, relating to the right side of a heraldic shield. Dexter, towards the right side. Dextroduction, shifting the eyes from left to right. Dextrogiratory, turning to the right. Dole, wild Indian dog. Diable, unglazed earthenware casserole. Diablerie, magic, sorcery, mischief. Diabolocracy, government by the devil. Diabology, study of devils. Diabrotic, corrosive. Diacatholicon, panacea. Diachoretic, laxative, diaclastic, refractory. Diaconal, of, like or pertaining to a deacon. Diaconicon, sacristy for sacred vessels in Orthodox churches. Diacopy, deep wound or incision, Diacope, rhetorical separation of a compound word by a third word. Tamesis. Diacoustic, of, like or pertaining to the refraction of sound. Diacritic, making a distinction, aiding a diagnosis or evaluation. Diactinal, having two pointed ends. Diadermic, of, like, or pertaining to the puncturing of the skin. Diadrom, coarse or passing. Vibration. Diaeresis, two dots placed over a vowel to indicate a syllable break, naive. Diagenesis, production of rock out of sediment. Diaglyph, figure etched or engraved in surface of gem or stone. Intaglio. Diagometer, instrument for measuring electrical conductivity. Diagraph, instrument for enlarging or projecting drawings. Diagraphics, art of making diagrams or drawings. Dialectology, study of dialects. Dialogue, device in which many arguments brought upon one point. Dialelos, circular argument. Dialogism, rhetorical discussion in form of an imaginary dialogue. Diamante, glittering. Decoration using glitter. Diamantiferous, bearing diamonds. Dianoetic, capable of, like or pertaining to thought. Diaphanometer, instrument for measuring the transparency of air. Diaphanous, transparent, translucent. Diaphone, a low-pitched fog signal consisting of two tones. Diaphoresis, artificially induced sweat. Diaparesis, rhetorical expression of uncertainty of which of two options to adopt. Diapiesis, release or discharge of pus. Diarchy, government by two people. Diascuist, reviser, interpolator. Diaspora, dispersion. Diastema, space between teeth. Diastematic, moving through the pores. Diastrophe, upheaval or drastic modification of the Earth's crust. Diacerm, rhetorical device of condemning through faint praise. Diatessaron, medicine of 4 ingredients. Diathermic, permeable to or able to conduct radiant heat. Diathesis, particular condition of body or mind, predisposing factor. Diatypesis, rhetorically vivid and clear description of a subject. Diolos, ancient Greek double flute. Dibatag, Somalian antelope with recurved horns. Dibble, pointed tool for making holes for seeds or plants. Dicacity, raillery, banter. Decaology, defending oneself in argument by claiming justification. Dicephalus, two-headed. Dicephalus, conjoined twins with 2 heads. Dicerus, two-horned, having 2 antennae. Dishogamus, having males and females maturing at different rates. Dichord, musical instrument with 2 strings. Dichroscope, instrument for examining crystals for dichroism. Didact, a person given to lecturing or moralizing. Didapper, someone who disappears and bobs up again. Didascalic, didactic, pertaining to education or teaching. Didakoi, itinerant tinker or scrap dealer. Didelphine, of, like or pertaining to opossums. Didelphus, marsupial or pouched mammal. Didgeridoo, Australian Aboriginal instrument consisting of a long wood or bamboo tube. Didine, of, like or pertaining to dodos. Didymus, twin, twinned, growing in pairs. Diectasis, extending line of verse by adding extra syllable. Diegesis, the narration of facts. Diesis, double dagger sign. Distrus, period of sexual inactivity. Diffariation, Roman form of divorce. Differentia, property which distinguishes one from another. diffident, overly shy or modest. Definity, lack of similarity or affinity. Diffluent, readily flowing away. Diffract, to break up into segments or portions. Diffractometer, instrument for determining structure of crystal through light diffraction. Diffrangible, capable of being diffracted or separated. Diffugent, dispersing, diffusing. Dight, disposed, adorned, clothed. Digitate, having or resembling fingers. Digitiform, shaped like a finger. Digitigrade, walking on the toes alone. Digitorium, silent piano for practicing. Digladiate, to fight with swords, to fence. Digonal, figure such that a half turn gives the same figure. Digonutic, double brooded. Digraph, two letters expressing a single sound. Dejudicate, to judge, to decide. Dick, small East African antelope. Dilacerate, to rend or tear asunder. Dilaniate, to tear to pieces. Dilatometer, instrument for measuring expansion. Dilatory, slow, given to delay or procrastination. Dilettante, dabbler or lover of fine arts. Dilogical, ambiguous, having two meanings. Dilogy, intentional ambiguousness. Dilruba, Indian stringed instrument like a small sitar. Diluent, diluting. Diluvial, of, like or pertaining to floods, especially mythical ones. Dimorous, consisting of two parts. Dimidiate, divided into halves. Dimissary, sending away or giving leave to depart, dismissing. Dimity, sheer and stout white cotton. Dinandary, bronze-coloured metal alloy used for decorative vessels. Dynarchy, government by two people. Diarchy. Dinic, of, like or pertaining to vertigo or dizziness. Dinomania, mania for dancing. Denumeration, numbering of rhetorical points one by one. Dioecious, having male and female sexual organs in different individuals. Diogenic, cynical. Dionym, name containing two parts or terms. Dioptometer, instrument for measuring focus or refraction of the eyes. Dioptry, unit of measurement of power of lens or eye. Dioptric, transparent. Dioptrics, study of light refraction. Diorism, distinction, definition. Diathesis, a critical revision of a text, any correction or adjustment. Diotic, affecting both ears. Diphyletic, descended from two distinct ancestral groups. Diffeodont, having second set of teeth that replaces the first. Diphysitism, belief in the dual nature of Christ. Dipple, mark in margin of text to indicate rejected verses or new paragraph. Dipleidoscope, instrument for measuring moment when an object passes a meridian. Diplocephalus, two-headed monster. Diplogenesis, doubling of ordinarily single organ or part. Diplograph, instrument for writing two lines of text at once. Diplomatics, science of deciphering ancient writings and texts. Diplomatology, study of diplomats. Diplopia, double vision. Dipnus, having both lungs and gills. Dipedro, person who often changes mind. Diprionidion, serrated on both sides. Diprotodon, gigantic prehistoric marsupial with two incisors in lower jaw. Dipsetic, causing to be thirsty. Dipsomania, abnormal craving for alcohol. Dipsosis, pathological great thirst. Diptote, noun taking two grammatical cases only. Diptych, pair of pictures on hinged panels. Register of bishops and saints. Diremption, separation into two, disjunction, dirigent, guiding, dirigible, able to be directed, dirigism, state control in economic and social spheres, diriment, condition of legal nullification, disafforest, to clear of forest, to disforest, disagio, fee charged for exchanging foreign or depreciated currency, disbosom, to make known, to reveal, discalced, without shoes, barefoot, a religious order wearing no shoes, discarnate, disembodied, separated from the body, decept, to dispute, to debate, discerptible, able to be separated, disiform, round or oval in shape, deciduous, bearing a disc or discus, distinct, ungirded, decision, open incision or cut, discobolus, discus thrower, discography, catalogue or listing of musical recordings, discomania, obsession for disco music, discombobulate, to disconcert, to upset, discommodious, inconvenient, discophile, one who loves and studies sound recordings, discophoran, of, like or pertaining to jellyfishes, discountenance, to abash, to discourage, disculpate, to free from blame, disembog, to discharge or eject into the sea, disembrangle, to free from dispute, disuse, female orator or reciter of verse, disgarnish, to despoil, disgeneric, being of a different genus, disgregation, separation, scattering, disillude, to free from illusion, disimmure, to liberate, to release from walls, disinure, to render unfamiliar, disjection, scattering or dispersion, disomus, monster with two bodies, disorbed, deprived of authority or sovereignty, dispendious, extravagant, expensive, dispitous, pitiless, malicious, dispone, to set in order, dispose, disponge, to sprinkle or discharge as if from a sponge, disport, to play about, frolic or gamble, dispread, to spread in different ways, dispurvey, to deprive of provisions, disquisition, carefully argued examination of a topic, disseize, to seize or deprive of property wrongfully, dissentient, one who dissents, dissenter, dissepiment, partition or separation of tissue, dissilient, springing apart, bursting open with force, dissimulate, to pretend, to feign, to fake, dissolute, of loose morals, debauched, distaff, of like or pertaining to the female branch of a family or women's work, distitious, in or having two rows, distraint, seizure of goods, distraite, distracted, inattentive, distributary, branch of river that flows away from the mainstream, distributive, indicating separate members of a group one at a time, dit, poem, words of a song, ditheism, belief in two equal gods, one good and one evil, ditheletism, doctrine that Christ had two wills, dithyrambic, passionate, ecstatic, frenzied, diticus, producing two at a birth or in a clutch, ditrichotomous, divided into either 2 or 3 parts, ditography, unintentional repetition of letters in print, ditology, double reading or interpretation, diurnation, hibernating or sleeping during daylight, diuturnal, lasting long, divagate, to digress, wander about, divaricate, to divide into 2 branches, divellant, drawing apart, pulling apart in pieces, diversiloquent, speaking in different ways, speaking on different subjects. Diverticulum, blind passage or tunnel. Divisim, separately. Divulsion, act of pulling or rendering apart or away. Dixit, individual's uncorroborated statement. Diesen, to dress up, to dress gaudily. Dobbin, workhorse. Dbash, interpreter. Dobson fly, soft-bodied insect with large mandibles. Docimacy, scrutiny, assaying, application of tests. Docimology, the art of assaying. Doctiloquent, speaking learnedly. Doddered, decayed with loss of branches. Dodecaphid, divisible into 12 parts or regions. Dodecarchy, government by 12 people. Dodger, shield against rain or spray on a ship's bridge. Dodoism, stupid remark. Dogcart, light two-wheeled carriage with seats back to back. Dog watch, a short evening period of watch duty on a ship. Doit, a trifle or minor thing. Dole, unit for measuring intensity of pain. Dolabrate, of, like or pertaining to axes or hatchets. Dolabriform, resembling a hatchet or a cleaver. Doly, one who receives a government benefit, especially unemployment benefits. Dolent, mourning. Doleful. Dolichocephalic, long-headed. Dolicopodus, having long feet. Doliiform, shaped like a barrel. Dolmen, prehistoric structure or tomb of unhewn stones. Doloriferous, bearing grief or pain. Dolorific, causing great sadness or sorrow. Dolos, having evil or malicious intent. Domal, of, like or pertaining to a house or dome. Domet, plain cotton wool blend. Dominicide, killing or killer of one's master. Domptus, female animal trainer. Donary, thing given for a sacred purpose. Donative, benefice presented to church without reference to bishop. Donne, basic assumption or axiom, basic principle of an artwork. Donism, self-importance. Donnybrook, an uproarious brawl. Dontopedalogy, putting one's foot in one's mouth. Doomster, judge, pessimist. Dop, copper cup for holding a diamond while cutting it. Doppio, double meter Renaissance dance step. Doramania, obsession with owning furs. Doria, striped cotton muslin. Dormer, gabled window. Dormition, falling asleep, death. Dornic, stout linen. Doramania, obsession with giving gifts. Dorsod, towards the back. Dorsiventral, having differentiated opposite faces or surfaces. Doriforus, sculpture of a spear-bearer. Dosidos, carriage where passengers seated back to back. Dosimeter, instrument for measuring dose of radiation. Dosimetry, measurement of doses of drugs. Dosiology, the study of doses. Dossal, ornamental cloth hung behind and above an altar. Dossal, plug, spigot, wad of lint for wiping a wound. Dotation, endowment or donation. Douanier, customs official. Doublet, copy of own artwork made by an artist. Duke, southern Chinese monkey. Douce, savoury tart baked in sweet dough. Douceur, gentleness or sweetness, a subtly offered bribe. Doulocracy, government by slaves. Duruculi, small South American nocturnal monkey. Dowitcher, long-billed North American wading bird. Dowless, coarse linen. Downhaul, rope for holding down or hauling down a sail or spar. Doxastic, of, like or pertaining to opinion. Doxographer, compiler of opinions of philosophers. Doxology, hymn or verse of praise to God. Drabbet, coarse linen, drabbled to besmear, bedraggle, draconiform, shaped like a dragon. Draconites, jewel supposedly found inside a dragon's head. Draffish, worthless. Dragoir, box for holding sweetmeats. Drogoman, interpreter, dragonism, unremitting watchfulness. Dragonade, persecution by military means. Dragoon, to compel by military bullying, to compel by force. Drail, iron bow of a plough, heavy fish hook. Dramaturgy, art of producing and staging dramatic works. Draptoberry, old woolen cloth. Draptomania, intense desire to run away from home. Dreadnought, heavy woolen cloth. Dreamery, a place favourable to dreams. Dree, to endure or withstand. Drecanter, three-faced pebble worn by wind. Drepaniform, shaped like a sickle. Drepanoid, like a sickle. Drill, durable twilled cotton. Dripstone, stone projection used to dispose of rainwater. Driromancy, divination by observing dripping blood. Drogay, ribbed woolen dress fabric. Drogulus, entity whose existence is unverifiable due to lack of physical effects. Drollery, drollness, comic show, jest. Dromestoners, persons who remove stones from temporary airfields. Dromic, of, like or pertaining to a race course. Drumomania, compulsive longing for travel. Drumometer, instrument for measuring speed. Drummond, large single-sailed ship powered by rowers. Dromophobia, fear of crossing streets. Drosky, low four-wheeled open carriage. Drosometer, instrument for measuring dew. Drugget, coarse durable wool fabric. Drumlin, long hill formed by glacial retreat. Drung, narrow road or path to a pasture. Drupaceous, of, like or pertaining to drupes or stone fruits. Druxy, having decayed spots concealed by healthy wood. Dry gulch, to murder by pushing off a cliff. Drysalter, seller of dry goods and chemicals. Duarchy, government by two people. Diarchy. Duoff, fictitious 19-toed fish of Erewhon. Dubiety, doubtfulness. Dubitate, to doubt, to hesitate. Dubitative, mood signifying doubt or incertitude. Ducape, plain woven stout silk fabric. Dukedam, meaningless refrain. Duck, durable closely woven cotton fabric. Duck, amphibious military truck. Ductia, vigorous stamping dance. Dudgeon, resentment, offended resignation. Duende, power to attract through personal charm. Duenna, governess, chaperone. Duffel, fabric of thick, low-quality woolen cloth. Dugong, aquatic herbivorous mammal like the manatee. Duiker, small African antelope. Dulcian, a small early bassoon. Dulcifluous, flowing sweetly. Dulciloquent, speaking sweetly. Dulia, inferior veneration of saints and angels in comparison with God. Dulocracy, government by slaves. Dulocracy. Dulosis, slavery practiced by animals, especially ants. Dumose, bushy. Dump, obsolete English dance in 4/4 time. Dun, dull greyish-brown. Dunsicle, stupid, dim-witted. Dungaree, heavy coarse durable twilled cotton, usually coloured. Dunivassal, a Scottish gentleman. Dunnage, wood laid in hold to keep cargo dry and safe. Dunnart, mouse-like marsupial with pointed snout. Duodenary, of, like or pertaining to the number 12. Duomachi, duel or fight between two people. Dupion, coarse silk. Duramen, heartwood. Durance, stout heavy wool-based fabric. Durante, durative, continuing, not completed, undergoing transformation. Dure, to last, to endure. Durity, hardness. Durometer, instrument for measuring hardness of substances. Duroi, coarse woolen. Duteous, devoted to duty, obedient. Duumvirate, governing council or body of two individuals. Duvetin, smooth, lustrous, velvety fabric. Dwale, stupefying drink. Dwile, floorcloth or mop. Diarchy, government by two people. Diarchy. Dynamogenesis, production of increased nerve activity. Dynamograph, instrument for recording mechanical forces. Dynamometer, instrument for measuring mechanical force. Dyne, unit of force to accelerate 1 gram to 1 centimeter per second per second. Diagram, ship's chart indicating compass deflection due to ship's iron. Diphone, double lute with 50 strings. Dysesthesia, loss of sensation. Dysania, having a hard time waking up in the morning. Dysbulia, loss of willpower. Dyscroa, discoloration of the skin. Dyschromatopic, colorblind. Dysgenesis, sterility in hybrid creatures. Dysgenics, the study of racial degeneration. Dyslogia, inability to express ideas due to mental incompetence. Dyslogistic, conveying censure, opprobrious. Dysmorphophobia, fear of physical deformities. Dysphagia, pathological difficulty in swallowing. Dysphemism, replacement of an inoffensive by an offensive word. Dysphonia, physical abnormality causing speech impediment. Dysphoria, uneasiness, restlessness, general depression. Dystectic, not easily fused. Dysteleology, study of purposeless organs, doctrine of purposelessness. Dystocia, difficult childbirth. Dystopia, place where all is as bad as possible. Zigitai, Mongolian wild ass. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Eager, sudden rise of tide in a river. Earring, line for fastening corner of a sail to the gaff or yard. Earwig, a small insect, to bias, to pester with demands, to eavesdrop. Easement, rights held over another's land. Eau de Nil, pale green colour. Eberman, one who fishes under bridges. Ebonius, like or resembling ebony. Éboulement, falling in of wall of a fort, landslide. Ebriaction, mental breakdown from too much drinking. Ebriade, jerking of horse's rein when it does not turn. Ebrius, tending towards excessive drinking. Ebulioscope, instrument for measuring boiling point of liquids. Ebullition, boiling over, agitation, outbreak. Eburnean, of or like ivory, ivory-coloured, incarnate, without hinges. Echolate, fine woolen cloth usually dyed scarlet. Ecordate, tailless. Ecbatic, grammatical construction indicating result without intention. Ecbole, digression. Ecbolic, assisting childbirth, aiding abortion. Echoliobian, incubator, ecchymosis, black and blue spot. Ecclesiarchy, government by clerics or ecclesiastical authorities. Ecclesiastry, affairs of the church. Ecclesiography, treatise or writing on the church. Ecclesiolatry, excessive devotion to church tradition and form. Ecclesiology, study of church affairs. Echoprotic, laxative, mildly cathartic, purgative. Ecrinology, study of excretion. Ecdemic, not endemic, of foreign origin. Ecdemomania, abnormal compulsion for wandering. Ecdesiast, striptease performer. Ecesis, the establishment of a plant or animal in a new habitat. Echard, water in the soil not available to plants. Echidna, Australian toothless spined monotreme resembling a hedgehog. Echinate, like a hedgehog, prickly. Echinulliform, resembling small spines. Echoism, the formation of imitative words. Echolalia, echo-like repetition of another's words. Echopraxia, echo-like repetition of another's actions. Eclaircise, to clear up. Éclaircissement, clarification, enlightenment. Éclat, to make notorious. Éclat, publicity, dazzling effect, brilliance, applause. Eclecm, ancient syrupy medicine that is licked off a spoon. Eclipsarion, astronomical toy used to show phenomena of solar and lunar eclipses. Eclipsis, omission of sounds or words in speech. Ecliptic, imaginary circle which the sun follows from Earth perspective. Eclogue, pastoral or rustic poem. Eclosion, emergence, as from a larva or egg or of an era or movement. Ecmnesia, loss of memory of the events of a specific period. Ecocide, destruction of the environment. Economacy, position of controller of ecclesiastical affairs. Ecophene, range of phenotypes produced by a genotype in a given environment. Ecophobia, fear of home. Écorché, a human figure portrayed stripped of the skin. Ekphasis, explicit declaration or interpretation. Ekphonesis, rhetorical exclamation. Ekphrasis, plain interpretation of a thing. Ecrevisse, freshwater lobster. Ecru, off-white. Ecthlipsis, omitting one or more sounds in pronouncing a word. Ectobatic, carrying or leading towards the outside. Ectogenesis, variation in response to outside conditions. Ectopia, displacement of internal organs in the body. Ectype, reproduction or copy. Ectypography, etching in relief. Ecwell, two-handled soup or porridge bowl. Acidosis, shedding or molting of the skin. Edacious, voracious, gluttonous, pertaining to eating. Edapha, organisms living in soil. Edaphic, of, like or pertaining to the soil. Edaphology, study of soils. Edentate, toothless, without teeth, pertaining to anteaters and sloths. Ed, letter in Old English representing voiced th sound. Edulcorate, to sweeten, to rid of soluble particles by washing. Eologophosuipopoconurious, good, effable, capable of being expressed, efferent, carrying outward or away, effete, weak or worn out, degenerate, effigerate, having a definite shape, effleurage, stroking movement in massage, effluvium, invisible emanation, offensive exhalation or smell, effodient, burrowing, effulge, to shine out, to beam, effusiometer, instrument for comparing molecular weights of gases, effusiation, twaddle, humbug, eft anute, eft, again, afterwards, eftsoons, soon after, egad, mild oath, egalidate, to change congealed material to liquid, agency, need, egestion, the removal of materials from the body, gestuous, desperately poor, egoism, doctrine that the pursuit of self-interest is the highest good, egotheism, identification of oneself with God, Egyptology, study of ancient Egypt, eidetic, vivid mental image or memory, ideograph, instrument for copying drawings, idolism, belief in ghosts, eidolon, image, phantom or apparition, confusing reflected image, ein, firstborn, iconology, metaphor, irenarch, officer in charge of keeping the public peace, justice of the peace, irenason, peacemaking message, proposition for peace, irenics, theological doctrine of religious unification, ironism, peaceful state of mind, eisegesis, faulty interpretation or explanation of text, eisel, sour wine resembling vinegar, ejectamenta, material ejected from a volcano, eke, in addition, also, likewise, echistics, study of human settlement, eka, small one-horse carriage, ekphrasis, description of a work of art as rhetorical exercise, elon, impetuosity, dash or style, brilliancy or vivacity, elance, to throw as a lance, eland, large, heavily built African antelope, elephine, of, like or belonging to a red deer, of, like or pertaining to red deer, elafure, reddish Chinese deer, elapid, of, like or pertaining to cobras, elastane, highly elastic artificial cotton-like fabric, elative, indicating movement out of or away from, elatrometer, instrument for measuring gaseous pressure, elshi, ambassador, eldritch, horrifying, arcane, strange, electrocardiograph, instrument for recording unusual electrical fluctuations of the heart, electrochemistry, study of relations between electricity and chemicals, electrodynamometer, instrument for measuring electrical current, electroencephalograph, instrument for measuring the brain's electrical impulses, electrogenesis, production of electricity, electrograph, instrument for recording electrical potential, electrology, study of electricity, electrometer, instrument for measuring electrical potential, electromyograph, instrument for diagnosing neuromuscular disorders, electrophile, substance having an affinity for electrons or negative charge, electroretinograph, instrument for measuring electrical activity in the retina, electroscope, instrument for detecting electrical charges in the body, electrostatics, study of static electricity, electuary, medicine mixed with honey or syrup, eleemosynary, of, like or pertaining to charity or giving alms, dependent on charity, elenchus, refutation, sophism, Elenctic. Of, like or pertaining to argument, cross-examination or refuting. Elephant. Large unit of paper measurement equal to 28 by 23 inches. Elephanticide, killing of an elephant. Elephantine. Of, like or pertaining to elephants. Eleutherian, freedom-giving. Eleutheromania, manic desire for freedom. Eleutherophobia, fear of freedom. Elf-lock, lock of tangled hair. Elide, omit, ignore, suppress or abridge. Elinguate, to remove the tongue. Old unit of length equal to 45 inches. Ellipsis, 3 dots used to indicate a break, pause, or unfinished thought. Ellipsograph, instrument for describing ellipses. Allocation, removal from someone's control, alienation. Eloge, funeral oration, panegyric. Eloin, to convey to a distance, to remove. Elsin, shoemaker's awl. Elumbated, made weak in the loins. Elution, purification or separation by washing. Elutriate, to separate by washing into finer portions. Elidoric, painted with both oil and watercolour. Elytriferous, having or bearing hardened forewings. Unit of measuring width of typeface where width of letters equals height. Emacity, itch to be buying. Email, type of dark ink. Emarcid, wilted, limp. Embale, to enclose, to bind in, to make into a bale. Embar, to shut in, to hinder, to put under embargo. Embase, to lower, to debase. Embayment, bay. Emberlucock, to confuse, to bewilder. Emblements, growing crops. Embonpoint, stout, plump, or full in figure, corpulent. Embouchement, opening of a passage or tunnel. Embower, to place in a bower, to shelter with trees. Embracery, attempt to influence a jury corruptly. Embrangle, to confuse or perplex. Embrasure, recess of a door or window. Embrocate, to moisten and rub with a lotion. Embryogenesis, production of an embryo. Embryography, scientific description of embryonic development. Embryoniform, shaped like an embryo. Emendation, correction, usually of a text. Emergicenter, urban clinic offering emergency outpatient services. Emesis, the act of vomiting. Emetology, study of vomiting. Emute, a popular rising or uproar. Emicate, to sparkle. Emiction, the discharging of urine. Emissal, able to be emitted or pushed out. Emmenagogue, drug aiding menstrual flow. Emmenology, the study of menstruation. Emmet, ant. Emmetropia, correct refraction of light by the eyes. Emu, to confine or mew up. Emollient, softening, making supple. Emolument, payment, profit arising from employment. Emonomancy, divination using demons. Emotivism, theory that moral statements are inherently biased. Empaestic, of, like or pertaining to the art of embossing. Empanoply, to clothe in full armour. Empasm, deodorant powder. Empennage, airplane's tail unit. Empery, wide dominion. Empire. Emphractic, stopping the pores of the skin. Emphyteusis, perpetual but conditional lease of property. Empiecement, an insertion in a garment. Empleomania, mania for holding public office. Empereutic, of, like or pertaining to trade. Empressment, show of affection or eagerness. Emprise, adventurous undertaking. Emptings, yeast mixture. Emption, the act of buying. Purchase. Emptysis, spitting up of blood. Empyreal, of, like or pertaining to heaven. Sublime, skyward. Emulge, to milk or drain out. Emunctory, conveying waste, pertaining to nose-blowing. Emes, freshwater tortoise. Analoge, the exchange of one grammatical case for another. Enantiodromia, process when a thing is replaced by its opposite. Enantiomorph, object which is the mirror image of another. Enantiopathy, allopathy, sympathy with one's opposite. Enantiosis, ironic expression of idea by refuting its contrary. Enation, outgrowth, extension. Encania, anniversary festival of renewal of an institution. Encaustic, having the colours burned in. Enceinte, pregnant. Encephalograph, instrument for recording brain images. Encephaloid, like or resembling a brain. Enchiridion, book carried in the hand for reference, especially for music or theology. Enchorial, belonging to or used in a country, domestic. Encolpion, reliquary, cross worn on the breast. Encomiast, person who utters encomiums, praiser. Encomic, having closely curled hair. Encomium, glowing and warmly enthusiastic praise. Encrity, self-control. Encyclical, letter sent by the Pope to multiple bishops. Endarchy, centralized government. Endictic, showing, exhibiting or demonstrating. Endexis, an indication. Endemiology, study of local diseases. Endlong, lengthwise. Endocrinology, study of glands. Endogenous, having no external cause. Endophagy, cannibalism within a tribe, eating away from within. Endoscope, instrument for visualizing interior of a hollow organ. Endosmometer, instrument for measuring osmosis into a solution. Endosis, growth of new feathers, hair or skin. Energism, theory that the highest good is contented thought rather than pursuit of pleasure. Energumen, individual inhabited by an evil spirit. Enervate, to weaken. Enfilade, series arranged as if threaded on a string. Engastration, stuffing of one bird inside another. Engastromyth, ventriloquist. Engouement, excessive infatuation. Engrailment, ring of dots around edge of a coin. Engram, lasting effect on memory. Engrenage, series of decisions leading towards unspoken goal. Enigmatography, composition of riddles or enigmas. Enigmatology, study of enigmas. Enjambment, continuation of the sense of a verse without pause. Enjoin, to command, to order, to prohibit by injunction. Ennead, any group of 9 objects. Enneagon, polygon with 9 sides. Enomic, lawful, legal. Enoptromancy, divination using mirrors. Enosimania, pathological belief that one has sinned. Enosis, union, unification. Enounce, to enunciate, to proclaim. Now enough. Ensanguine, to cover with blood. Ensiform, resembling or possessing characteristics of a sword. Ensign, large naval flag. Ensilage, storage of green fodder in silos. Entablature, wall that rests on top of columns. Entasis, swelling on vertical columns to counteract optical illusion of concavity. Entelechy, perfect realization of ultimate goal or reason for existence. Entellus, small Indian monkey. Enteral, of, pertaining to, or within the intestine. Enthalpy, heat per unit mass. Entheomania, abnormal belief that one is divinely inspired. Enthetic, introduced from outside the body. Enthymem, rhetorical suppression or omission of a premise. Entify, to treat as or cause to become a separate entity. Entitative, regarded as a distinct entity without regard to context. Entomical, of, like or pertaining to insects. Entomology, study of insects. Entomophagus, eating insects. Entomophilus, adapted for pollination by insects. Entoptic, within the eyeball, visibility of objects in the eye. Entozoology, study of parasites that live inside larger organisms. Entremets, edible pastry sculpture served between main courses. Entrepot, a warehouse, particularly for international trade. Entresol, mezzanine, entropion, inversion of the edge of the eyelid. Entryism, doctrine of joining a group to change its policies. Enuresis, uncontrollable urination. Environ, around, about, in the vicinity of. Enzone, to engirdle or surround with the zone or belt. Enzymology, study of enzymes. Eoan, of, like or pertaining to dawn. Eolation, geological effects of the wind. Aeolian, fine silk and wool. Eolith, stone naturally formed but thought to be manufactured. Eonism, adoption by a male of female dress and manner. Eosophobia, fear of dawn. Eozoic, containing early evidence of animals. Epact, excess of the calendar month over the lunar month. Epinetic, eulogistic. Epigoge, induction. Epigomenal, intercalary, inserted between others. Epinadiplosis, sentence which begins and ends with same word. Epanalepsis, repetition. Epanaphora, repetition of same word at beginning of multiple phrases or sentences. Epinastrophe, device where end of one sentence is repeated as beginning of next. Epanados, recapitulation of chief points in a discourse after digression. Epanorthosis, retraction of statement in order to intensify it. Eparchy, diocese of an Eastern church. Epaulette, shoulder plate of a suit of armour. Epidaphic, of, like or pertaining to atmospheric conditions. Epyrogenesis, building continents by moving of Earth's crust. Epenthesis, insertion of extra sound into a word. Epiolatry, worship of words. Epigny, branched ornamental centerpiece. Epexegesis, addition of words to make the sense more clear. Ephebiatrics, branch of medicine dealing with adolescence. Ephectic, tending to reserve judgment. Ephelis, freckle or mole. Ephemeris, table giving location of celestial body at different specific times. Ephemeromorph, life form that cannot be classified as animal or vegetable. Ephemeron, creature that lives for only one day. Ephemeron, insect that lives for only one day. Ephestian, domestic. Ephedrosis, profuse perspiration. Ephod, Jewish priestly vestment. Epibole, device of beginning several clauses with same word. Epicede, funeral ode. Epicedial, of, like or pertaining to dirges or elegies. Epicene, having form or characteristics of both sexes. Epichairema, syllogism confirmed by an incidental proposition. Epicoric, belonging or pertaining to a rural area. Epiclesis, calling on the Holy Spirit to consecrate the Eucharist. Epicrasis, critical appreciation for literature. Epicureanism, doctrine that pleasure is the highest value. Epideictic, done for show or display. Epidemiology, study of diseases, epidemics. Epidiascope, instrument for projecting images of objects, magic lantern for projection. Epigamic, attractive to the other sex. Epigeal, living near or in the ground. Epigenesis, theory of embryonic development. Epigeus, growing or living on or above the ground. Epigon, descendant or successor. Epigon, inferior follower or imitator of a distinguished original. Epigraphy, science of inscriptions. Epillet, to remove hair from. Epileptology, study of epilepsy. Epimyth, moral of a story or work of literature. Epinetian, celebrating a triumph. Epinicion, ode in honour of a victor or winner. Epinosic, unhealthy, unwelcome. Epipastic, dusting powder used in medicine. Epiphenomenalism, doctrine that mental processes are epiphenomena of brain activity. Epiphonema, exclamation, finishing phrase or reflection. Epiphora, watering of the eyes. Epiphora, rhetorical repetition of a word at the end of several sentences. Epiplexis, persuasion through stylized but severe criticism of opponent. Epiplos, use of multiple entwined points in succession in an argument. Epipolism, fluorescence. Episcope, instrument for projecting images of opaque objects. Episcopicide, killing of bishops. Episcopolatry, worship of bishops. Episimon, badge or characteristic device, one of 3 extra Greek numeral letters. Epistatic, suppressing some factor. Epistaxis, nose bleeding. Epistemology, study or theory of the basis of knowledge. Epistolary, of, like or pertaining to letters. Epistola, reader of the epistle in Anglican service. Epistolography, letter writing. Epistrophe, ending of successive clauses with the same word. Epitasis, part of a play where the action is developed. Epithalamion, song or poem composed for weddings. Epithesis, addition of one or more letters to a word. Epithymetic, of, like or pertaining to desire. Epitimesis, adverse criticism. Epitoga, wide academic gown with bell sleeves. Epitonic, subjected to excessive strain, overstrained. Epitrachelion, stole of an orthodox priest or bishop. Epitrope, rhetorical but ironic granting of permission to an opponent to do something. Epizeuxis, immediate repetition of a word for emphasis. Epizoic, dwelling upon an animal. Epomania, craze for writing epics. Eponym, personal name from which another name is derived. Epopee, epic poem, saga. Epipoean, befitting an epic poet. Epipoeist, one who writes epic poetry. Epopt, one who is initiated into mysteries. Epos, epic poem. Epulary, of, like or pertaining to banquets. Epulation, feasting. Epulotic, substance encouraging growth of scar tissue. Epuration, purification or purging. Equable, smooth, without wide variations. Equanimity, evenness of mind or temper. Calmness. Equative, indicating likeness or identity. Equatorium, computational instrument for planetary astronomy. Equilibrist, tightrope walker. Equine, of, like or pertaining to horses. Equiparate, to regard or treat as equal. Equiparent, having a level or mutual relationship. Equipluve, line drawn through locations having same annual rainfall. Equipoise, equilibrium, counterbalancing thing. Equipollent, having equal power or force. Equiponderate, to be equal in weight, to balance. Equison, horse-groom, jockey, equitation, horseback riding. Equivorous, consuming horseflesh. Irradiate, to shoot out like a ray of light, ere, before. Aryan, made of copper or brass. Erelong, before long, soon. Eremic, of or belonging to deserts. Eremit, hermit, religious recluse. Eremology, study of deserts. Eremophyte, plant that lives in desert biome. Erethism, abnormal irritability. Erewhile, until now. Erg, unit of work measuring force of one dyne applied over 1 centimeter. Ergasia, love of work, workaholism. Ergasiomania, excessive desire to work. Ergomania, ergasiophobia, fear of work. Ergative, indicating subject of a transitive verb. Ergotocracy, government by the workers or the working class. Ergo, therefore, hence. Ergograph, instrument for measuring and recording muscular work. Ergology, study of effects of work on humans. Ergomania, excessive desire to work, workaholism. Ergometer, instrument for measuring work performed. Ergonomics, study of people at work. Ergophile, one who loves work. Ergophobia, fear of work. Ergotize, to wrangle. Erinaceous, of or relating to hedgehogs. Areometer, instrument for measuring very small diameters. Heuristic, of, like or pertaining to controversy or argument. Erogenesis, induction of sexual desire, production of arousal. Eromancy, divination using water vessels. Eroticis, rhetorical questioning. Erotetic, engaging in or pertaining to rhetorical questioning. Erotogenic, producing erotic desire or sexual gratification. Erotology, erotic description in literature. Erotomania, abnormally powerful sex drive. Erotopathy, pathological sexual desire. Erotophobia, fear of sex. Erene, something which causes sneezing or phronasal ingestion. Erubescent, growing red, blushing. Eruciform, like or resembling a caterpillar. Eructate, to belch out, to emit lava. Erumpent, bursting out, bursting forth. Erythema, redness of the skin. Erythraean, reddish colour. Erythrochroism, excessive or pathological redness of the hair. Erythrophobia, fear of red lights or of blushing. Erythropsia, condition of seeing all colour as red. Esbat, meeting of a witch's coven. Escadrille, squadron of aircraft. Flotilla, escalade, crossing moat or scaling wall using ladders. Escalier, staircase. Escapology, study of freeing oneself from constraints. Escargatoire, place where snails are reared. Escharotic, caustic. Eschatocol, concluding clause or section of a charter. Eschatology, study of death or final matters. A doctrine of the afterlife. Eschaton, end of the world, end time. Esquittement, forfeiture of property to state for lack of heir. Esclandre, notoriety, unpleasantness. escritoire, escritorio, esculent, eatable, fit for consumption, escutcheon, part of ship's stern where name is displayed, escutcheon, shield on which coat of arms is represented, semplastic, unifying, moulding diverse ideas into one, exemplacy, the unifying power of imagination, esca, ridge of sandy soil, esotropic, squinting, espalier, lattice on which trees are trained across, espiègle, roguish, frolicsome, mischievous, ezraj, Indian stringed instrument with sympathetic strings played with a bow, essentialism, doctrine that things have real essences that can be discovered, essive, indicating a temporary state of being, essoin, giving of an excuse for not appearing in court, esserent, soaring, estacade, dike of stakes in a river against an enemy, estafette, military courier or express, estaminet, small bar or cafe, estampi, vigorous rhythmic provençal stamping dance, estifrus, producing heat, estival, of, like or pertaining to summer, stoppage, preventing someone from alleging a fact due to prior denial, estrade, low platform or dais, estrapade, horse's attempt to throw its rider, estrede, to consult court records in order to enable prosecution, estuosity, heated state or condition, esurient, hungry, greedy, starving, etamin, light open mesh cotton or worsted, eternalism, the belief that matter has existed eternally, etesian, periodic, winds blowing at certain seasons, eth, Old English letter for voiced the sound, etheromania, craving for ether, ethmoid, of or like a sieve, ethnarchy, government over an ethnic group, ethnocide, killing of members of an ethnic group, destruction of a culture, ethnocracy, government by an ethnic group or race, ethnogenesis, origin of an ethnic group, ethnogeny, study of origins of races or ethnic groups, ethnography, written description of societies and cultures, ethnomania, obsessive devotion to one's own people, ethnomethodology, study of everyday communication, ethnomusicology, study of comparative musical systems, ethnonym, name for an ethnic group, ethography, written description of manners or morals, ethology, study of natural or biological character, ethonomics, study of economic and ethical principles of a society, ethopoeia, delineation of the character of someone or something, etiolate, to become pale, to make pale by depriving of light, etiology, the science of causes, especially of disease, etui, case for holding sewing articles, etymology, study of origins of words, etymon, true origin of a word, atypical, unconformable to type, euchology, prayer book, eucracy, state of fitness and physical well-being, eudaimonism, ethical belief that happiness equals morality, eudaimony, happiness or well-being, eudaphoresis, normal perspiration, eudiometer, instrument for measuring air purity, euhemerism, explanation of mythology as growing out of history, eulachon, small fish of northwestern North America, eulogomania, obsessive craze for eulogies, eumoiety, happiness due to state of innocence and purity, eunoia, mental health, normal mental state, eunomia, state of being well governed, Euonym, a pleasing or beautiful name. Euonymus, appropriately named. Eupathy, state of contentment. Eupeptic, of, like or pertaining to good digestion, cheerful. Euphobia, fear of good news. Euphonism, custom of using pleasing-sounding words. Euphonon, keyboard instrument resembling the organ in sound. Euphonym, euphonious synonym. Euphuism, high-flown and affected style of writing. Eupraxia, correct or orthodox action. Eupsychics, proper education to induce human progress. Euripus, arm of the sea with strong currents. Europhile, one who loves Europe. Eurothermic, tolerating a wide variation in temperature. Eurythmics, system of rhythmic and harmonious movement. Eustacy, changes in world shoreline by changes in sea level. Eustatic, remaining at same altitude despite geological activity. Eusuchian, of, like or pertaining to alligators and crocodiles. Eutaxy, good order. Eutechnics, improvement in condition of humanity through natural forces. Eutexia, the property of being easily melted. Euthenics, science concerned with improving living conditions. Euthony, pleasantness of the sound of a word. Eutripoli, wit, ease, and urbanity of conversation. Eutropic, turning to face the sun. Evagation, wandering, digression. Evaginate, to remove from a sheath without a sheath. Evanescent, tending to vanish like vapour. Evanish, to vanish, to die away. Evanition, vanishing, dying away. Evaporimeter, instrument for measuring rate of evaporation. Evection, attraction of the moon to the sun causing change in its orbit. Eventration, protrusion of an organ from the abdomen. Eversion, turning inside out or outwards. Evince, indicate or exhibit. Everate, to castrate, to make weak. Eviscerate, disembowel. Everternal, eternal. Evaluate, primitive person educated in modern ways. Evulgate, to divulge, to publish. Evulse, to pluck out. Exactor, one who exacts, extortioner, claimer of rights. Exallotriate, foreign. Exanimate, lifeless, spiritless, depressed. Exorate, containing grooves or furrows. Exarch viceroy, rank below patriarch in Eastern Church. Exarchy, government by bishops. Exorgurate, to desanctify, to deprive of sacred status. Excalation, omission of one of a series or sequence. Excarnate, to remove flesh from. Exclostration, return to public upon release from vows. Exclave, part of a country surrounded by foreign soil. Excogitate, to discover by thinking out or reasoning. Excoriate, censure severely, strip the hide off of. Excorticate, to strip the bark off of. Excrementitial, of, like or pertaining to excrement. Excrescence, outgrowth, projection, tumour. Excubant, on guard. Excursive, constituting a digression. Exeat, formal leave of absence, permission to be absent. Exeat, permission from bishop for clergyman to work elsewhere. Execrate, to denounce or place under a curse. Executancy, technique in music. Exedra, semicircular bench beside episcopal throne. Outdoor bench or recess. Exegetic, explanatory, especially of scripture. Exemplum, short story or anecdote with a moral. Exenterate, to disembowel. Exequy, funeral rites, funeral procession. Exercitation, putting into practice, exercise. Exegesia, remaining on one point of argument while gradually fleshing it out. Exerg, reverse of coin where date is contained. Exgurgitation, vomited material. Exheredate, to disinherit. Exigible, liable to be exacted. Exiguous, scanty, slender, sparse. Exility, slenderness or smallness, refinement. Eximious, excellent or distinguished. Existentialism, doctrine of individual human responsibility in an unfathomable universe. Ex-lex, outside the law. Ex-lineal, out of the direct line of descent. Exobiology, study of extraterrestrial life. Exocentric, of a linguistic compound, having a different grammatical function than its parts. Exoculate, blind, eyeless. Exode, farce or afterpiece. Exodist, one who goes out. Emigrant. Exodontia, extraction of teeth. Exodromy, stabilizing movement of exchange. Exogenous, having an external origin. Exonym, name for a town or country in a foreign language. Exopathic, due to external forces or causes. Exophagy, cannibalism outside one's own group. Exorable, capable of being moved or influenced. Exordium, beginning or introduction to a composition. Exosculate, to kiss fervently or heartily. Exoteric, intelligible to the uninitiated, commonplace. Exotropia, outward squint. Expatiate, to wander freely, to write about in great detail. Expeditate, to deprive of the ball of the foot or the claws. Expurgafaciant, awakening, arousing. Experientialism, doctrine that knowledge comes from experience. Expiate, to make amends for wrong. Expiscate, to find out by strict examination. Explement, complement. Exponable, able to be explained. Expostulate, to remonstrate, to discuss or reason with. Exprobate, to reproach, to upbraid. Expromission, relieving another person's debt by taking it upon oneself. Expun, to take by storm, to overcome. Expurgate, to purify or revise, to censor. Exsanguinous, without blood. Excind, to cut off, to uproot. Exsect, to cut out. Exert, to protrude. Exsicate, to dry up. Expuition, spitting. Exstrophy, turning an organ inside out. Exsuccus, lacking sap. Exsufflate, to blow away, to exorcise. Extempore, without preparation, offhand. Extensometer, instrument for measuring deformation in object due to forces applied. Exterritority, exemption from local regulations. Extispacy, divination using entrails. Extramundane, beyond the known universe. Extravasate, to let out of the proper vessels to flow out. Extros, turned outward. Extrospection, examination of matters external to oneself. Exungulation, paring of the nails. Exuviate, to cast off or shed. Ias, unfledged falcon or other bird of prey. Eyelet, small hole in fabric to allow passage of a cord. Cotton fabric with small holes. Eye service, work done while the boss is watching. Eye wash, humbug, something done merely for effect. Ein, eyes. Ayot, small island in a lake or river. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Fabaceous, bean-like, fabiform, shaped like a bean. Fabulist, one who invents fables. Faberdon, harmony in thirds and sixths. Face chord, unit of wood measurement equal to a stack 4 by 8 feet in volume. Facetiae, term for books of inappropriate or lewd nature. Fascia, nameplate or sign above shop. Fascinorous, atrociously wicked. Factious, turbulent, given to faction, seditious. Factitious, produced by humans or artificial forces. Factitive, signifying making or causing something to be. Factive, indicating causation. Factotum, lackey, person employed to do various jobs. Factualism, theory that facts alone can be used to draw moral conclusions. Facture, workmanship, the products of making. Facula, unusually bright spot on sun's surface. Facultative, optional, incidental, conferring privilege. Fecundity, eloquence. Fadoodle, nonsense. Fagin, an adult who instructs others in crime. Fagotist, bassoon player. Faience, glazed coloured earthware. Fael, shiny closely woven silk, cotton or rayon fabric. Feign, happy, inclined, pleased. Faineant, puppet ruler, do nothing, idle person. Fairlead, ring through which rope is led to change its direction without friction. Phalanook, carnivorous mongoose-like mammal of Madagascar. Falcade, motion of a horse throwing itself on its haunches. Falcate, resembling a sickle. Falciform, shaped like a sickle. Falconet, small variety of falcon. Falconine, of, like or pertaining to falcons or hawks. Falderal, nonsense, meaningless refrain of a song. Foldstool, desk from which the litany is read at church service. Fallibilism, the doctrine that empirical knowledge is uncertain. Falsidical, conveying a meaning that is false. Falsiloquent, deceitful speech. Famicide, one who destroys another's reputation, slanderer. Famigerate, to carry news from abroad. Familic, pertaining to a family, domestic. Familism, the tendency of a family to cohere as a group. Familisteri, house for communal living. Famulus, private secretary or attendant. Fanal, lighthouse or beacon. Fandangle, pretentious tomfoolery. Fandango, lively Spanish dance performed by a couple. Fane, flag or banner, weathercock. Fane, temple. Fanfaron, an empty boaster. Fanfaronade, grandiose trumpet blast. Fanion, cloth worn on priest's arm and used for handling holy vessels. Fanion, small flag used in surveying. Fantassin, infantry soldier. Fantasticate, to fantasize over something. Fatigue, anxiety or irritation. Phantod, a state of irritability or tension, an emotional fit. Farad, unit measuring electrical capacitance. Farandine, silk and wool cloth. Farandole, lively Provençal dance in which men and women hold hands. Farcinate, to fill the stomach with food. Farctate, full, stuffed. Fardage, wood placed in bottom of ship to keep cargo dry. Fardel, anything cumbersome or irksome. Farinaceous, mealy, consisting of cereals. Farinose, resembling or yielding flour. Farouche, wild, unpolished. Farraginous, disordered, jumbled, miscellaneous. Farrago, confused mass of objects or people, disordered mixture. Farrier, one who shoes horses or cares for horses. Faris, female blacksmith. Pharaoh, to give birth to piglets. Faruka, Spanish gypsy dance with sudden tempo and mood changes. Fasces, bundle of rods with an axe used to symbolize authority. Fascia, board over a shop front. Fascicle, bundle, division of book published in parts. Fascine, bundle of brushwood used to fill ditches. Fasti, record or register. Fastigiate, pointed, conical. Fastigium, roof, peak, gable. Fastuous, haughty, ostentatious. Fatalism, doctrine that events are fixed and humans are powerless. Fathometer, instrument for measuring underwater depth using sound. Fatidical, prophetic, having the power to foretell the future. Fatiloquent, speaking prophetically, declaring fate. Fatuous, silly, purposeless. Fold, horizontal plates of armor below his breastplate. Fauteuil, enclosed seat in theatre. Favela, slum area. Faviolate, honeycombed. Faviform, shaped like a honeycomb. Favonian, of, like or pertaining to the west wind, mild and favourable. Feeg, to whip, to perplex. Feek, lock of hair. Fetus, shapely, well-made, handsome, neat. Febricant, causing fever. Febricity, feverishness. Febrifuge, something which reduces fever. Fecalith, stony heap or a mass of feces. Feckless, feeble, helpless, futile, ineffectual. Feculent, covered with filth, filthy. Felicide, killing of a cat. Felicificative, tending to make happy. Feliform, having a cat-like form or shape. Fell, barren or rocky hill or moor. Fellow, circular rim of a wheel. Felsenmeer, flat Arctic area covered with angular boulders. Femoral, outlet for smoke in a roof. Femicide, killing of a woman. Fenestella, recess in church wall for storing communion vessels. Fenestral, of, like, or pertaining to windows. Fennec, small long-eared African fox. Voracious, fruitful, fecund. Ferretry, shrine for relics during a procession or for a funeral bier. Feria, weekday of a church calendar on which no holiday falls. Ferial, of, like or pertaining to holidays. Ferity, state of savagery or barbarism. Fermi, unit of length equal to 1/4,000th of a metre. Ferox, lake trout. Feriferous, bearing iron. Ferronnière, jewel held on the forehead by a chain. Ferruginous, of the colour of rust, impregnated with iron. Ferule, band on the end of a stick for reinforcing it. Ferula, flat piece of wood, ferruleous, like a cane or reed, ferrule, cane or rod used for punishment, fescennine, marked by the use of vulgarity or obscene language, fess, broad horizontal bar across heraldic field, festilogy, treatise on ecclesiastical festivals, festinate, to accelerate, to quicken, fetial, heraldic, ambassadorial, feticide, killing of a fetus, fetlock, tuft of hair immediately above horse's hoof, fettling, loose material thrown on furnace hearth for protection, feuilleton, critical article at the bottom of a newspaper page, fiacre, hackney coach, cab, fiberscope, instrument using fiber optics to examine inaccessible areas, fibriform, shaped like a fiber, fibriliform, shaped like a small fiber, fibula, brooch in the shape of a safety pin, fixiform, shaped like a fig, fictile, capable of being moulded of like or pertaining to pottery, fictionalism, belief that the falsity of an idea does not render it useless, fictor, sculptor, one who makes images from clay, fid, conical wooden pin used to splice strands of rope, fiddle-diddy, nonsense, fiddle-faddle, trifling talk, fiddly, iron framework round hatchway opening, fideicide, killer of faith, one who breaks a trust, fideism, doctrine that knowledge depends on faith over reason, fidicinal, of, like or pertaining to stringed musical instruments, fiduciary, held in trust depending on trust, phi, expression of disgust or disapproval, fierasfer, small parasitic Mediterranean fish, figuline, of, like or pertaining to earthenware, figurant, ballet dancer who dances only in groups, figuration, the act of giving figure or form, figurehead, ornament or usually female bust attached to the bow of a ship, fallacious, composed of threads, filatory, machine for forming or spinning threads, filature, drawing out of threads, filamot, dead leaf colour, dull brown, filibeg, kilt, filicide, killing of one's own child, filiciform, shaped like a fern or frond, filiferous, thread-bearing, filiform, shaped like a thread, filiopietistic, marked by excessive veneration of ancestors, filipendulous, hanging by or strung on a thread, philister, groove in window pane into which glass is set, philosy, thread-like, having a thread-like end, philocell, coarse floss silk, fimbriate, fringed, having a narrow border, fimetic, of, like or pertaining to dung, fimiculous, living in dung, finalism, belief that an end has or can be reached, fingent, moulding, shaping, finial, decoration on the top of a gable or spire, finical, excessively precise in trivial matters, finitism, belief that the universe or God is finite in scope, fipple, plug in the mouthpiece of a wind instrument, firkin, old unit of capacity equal to 1/4 of a barrel, firkin, small keg, physicostate, having divided ribs, physilingual, with forked or cloven tongue, facility, ability to be split, vociferous, tending to break up into parts, physip, animal with separated toes, fistula, long narrow passage or duct, fistuliform, shaped like a pipe, fitch, brush made from hair of polecat, fitchu polecat, fixity, fixed state, stability, permanence, flabellate, fan-shaped. Flabellation, the act of fanning. Flabelliform, shaped like a fan. Flacon, scent bottle. Flagellantism, the practice of whipping oneself or another. Flagelliferous, bearing a whip or flagellum. Flagelliform, shaped like a whip. Flagellomania, abnormal enthusiasm for flogging. Flageole, small flute or recorder with 2 thumb holes. Flagitate, to entreat or importune. Flagitious, grossly wicked, guilty of heinous crimes. Flagstaff, flagpole at stern of a ship. Flam, humbug, trickery. Flambeau, flaming torch. Flamen, pagan priest. Flammeous, flame-coloured. Flammiferous, producing flame. Flammulated, ruddy. Flammulation, flame-like marking. Flammule, little flame. Flancard, armour for the thigh. Flannery, idling, strolling about aimlessly. Flannel, ostentatious nonsense. Flapdoodle, gross flattery, nonsense. Flaunt, snowflake. Flauter, to flutter or flicker, to strip or skin. Flautino, small flute or piccolo. Flavescent, yellowish or turning yellow. Phlegm, surgical instrument. Flesh, narrow wooden spire on church roof. Fleer, to mock, to jeer, to make faces in contempt. Flench, to cut up the blubber of, to flay. Fleshling, a sensualist. Fleuret, ornament resembling a small flower. Flews, drooping or pendulous lips. Flexiloquent, speaking ambiguously or using words of doubtful meaning. Flexion, a bend, a fold. Flexuous, full of windings and turnings, undulating. Flimflam, nonsense, trickery. Flinty, unyielding, stern. Flivver, cheap car or airplane. Floatant, agent causing flotation. Floxylation, fitful plucking at the bedclothes. Floxinotsini hilly-pillification, setting at little or no value. Floccose, woolly. Flocculate, to collect or mass together in tufts or masses. Floricide, killing or killer of flowers. Floricamus, crowned or topped with flowers. Floriferous, bearing flowers. Floriform, shaped like a flower. Florilegium, anthology of writings, especially of church fathers. Floromania, craze for flowers. Fluoroscope, instrument for inspecting flowers. Floristry, the art of cultivating and selling flowers. Florissugent, sucking honey from flowers. Floromancy, belief that flowers have feelings. Floruit, dates of a person's birth and death. Flounce, to move impatiently or abruptly. Flowmeter, instrument for measuring properties of flowing liquids. Fluke, part of an anchor that fastens in the ground. Flumen, right to direct excess rainwater to neighbour's yard. Fluminous, having many rivers or streams. Flummadiddle, nonsense, humbug. Flummery, anything insipid, empty compliment, humbug. Fluorimeter, instrument for measuring fluorescence. Fluorography, radiographic imagery using a fluorescent screen. Fluoroscope, instrument using X-rays to examine internal structure of opaque object. Fluvialist, one stressing the role of rivers in explanation. Fluviology, study of watercourses. Fluxional, variable, inconstant. Flipe, to strip back, to turn partially inside out. Fliege, sandstone deposit. Phosimeter, instrument for measuring focal length of a lens. Fodiant, of, like or pertaining to digging. Fern, dry wind that blows down from mountain tops. Feticide, killing a fetus. Fetiferous, bearing or carrying a fetus. Fogram, antiquated. Foin, to thrust with a sword or spear. Foinery, fencing, swordplay. Foison, plenty, plentiful yield. Foliaceous, bearing leaves. Leaf-like. Foliate, to cover with leaf metal to number the leaves of. Foliferous, bearing leaves. Foliform, shaped like a leaf. Foliophagus, eating leaves, eating folios of books. Folkloristics, study of folklore and fables. Fontinal, growing near springs. Fouliamini, collective term for fools. Foolocracy, government by fools. Foothot, hastily, immediately, on the spot. Footlambert, unit of luminance of a surface emitting 1 lumen per square foot. Footle, to waste time, to act foolishly. Footling, inept, trivial. Foraminate, to pierce. Foraminated, perforated or pierced with small holes. Foraminiferous, bearing foramina. Foraneous, of, like or pertaining to forums. Forby, past, near. Forcipate, of like or pertaining to forceps. Forcipiform, shaped like forceps. For, at an earlier time or period. Forebit, post for fastening cables at a ship's foremast. Forecabin, cabin in fore part of ship. Forecastle, short raised deck at fore end of ship. Fore of ship under main deck. Forecome, to come early, to come before. Forefoot, foremost end of ship's keel. Forel, parchment for covering books. Foremast, mast nearest the bow of a ship. Foreright, directly in front of. Foresail, lowest sail set on the foremast of square-rigged ship. Foreshots, first liquid to come out of a still. Forestay, stay leading from the foremast to the bow of a ship. Forfeiting, export finance where debts on goods are transacted. Forfend, to ward off or avert. Forfex, a pair of scissors or pincers. Forficate, forked like scissors. Forficulate like scissors. Forinsical, foreign, alien, extrinsic. Foris familiar, to emancipate from parental authority. Formant, anything that limits, determines or defines. Formate, to join or fly in a formation. Formic, of, like or pertaining to ants. Formicate, resembling an ant. Formication, sensation like ants crawling on the skin. Formicide, substance that kills ants. Formicine, of, like or pertaining to ants. Formivorous, eating ants. Fornent, against, opposite. Fornicate, vaulted or arched. Forsooth, in truth, indeed. Forswink, to exhaust by labour. Fortalice, fortress, small outwork of a fortification. Forthwith, immediately. Forthy, for this reason, thus. Fortuitism, belief in evolution by chance variation. For why? For what reason? Why? Fosse, ditch, moat, trench or canal. Fossa, carnivorous mongoose-like mammal of Madagascar. Fossane, striped civet of Madagascar. Fossarian clergyman moonlighting as a gravedigger. Fossick, to search by turning over earth or rock. Fossiliferous, bearing fossils. Fossa, gravedigger. Fossorial, adapted for digging. Fossilate, grooved, pitted. Foudroyant, thundering, dazzling. Fugade, piece of improvised artillery. Foulard, soft, lightweight, plain woven or twilled silk fabric. Foulée, light woolen fulled cloth. Fumart, polecat. Fourchette, anything forked. Foregone, baggage wagon. Foursquare, forthright. Footer, to mess about with aimlessly. Fovea, depression or pit. Foveat, pitted. Foviform, shaped like a depression or pit. Fracedinous, creating heat through putrefaction. Fracido, putrefying heat. Fractionalism, the state of consisting of discrete units. Fractious, irritable, peevish. Freya, a crash. Francolin, type of Asian and African partridge. Francomania, craze or obsession with France and the French. Francophile, one who loves France or the French. Francophobia, fear of France or the French. Frangible, easily broken. Frankelmoin, land tenure requiring religious obligations on part of tenant. Frantling, mating call of a peacock. Frap, to draw a sail tight with ropes or cables. Frizzell, ground ice, ice in small spikes in streams. Freeboard, distance between waterline and main deck of a ship. Freestone, building stone difficult to split into layers. Fremescent, growling or muttering. Fremitus, vibration, rumbling. Frescade, a cool walk, cool or shady place. Fresnel, unit of optical frequency equal to 1 terahertz, Freetum straight. Friable, easily crumbled or pulverized. Friary, a fraternity or group of friars. Fribble, frivolous nonsense, a trifling thing or person. Fricandeau, thick slice of veal or similar meat. Freeze, rough heavy woolen cloth. Frigiferous, bearing or bringing cold. Frigolabile, susceptible to the cold. Frigorific, causing cold. Freezing. Fringulaceous, of like or pertaining to finches. Fringuliform, resembling a finch. Fringuline, of like or pertaining to finches. Frisson, shiver, shudder, thrill. Frist, delay or respite as for debt repayment. Frit, material from which glass is made. Frith, peace, sanctuary. Fritiniancy, the noise of insects. Froghopper, leaping and spitting insect. Frog march, to carry an uncooperative drunkard or prisoner. Fromward, leading away from. Frondescence, the formation of leaves. Frondiferous, bearing or producing fronds. Frondos, having or like leaves. Frontal, cloth hanging over front of altar. Frontal, armour for the front of a horse's head. Frontogenesis, creation of a weather front by meeting of air currents. Frostwork, delicate figures and patterns in which frost forms on surfaces. Frottage, rubbing, especially for sexual gratification. Froward, turned away, self-willed, unreasonable, perverse, adverse. Froust, to luxuriate in hot stuffiness and stupefaction. Fructiferous, bearing fruit. Fructivorous, feeding on fruit. Fructuary, person enjoying the fruits of anything. Fructuation, coming to fruit or bearing of fruit. Fructuous, fruitful, frugiferous, bearing fruit. Frugivorous, eating fruit. Frumentaceous, resembling wheat or other grain. Frumentarious, of, like or pertaining to corn. Frutescent, like or resembling a shrub. Fruticose, shrubby. Fub, to put off, to fob. Fusivorous, eating seaweed. Fucoid, shaped like seaweed. Fuero, code or body of laws, a constitution. Fug, hot, close, smoky state of atmosphere. Fugacious, inclined to run away or flee. Fuji, plain spun silk fabric. Fulsible, capable of being propped up. Fulciform, shaped like or resembling a prop. Fulcrate, supported with fulcrums. Fulgent, shining, bright. Fulgid, flashing, fulgurous, flashing. Fulgor, splendor. Fulgural, of, like or pertaining to lightning. Fulgurate, to flash like lightning. Fulgurous, resembling lightning. Fuliginous, sooty, dusky. Fuligo, soot. Fuliguline, of, like or pertaining to sea ducks. Fulonical, of, like or pertaining or belonging to a fuller. Fulminate, express loudly, explode violently. Fulminous, of, like or pertaining to thunder and lightning. Fulsome, nauseatingly affectionate, admiring or praiseful. Fulvous, dull yellow, tawny. Fumage, hearth tax. Fumarole, whole emitting gases in a volcanic region. Fumatorium, a place for smoking. Fume, the scent of game when high. Fumiduct, smoke vent, smokestack. Fumosity, condition of fuming, an exhalation. Funambulism, tightrope walking, show of mental agility. Functionalism, doctrine emphasizing utility and function. Fundiform, shaped like a sling. Fundus, the bottom of anything. Funebral, of, like or pertaining to a funeral. Funest, deadly, lamentable. Fungible, interchangeable. Fungiform, shaped like a fungus. Fungus, of or like fungus. Soft, spongy. Funicular, of, like or pertaining to a string or cable. Funny-pendulous, hanging by a rope or cord. Furacious, thievish. Furcate, forked. Vociferous, bearing a forked appendage. Rascally. Furcular, shaped like a fork. Furfur, dandruff or scurf. Furfuracious, branny, scaly. Furibund, raging, furious. Funicular, hanging from a rope or cable. Furuncle, inflammatory boil. Furuncular, of, like or pertaining to boils. Furunculoid, like a boil. Fusane, fine charcoal used in drawing. Fuscus, brown. Tawny, dingy. Fusy, spindle in a watch on which the chain is wound. Fusiform, shaped like a spindle. Fusillation, death by shooting. Fustian, coarse, twilled cotton. Fustian, pretentious writing or speech, inflated or nonsensical language. Fustigate, to cudgel. Fustularian, a term of abuse. Futtock, rib of a ship. Futurition, future existence, time to come. Futurology, study of future. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Gabardine, closely woven cotton or wool twill. Gabbert, barge. Gabble, to chatter or talk inarticulately. Gabbro, granular igneous rock. Gabelle, a salt tax. Gabion, wicker or wire basket of earth or rock. Gablock, spur attached to the heel of a fighting cock. Gad, to wander about idly or in pursuit of pleasure. Gadarene, headlong, precipitate. Gadoid, of, resembling or pertaining to the cod. Gadroon, embossed decoration or fluting on silverware. Gadzookery, the use of archaisms in literature. Gadzooks, mild oath. Gaff, spar on which head of fore and aft sail is extended. Gaff topsail, triangular topsail with its foot extended upon the gaff. Gauge, token of defiance or challenge, thing deposited as pledge of performance. Gaiter, Spanish bagpipes. Gal, unit of acceleration of 1 centimeter per second. Galabia, North African smock-like garment. Galactic, of, like or pertaining to or obtained from milk. Galactoid, like or resembling milk, milky. Galactometer, instrument for measuring specific gravity of milk. Galactophagist, milk drinker. Galactophorus, bearing or carrying milk. Galago, woolly long-tailed nocturnal lemur. Bush baby. Gala, blue-grey Australian cockatoo. Galanti, shadow play. Galatea, striped cotton. Galbanum nonsense, a kind of gum resin. Galanthropy, belief that one is a cat. Galeated, shaped like a helmet. Galliform, shaped like a helmet. Galere, group of undesirable people, unpleasant situation. Galariculate, topped by a hat-like covering. Galilee, porch in front of church. Galimatias, nonsense, confused mixture of unrelated things. Galley, to fill in mortar joints with small pebbles. Galliard, brisk, gallant, lively. Galliard, sprightly Renaissance and Baroque dance. Gallicide, killer of fowl. Gallimofrey, a mixture of different things. Hodgepodge. Gallinaceous, of or resembling pheasants and other domestic birds. Galleonic, uncaring, indifferent. Galliot, small galley. Gallipole, small medicine jar. Galleys, to bring wine to standard proportions. Gallimania, craze or obsession with France and the French. Galloon, lace trim or binding material. Gallopile, one who loves France or the French. Gallophobia, fear of France or the French. Gallop, lively double-time dance. Galvanometer, instrument for measuring electrical current. Galvanoscope, instrument for detecting presence and direction of electric current. Gambardo, bound or spring of a horse, fantastic movement. Gambeson, ancient leather or quilted coat worn as armour. Gambrel, crooked stick used by butchers for hanging carcasses. Gambrel, horse's hock. Gambrel, roof having a pentagonal gable. Gambroon, twilled worsted and cloth. Gametogenesis, formation of gametes. Gamic, sexual, sexually produced. Gamidolatry, worship of marriage. Gamin, street urchin, precocious imp. Gaminesque, playful, impish, boyish. Gamma, unit of magnetic flux density equal to 1 nanotesla. Gamadion, figure comprised of capital gammas, swastika, gammacism, inability or hardship in pronouncing letters G and K, gammon, to feign an action, perpetrate a hoax on, nonsense rubbish, gammogenesis, sexual reproduction, gammomania, obsession with issuing odd marriage proposals, gammophagia, destruction of one gamete by another, gammophobia, fear of marriage, gangy, worthless rock in which valuable metals occur, gangway, either of the sides of the upper deck of a ship, ganister, flint-like rock used to surface roads, gannet, large white Atlantic seabird, ganoid, having shiny smooth scales, ganosis, reduction in shininess of marble, gant line, rope used in single block hoist, gantry, shelving for barrels, shelf where drinks are displayed, gaposis, gap in a row of buttons or snaps, gar, mild oath, garboard, plank on a ship's bottom next to the keel, garbology, study of garbage, garçonnière, bachelor apartment, garde-bras, armour connecting the gauntlet to the elbow plates, garde-viseur, visor of a helmet, garde-loup, warning cry, gargarize, to gargle, garner, granary, store of anything, garnetiferous, bearing garnets, garret, room just under the roof of a house, attic, gasconade, to brag or boast, gasconism, boastfulness, gasiform, of the form or shape of gas, gasometer, instrument for holding and measuring gases, gastriloquist, ventriloquist, gastroenterology, study of stomach, intestines, gastrolatry, gluttony, excessive love of food, gastrolith, stone ingested by an animal to aid in digestion, gastrology, good eating, cookery, gastromancy, divination by sounds from the belly, gastronomy, study of fine dining, gastrophilanthropist, one who seeks to satisfy the appetites of others, gastropod, mollusks including snails, slugs, whelks, gastroscope, instrument for examining interior of the stomach, gastrosopher, a person skilled in matters of eating, gat, opening or strait between two sandbanks, gatefold, oversized page in a book, gaucherie, awkward or socially unacceptable remark, gaud, trick or practical joke, gaudiloquent, speaking joyfully or on joyful matters, gaufer, to make pleats or ripples in material, gauleiter, overbearing wielder of petty authority, gault, heavy clay used for bricks, gormless, stupid, witless, vacant, gauntlet, armoured glove, gore, wild ox, gauss, unit of magnetic flux density equal to 1/10,000th Tesla, gavage, force feeding of poultry, gavelkind, land inheritance by all sons in equal portion, gavotte, moderate tempo, French peasant dance, gaudelpus, helpless person, gale, domesticated ox with tufted tail native to South Asia, gazar, silk organza fabric, geal, of, like or pertaining to the earth, gegenschein, glow of zodiacal light seen opposite the sun, geist, spirit, intellectual inclination, getonogamy, pollination of a flower by another flower on the same plant, gelada, long-haired Ethiopian baboon, gelasin, dimple in the cheek that appears when one smiles, gelastic, of, like or pertaining to or provoking laughter, Gelation, solidification by cooling. Gelid, extremely cold. Gelogenic, tending to produce laughter. Geloscopy, fortune-telling by means of laughter. Gemel, twinned, occurring in pairs. Gemeliparous, having given birth to twins. Gement, groaning, lamenting. Geminate, to double, to arrange in pairs. Gemination, doubling of a consonant sound. In rhetoric, repetition of a word or phrase. Geminiform, paired, double. Gemma, bud from which a new plant can grow. Gemmet, to deck with gems. Gemation, budding. Gemmeous, of, like or pertaining to gems, like a gem. Gemiferous, bearing gems. Gemology, study of gems and jewels. Gemsbok, large South African antelope. Genapa, smooth worsted yarn. Genarch, head of a family or clan. Generalate, the office of a general. Genesic, of, like or pertaining to procreation or the genitals. Genesiology, study of reproduction and heredity. Genet, spotted long-tailed carnivorous mammal like the civet. Genethliacon, birthday ode. Genethlialogy, the art of casting horoscopes. Genitrix, mother, female ancestor. Geniculate, bent like a knee. Jointed. Geniophobia, fear of chins. Genitive, indicating possession, origin or relation. Genoa, large jib that overlaps the mainsail. Genophobia, fear of sex. Genouillère, jointed knee-piece of armour. Gentilitian, belonging to a race or clan. Gentrification, movement of middle class to working class area. Geocarpy, the production or ripening of fruit underground. Geocentrism, belief that Earth is the centre of the universe. Geochemistry, study of chemistry of the Earth's crust. Geochronology, study of measuring geological time. Geocyclic, of, like or pertaining to the rotation and revolution of the Earth. Geodesy, Earth measurement on a large scale. Geofact, rock chipped naturally that looks like an artifact. Geogenous, growing on the ground. Geogeny, science of the formation of the Earth's crust. Geodesy, knowledge of the general structure of the Earth. Geogony, study of formation of the Earth. Geoid, figure of the Earth. Geolatry, Earth worship. Geology, study of Earth's crust. Geomancy, divination by casting Earth onto a surface. Geomorphogeny, study of the origins of landforms. Geophagy, practice of feeding on soil, dirt eating. Geophilus, living in or near the ground. Geophone, device for detecting sound waves underground. Geophyte, plant that grows in the earth. Geoponic, agricultural. Geoponics, study of agriculture. Georgette, thin silk. Georgic, of, like or pertaining to agricultural or rustic affairs. Rural, agrarian. Geoscopy, examination or analysis of soil. Geoselenic, of, like or pertaining to both the earth and the moon. Geostrophic, of like or pertaining to deflection due to effects of Earth's rotation. Geotaxis, response of an organism to gravity. Geotechnics, study of increasing habitability of the Earth. Geothermometer, instrument for measuring subterranean temperatures. Gerascophobia, fear of growing old. Gerontology, study of decadence and decay. Gerdoing, imitation sound of a crash. Gerendum, something that is to be done. Gerent, one that rules or manages. Greenock, long-necked antelope with large eyes. German, of one's parents' siblings. Germanophilia, love or fondness for Germany or the Germans. Germicide, substance that kills germs. Gerochemy, study of old age. Geromorphism, appearing to be older than one's actual age. Gerontocracy, government by the aged. Gerontogynous, of, like or pertaining to the old world. Gerontology, study of the elderly, aging. Gerontophilia, sexual attraction towards the elderly. Gerrymander, to divide electoral districts for one's own political gain. Gesso, plaster of Paris used in painting. Gestatorial, of, like or pertaining to carrying. Gestic, of, like or pertaining to gestures. Getter, wooden-soled Japanese shoe. Gewgaw, toy, trifling object. Bauble. Gharial, large Indian crocodile with long snout. Gari, box-like Middle Eastern horse-drawn cab. Kawazi, Egyptian dancing girls. Jiaor, one who does not follow the Islamic faith. Unbeliever. Gib, wedge-shaped piece of metal that holds another in place. Gibbet, gallows. Gibbous, humpbacked, humped, swollen. Gibbous, hat worn to the opera. Gid, brain disease suffered by sheep. Gig, light two-wheeled one-horse carriage. Giganticide, killing of a giant. Gigantology, study of giants. Gigantomachy, war of giants against the gods. Gigo, leg of mutton. Gig, lively Baroque dance in triple time. Gilbert, unit of magnetomotive force. Gilderoy, proud person. Gilliver, wallflower. Gimbals, arrangement of rings allowing free motion of supported object. Gimcrack, trick, trivial mechanism. Gimmel, ring that can be divided into 2 or 3 rings. Gingham, striped cotton cloth. Ginglymus, joint that permits movement in one plane only. Ginnel, narrow alley between high buildings. Ginnery, place where cotton is ginned. Girandole, branched chandelier or similar structure. Girasol, fire opal that glows like fire in certain light. Glabrous, hairless, smooth. Glaciology, study of ice ages and glaciation. Glacies, a gentle slope in fortification. Gladiate, shaped like a sword. Glare, egg white used as medium for binding paint. Glarus, slimy, viscous. Glandiferous, bearing acorns or nuts. Glandiform, gland-shaped, acorn-shaped. Glanduliferous, bearing glands. Glarious, gravelly, growing on gravel. Glaucus, sea green, greyish-blue. Glebe churchland granted to clergymen. Glebe, sod, the soil. Glebus, earthy, full of clods. Gleed, hot coal, burning ember. Gleek, a trick or joke. Gleat, mucus discharge from the urethra. Glenoid, slightly cupped, socket-shaped, gliriform, resembling a rodent. Glirine, rodent-like, of, like or pertaining to rodents. Glissade, moving on snow without skis. Gloaming, period between sunset and full night. Dusk. Globuliferous, bearing globules. Gloccidiate, bristled, barbed. Glockenspiel, small bells or bars struck by hammer or keyed levers. Glomerate, packed or bunched together. Glosser, the tongue. Glossographer, writer of short explanatory notes or glosses. Glossography, writing of glossaries, written description of a language. Glossoid, like a tongue. Glossology, study of language, study of the tongue. Glossophagene, eating using the tongue. Glottogonic, of, like or pertaining to the origins of language. Glozing, flattery, deceit. Gluconeogenesis, production of glucose from non-carbohydrates. Glumiferous, bearing glooms. Glutinous, gluey, sticky. Glutition, swallowing. Glycogenesis, production of glycogen. Glyptic, of, like or pertaining to carving or gem engraving. Glyptography, the art of engraving on gems. Glyptology, study of gem engravings. Nathal, of, like or pertaining to the jaws. Nathion, tip of the chin. Nathonic, flattering. Nome, short pithy saying or proverb. Gnomic, signifying general truth, pertaining to aphorisms or proverbs. Nomology, collection of aphorisms, proverbs and short poems. Gnomon, upright rod of a sundial. Mnemonics, the art of measuring time using sundials. Gnosiology, study of knowledge, philosophy of knowledge. Gnosis, knowledge, especially spiritual. Gnosticism, belief that freedom derives solely from knowledge. Notobiology, study of life in germ-free conditions. Goa, Tibetan gazelle with backward curving horns. Goanna, large Australian lizard. Goatish, lustful, foolish. Gobmoosh, gullible person. Godet, triangular piece of cloth inserted in a skirt. Goetic, of, like or pertaining to black magic. Goitrous, affected by or pertaining to goitra. Goldenrod, dark, golden yellow. Goliard, wandering student. Goliardy, riotous or lustful behaviour. Voluptuous, delightful, luscious. Gomphiasis, looseness of the teeth. Gomphosis, growth of teeth into the bone cavity. Gonalgia, knee pain. Gonfalon, ensign with streamers hung from a horizontal bar. Gonfalonier, standard bearer. Goniometer, instrument for measuring angles between faces. Gonoff, pickpocket, thief. Gora, bow and string instrument of Kuko people. Goral, small-horned antelope living in mountainous regions of South Asia. Gorget, piece of armour for the throat. Gorgoneon, representation of the Gorgon's head. Gorgonese, to turn into stone, to paralyse with one's gaze. Gourmandism, gluttony. Gormless, dull or unintelligent. Gorsed, assembly for granting awards to Welsh bards. Gossoon, boy servant. Gossipine, cottony. Gouache, opaque watercolour paint. Gauk, a cuckoo, a fool. Grabble, search with the hand. Grope. Graben, a rift valley. Gracility, slenderness. Gradatim, step by step. Gradgrind, one who regulates things by means of statistics. Gradin, a rising tier of seats in a theatre. Gradiometer, instrument for measuring gradient of a physical quantity. Gradual, part of mass between epistle and gospel. Gradualism, belief that things proceed by degrees. Graecomania, obsession with Greece and the Greeks. Graphology, divination by studying writing. Grain, unit of weight equal to 1/70,000th of a pound. Grape, pitchfork, dung fork. Gralatry, of, like or pertaining to wading birds. Gramarye, magic, enchantment. Gramercy, expression of gratitude or surprise. Gramineous, of, like or pertaining to grass, grassy. Graminivorous, feeding on grass or cereals. Graminology, study of grasses. Grammolog, word represented by a single sign. Logogram. Grammaticaster, a piddling grammarian. Grammatolatory, worship of letters and words. Grammatology, study of systems of writing. Grampus, blunt-nosed dolphin. Grandival, of great age, ancient. Granguard, armour for left side of body to protect from lance strike while jousting. Grandiloquent, bombastic. Grandinous, full of hail, consisting of hail. Grandissonant, pompous sounding. Grangerize, to cut plates out of many books to illustrate one. Granivorous, feeding on seeds. Granuliferous, bearing granules. Grapheme, a letter of the alphabet. Graphemics, study of systems of representing speech in writing. Graphia, African rodent with pencil-thin tail. Graphilagnia, obsession with obscene pictures. Graphology, study of handwriting. Graphomania, obsession with writing. Graphophobia, fear of writing. Graphospasm, writer's cramp. Grapnel, small anchor used for dragging or grappling. Graptomancy, divination by studying handwriting. Grassing, bleaching by exposure on grass. Graticulation, division of design into squares when scaling. Gratis, without charge, for free. Grattoir, scraper made of flint. Gratulatory, congratulatory. Grauncher, clumsy and incompetent mechanic. Graupel, frozen rain or snowflakes. Gravamen, grievance, grounds of legal complaint. Graveolent, rank smelling. Fetid. Gravid, pregnant. Graviloquence, grave speech. Gravimeter, instrument for measuring variations in gravitational fields. Gravimetrical, of, like or pertaining to measuring by weight. Gray, unit of absorbed dose of ionizing radiation equal to 100 rads. Grayling, silver grey freshwater fish. Grieve, armour for the shin. Greaves, tallow waste. Grebe, diving bird resembling the loon. Greagle, of, like or pertaining to a flock. Gregatim, in flocks. Greige, of a grey-beige colour. Gremial, intimate, pertaining to the lap or bosom. Grenadine, thin silk, grissorial, adapted for walking. Grisser, train spotter or railway enthusiast. Gridlin, violet grey. Griffade, sudden seizure with the claws. Grillage, framework of timber. Grill, bars of the visor of a helmet. Grilser, salmon first returning to the river from the sea. Grimgribber, learned gibberish, legal jargon. Grimoire, magician's book for summoning spirits. Grinagog, one who is constantly grinning. Gripulous, grasping, greedy. Grisé, style of painting in grey tints. Griseous, pearl grey or blue-grey. Grizzled. Grison, weasel-like tropical American grey and black carnivore. Grith, sanctuary, asylum. Grith breach, breach of the peace. Grivet, white and olive tufted African monkey. Grobianism, slovenly boorishness. Groggery, low public house. Grognard, old or veteran soldier. Grogram, coarse, loosely woven silk fabric. Grammatic, of, like or pertaining to surveys or surveying. Grammatics, science of surveying. Grosgrain, heavy close-woven corded silk. Gruff, deep gully in peat moor area. Groundage, a charge on a ship in port. Groundling, person of inferior taste, commoner. Groundprox, altitude warning system in aircraft. Groundsel, lowest timber of a structure. Groupuscule, small clique or faction. Grout, to root or grub with the snout. Growlery, a retreat for times of ill humour. Groin, wooden breakwater, grufted, dirty, begrimed. Gruin, of, like or pertaining to cranes or similar birds. Grum, morose, surly. Grummus, clotted, lumpy. Grisbok, small speckled South African antelope. Guaniferous, bearing dung. Gardant, of a heraldic animal turned to side with head facing the viewer. Guarish, to heel. Guayabera, lightweight, short-sleeved, loose-fitting shirt. Gudgeon, a person easily cheated. Gudgeon, metal socket into which the pintle of a boat's rudder fits. Gu, two-stringed violin from the Shetland Islands. Gwenon, small, slender, bearded African monkey. Guerdon, reward, recompense. Gueriza, black and white Ethiopian tufted monkey. Geridon, small ornate table or stand. Gerit, chair with raised back forming a hood. Guff, nonsense, empty talk. Guichet, ticket window or similar small opening. Guidon, pennant with rounded outer edge. Guignol, something intended to horrify people. Guillemets, angled quotation marks used in French and some other foreign texts. Guillemot, narrow-billed Atlantic hook. Guilloche, to decorate with intersecting curved lines. Gimpe, wide cloth covering neck and shoulders worn by nuns. Guipure, lace having no ground or mesh. Guiro, serrated gourd scraped with stick to produce music. Gules, heraldic name for the colour red. Gulix, kind of fine linen. Gullery, place where gulls breed. Gulosity, gluttony, greed. Gulpin, credulous person, simpleton. Gummiferous, bearing gum. Gummosity, gumminess. Gumnivorous, feeding on tree saps. Gunarchy, government by women. Gynarchy. Gundi, desert-dwelling small rodent of northern Africa with bristles on feet. Gunnage, number of guns carried on a warship. Gunnel, upper edge of the side of a ship. Gurgitate, to bubble, to boil. Gurgitation, surging. Gurlet, pickaxe with one pointed and one bladed end. Goosely, Russian zither. Gutate, spotted, having drops or drop-like markings. Gutatim, drop by drop. Guttation, release of drops of moisture. Guttiferous, exuding drops. Guttiform, shaped like a drop. Guterotetany, spasm in the throat causing stutter. Guyot, flat-topped underwater mountain. Guibe, to swing a sail from one side to another. Guile, fermenting vat for beer. Gymnasias, the head of a gymnasium. Gymnasiarchy, government over a school or academy. Gymnasiast, a pupil in a gymnasium. Gymnobiblism, belief that the Bible can be presented to unlearned without commentary. Gymnophobia, fear of nudity. Gymnosophy, deep contemplation performed while naked. Gymnia, hairy hedgehog. Gynocide, killing of women. Gynecocracy, government by women. Gynarchy, gynecology, study of women's physiology. Gynekomania, abnormal sexual obsession with women. Gynandroid, hermaphroditic. being of or resembling both sexes. Ginarchy, government by women. Gynics, knowledge of women. Gyneolatry, deep respect or devotion for women. Gynocentric, focused on or concerned with women. Gynocracy, government by women. Gynarchy. Gynoticalobomasophile, one who nibbles on women's earlobes. Gypsiferous, bearing gypsum. Gypsography, art of engraving on gypsum. Gyrograph, instrument for counting a wheel's revolutions. Gyroidal, spiral, rotatory. Gyromancy, divination by falling from dizziness. Gyron, triangular heraldic charge. Gyros, having a folded surface marked with wavy lines. Gyrostatics, the study of rotating bodies. Gyrovague, monk who travels from place to place. Gyrus, convoluted ridge between two grooves. Gyve, to fetter, to shackle. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Habanera, slow and seductive Cuban dance. Habergeon, sleeveless male coat. Habilible, capable of being clothed. Habilitory, of like or pertaining to clothes or dressing. Habile, dexterous, adroit. Habiliment, attire. Habilitate, to equip or finance, to qualify. Habramania, insanity featuring cheerful delusions. Hayek, mark placed over consonant in Slavic languages to indicate palatalization. Hacher, shading or lines showing a slope on a map. Hackle, comb for flax or hemp. Hackney, four-wheeled two-horse carriage. Hadal, parts of the ocean below 6,000 meters. Hadaharia, constant use of the word hell. Hexity, aspect of existence on which individuality depends. Hemal, of like or pertaining to blood. Hematolics, study of movement of blood through blood vessels. Hemothermal, warm-blooded. Hematic, blood-coloured. Hematogenesis, production of blood. Hemophilia, hereditary disease causing excessive bleeding. Hagiarchy, government by saints or holy persons. Hagiocracy, government by holy men. Hagiography, writing of the lives of saints. Hagiolatry, worship or reverence for saints. Hagiology, study of saints. Hagiomania, mania for sainthood. Hagioscope, opening in wall to enable viewing of altar. Hakenkreis, swastika. Halation, blurring in a photograph due to light reflection. Halcyonin, of, like or pertaining to kingfishers. Halacret, light half suit of plate armour. Half pace, landing or broad step. Halabiotic, of, like, or pertaining to the entirety of life under the sea. Halutic, of, like or pertaining to fishing, halieutics, study of fishing, haligraphy, treatise on salt, haliography, description of the sea, halitosis, bad breath, halitus, vaporous, halitus, vapor, breath, hallux, big toe, halolimnic, of, like or pertaining to sea creatures who spend time in fresh water, halomancy, divination using salt, halophilus, tolerant of salt or salt water, halyard, rope or tackle for hoisting and lowering sails, hamachi, government by a cooperative body of parts, hamartia, flaw in a character leading to his downfall, hamartiology, study of sin, hamate hooked, hamble, to mutilate a dog by cutting of the balls of its feet, hambo, Swedish folk dance in 3/4 time, hame, curved projection attached to the collar of a draught horse, hammerform shaped like a hook, hammerkop, brown African heron with hammer-shaped crest on head, hamos, hooked, hamshackle, to fetter, to restrain, hamula like a small hook, hamulate tipped with a small hook, hamulus, a small hook or hook-like process, hanap, chalice used in communion whose cover is a second chalice, hanaster, one who paid the entrance fee for Oxford's medieval merchants' guild, handfast, a firm grip, a contract, handlist, list without detail, hansel, inaugural gift, first instalment or payment, handspike, bar used as a lever, hank, series of rings or clips for attaching a jib or staysail to a stay, handsome, light two-wheeled cab, hapax, word which occurs only once, hapax anthaus, flowering only once, haplography, omission of words or lines in recopying text, haplology, omission of a doubled or similar sound or syllable in a word, haptic, of, like, or pertaining to the sense of touch, haptometer, instrument measuring sensitivity to touch, haptotropic, curving in response to touch, harketon, stuffed jacket worn under mail, hardihood, boldness, audacity, hard parts, skeletal parts of an organism, harengiform, shaped like a herring, hariolate, to divine, to foretell, hark, to pay close attention, to listen, harl, barb of feather used to make artificial fishing fly, harmonics, study of musical acoustics, harmonophone, keyboard instrument with reeds, harmonograph, instrument drawing curves representing vibrations, harmonometer, instrument measuring harmonic relations of sounds, harn, coarse linen, harpagon, harpoon, harridan, sharp-tongued, scolding woman, harrier, medium-sized scenting dog for hunting hares, harry, to plunder, to ravage, to destroy, haruspication, divination by inspecting animal entrails, haslock, wool on sheep's throat and neck, haslot, cooked animal entrails, hassock, kneeling cushion in a church, hastate, spear-shaped, hatchment, coat of arms of a deceased person, hauberk, long-chain mail coat, haulm, stems of plants or straw collectively, horient, rising as if to breathe, horsecole, mail or plate armour for the neck, housemanize, to open out, to rebuild, haustellum, sucking proboscis or sucking end, haustorial, having a sucking proboscis, haut, high, haughty, hauteur, haughtiness, arrogance, havelock, white cover for a military cap, herver, foolish nonsense. Haversack, bag worn over the shoulder for carrying provisions. Havia, castrated deer. Hawkshaw, detective. Hawse, distance between ship's bow and its anchor. Hawsehole, hole for ship's cable. Hawser, large rope for mooring or towing a ship. Haycock, conical pile of hay in a field. Hazel, hay season. Headborough, petty constable. Headland, cape. Point, promontory. Headsail, sail set forward of the foremast of a ship. Headstock, device for supporting end or head of a member. Heapstead, buildings and places around a mine shaft. Hearse cloth, cloth lain over coffin during funeral. Heartsome, exhilarating. Bury. Hjalm, massive helmet covering head and shoulders. Hebamic, of, like or pertaining to the Socratic method. Hebdomadally, every week. Hebanon, anything with poisonous juices. Hebephrenia, form of dementia occurring at puberty. Hebetate, to make dull or obtuse. Hebetic, of, like or pertaining to puberty. Hebitude, stupidity. Hecatarchy, government by 100 people. Hecatontarchy. Hecatomb, large sacrifice or slaughter, killing of 100 animals or people. Hecatontarchy, government by 100 people. Hectography, process for producing multiple copies of writing. Hector, to intimidate by bluster, pomp or arrogance. Heddle, series of vertical cords to receive warp thread. Hedera, ivy leaf sign used to separate paragraphs. Hederaceous, of, like or pertaining to ivy. Hederated, crowned with a wreath of ivy. Hederiferous, ivy-bearing. Hederiform, shaped like ivy. Hednon, wedding present. Hedonics, part of ethics or psychology dealing with pleasure. Hedonism, belief that pleasure is the highest good. Healer, a worker for a local politician or political party. Hegemony, leadership of one state within a confederacy. Hegemony, head of a nunnery. Hecastotherm, plant which can grow in very cold environments. Helcoid, ulcerous. Helcology, study of ulcers. Heliac, solar, coincident with that of the sun. Helicograph, instrument for drawing spirals on a plane. Helicoid, screw-shaped, like a coil. Helicon, base tuber. Helicosophy, geometry that deals with spirals. Helictite, twisted, branching stalactite. Heliofugal, moving away from the sun. Heliograph, instrument for measuring intensity of sunlight. Heliography, description of the sun. Heliolatry, sun worship. Heliology, science of the sun. Heliometer, instrument for measuring apparent diameter of the sun. Heliophilus, preferring or attracted to the sunlight. Heliophobia, fear of sunlight. Heliocyanophyte, plant that thrives in sun better than shade. Helioscope, instrument for observing sun without injury to the eyes. Heliosseismology, study of sun's interior by observing its surface oscillations. Heliosis, exposure to the sun, sunburn. Heliotaxis, response of an organism to the sun's rays. Heliotrope, purplish hue, purplish flowered plant, ancient sundial, signalling mirror. Heliotropism, movement of plants towards sunlight. Helix, screw-shaped coil. Hellbender, large flat North American aquatic salamander. Hellenomania, obsession with Greece and the Greeks, Graecomania. Hellkite, kite of infernal breed, extremely cruel person. Helm, ship steering wheel. Helminth worm, helminthiasis, infestation with worms. Helminthoid, worm-shaped, helminthology, study of worms. Helobius, living in marshes or moors. Helotage, the state of helots or being enslaved. Helotry, class of slaves. Helve, handle of an axe or similar tool. Hemocytometer, instrument for counting blood cells. Hematology, study of blood. Hematomancy, divination using blood. Hemerolopia, day blindness, vision requiring dim light. Hemerology, calendar. Hemialgia, pain in one side of the body alone. Hemianopsia, blindness in one eye. Hemiolic, based on the ratio of 3:2. Hemiplegic, paralyzed on one side only. Hemistic, half a verse line. Hemitry, congenital deformity. Hendecagon, 11-sided figure. Hendecarchy, government by 11 people. Hendiadis, expression of adjective and noun as two adjectives. Henism, doctrine that there is only one kind of existence. Henotheism, belief in one tribal or community god, but not as the only god. Henotic, tending to unify or reconcile, promoting harmony. Henry, unit of electrical inductance. Hent, to grasp, to seize. Heotology, study of religious feasts. Hepatic, of, like, or pertaining to or acting upon the liver. Hepatology, study of liver. Hepatoscopy, divination by examining animal livers. Hephaestic, of, like, or pertaining to iron working and blacksmiths. Heptamerous, having parts in sevens. Heptarchy, government by 7 people. Hepteris, ship with 7 rows of oars. Herbarium, collection of preserved plants and herbs. Herbescent, growing like an herb. Herbarize, to gather or tend herbs. Herbose, abounding with herbs. Hercogamy, prevention of self-pollination in plants. Herdic, low-hung carriage with back entrance. Hereditament, property that may pass on to an heir. Heresiarch, leader of a heretical movement. Heresiography, written description or treatise on heresies or heretics. Heresiology, study of heresies. Hereticaster, a petty or contemptible heretic. Hereticate, to denounce as heretical. Hereticide, killing of heretics, heretofore until now. Hericide, killing of one's lord or master. Heriot, payment to feudal lord upon death of tenant farmer. Herise, bristled. Herison, swinging beam bearing iron spikes. Herm, head or bust of Hermes with a big wang on a square base. Hermeneutic, of, like or pertaining to the interpretation of passages. Hermetic, of, like or pertaining to sorcery or alchemy. Hierarchy, government by heroes. Hieron, temple to a hero, temple-shaped tomb. Herpetic, creeping. Herpetiform, resembling or shaped like a reptile. Herpetography, written description of herpes. Herpetoid, of, like or pertaining to snakes. Herpetology, study of reptiles and amphibians. Herpetophobia, fear of snakes. Herringbone, twilled fabric woven in rows of parallel sloping lines. Herward, toward her. Hesternal, of, like or pertaining to yesterday. Hesternopothia, yearning for yesterday or earlier times. hesychastic, keeping silence, soothing or quieting, hetera, paramour, prostitute, concubine, heterocracy, government by paramours, heterism, concubinage, system of communal marriage, heterarchy, government by a foreign ruler, heterism, variation, heterochrony, divergence from normal time sequence, heteroclitus, irregularly inflected, heterodimous, conjoined twins with two heads and torsos but one pair of legs, heterodyne, interference due to different wave frequencies, heteroecious, parasitism upon several hosts, heteroepi, irregular or non-standard pronunciation, heterogenesis, spontaneous or alternate generation, heterography, incorrect or unorthodox spelling, heterology, differences due to different origin, heteronymous, subject to different or foreign laws, heteronym, word having same spelling but different sound and meaning, heteropathy, excessive sensitivity, heterophemy, accidental use of word different from that meant, heterocean, dweller of a temperate zone, heterosis, use of one form of a noun or pronoun in place of another for rhetorical effect, heterotaxis, anomalous arrangement of body parts, heterothermal, taking the temperature of the surroundings, heterotransplantation, transplantation of tissue from an individual of another species, heterotrichosis, having hair of varied or mixed colours, heterotropic, squinting, heuristic, helping to discover by trial and error, hexactinal, having 6 rays, hexameron, period of 6 days of creation, hexamerous, having 6 parts, hexametromania, mania for writing in hexameter, hexastecal, having 6 lines or rows, hexeris, galley with 6 rows of oars, heyday, expression of elation or wonder, hyant gaping, hibber, gibber, gibberish, hibernaculum, winter retreat, hibernal, of like or pertaining to winter, hydation, measuring or assessing land by hides, hide, old unit of land area equal to 120 acres, hydrotic, causing or exuding sweat, hyamal, of, like or pertaining to winter, hieratical, priestly, bound by religious convention, hierocracy, government by priests or religious ministers, hierodule, temple slave, hierogram, sacred or hieroglyphic symbol, hierography, description of sacred things, hierolatry, worship of saints or sacred things, hierology, science of sacred matters, hieromachy, fight or quarrel between priests, hieromancy, divination by studying objects offered in sacrifice, hieromania, pathological religious visions or delusions, hieromonach, monk who also serves as a priest, hieropathic, pertaining to a strong love of the clergy, hierophant, one who shows or reveals sacred things, hierophobia, fear of sacred things, hieroscopy, divination using entrails, hierurgy, sacred performance, highbinder, a scheming or corrupt politician, height, named, called, to command or call, hilasmic, propitiatory, himation, loose outer garment worn by ancient Greeks, himward, toward him, hindermate, companion who is a hindrance, hind foremost with the back part in the front place, hinnable, able to neigh or whinny, hiplings, with the hips foremost, hipparchy, rule or control of horses, hipped, melancholy, peevish, offended, Hippiatric, of, like or pertaining to the treatment of horses' diseases. Hippiatrics, study of diseases of horses. Hippic, of, like or pertaining to horses. Hippocress, medieval hot-spiced wine. Hippocrapian, horseshoe-shaped. Hippocrepiform, shaped like a horseshoe. Hippodamist, horse-tamer. Hippoid, equine, of, like or pertaining to horses. Hippology, the study of horses. Hippomancy, divination using horses. Hippomania, obsession with horses. Hippometer, instrument to measure height of horses. Hippomobile, horse-drawn vehicle. Hippophagy, feeding on horses. Hippophile, lover of horses. Hippophobe, hater of horses. Hircine, goat-like, having a goatish smell. Of, like or pertaining to smelly goats. Hirsismus, stinky armpits. Hercosity, goatishness. Hurient, roughly trilled. Hirsute, having or covered with coarse shaggy hair. Hirsutes, hairiness. Hirudine, of, like or pertaining to leeches. Hirudinian, of, like or pertaining to leeches. Hirundine, of, like or pertaining to swallows. Hispid, rough with or covered with strong hairs or bristles. Hist, expression used to attract attention. Histogenesis, the formation or differentiation of tissues. Histology, study of the tissues of organisms. Histopathology, study of changes in tissue due to disease. Historicism, belief that all phenomena are historically determined. Historiography, study of writing history. Historiology, study of history. Histrionic, of, like, or pertaining to the stage or actors. Hither to this place, hithermost, nearest on this side. Hither side, the nearest side. Hoary, pale silver-grey colour, grey with age. Hoatzin, South American tropical bird whose young have clawed wings. Hobbish, clownish. Hobbledehoy, awkward, gawky youth. Hobnail, thick and strong nail for shoeing horses. Hobohemia, community of hobos. Hocko, South American bird resembling a turkey. Hod, V-shaped trough for carrying bricks or mortar on the shoulders. Hodden, coarse, undyed woolen cloth. Hodianal, of, like or pertaining to the present day. Hodometry, measurement of distance of a sea voyage. Hodoscope, instrument for tracing paths of ionizing particles. Hoguster, young sheep, hog or boar. Hogget, 1-year-old sheep or colt. Hoggin, sifted gravel. Hogmanay, gift or cake made on New Year's Eve. Hogshead, unit of capacity equal to 63 gallons. Hogwash, nonsense, worthless idea. Holderbat, clamp fixed around sides of pipe. Holism, belief that fundamental universal principle is creation of wholes. Holland, coarse plain woven cotton or linen. Holm, island in a river. Holobaptism, belief in baptism with total immersion in water. Holobenthic, passing entire life in the deep ocean. Holocryptic, inscrutable, undecipherable. Holograph, text written entirely in its author's handwriting. Holography, process of producing holographic images. Holophrase, single word expressing sentence or phrase. Holoptic, having the eyes meeting in front. Holosteric, totally solid. Holt, woody hill or grove. Holystone, sandstone material used to scrape ships' decks. Homoloidal, of the nature of a plane, flat, plane-shaped. Homarine, of, like or pertaining to lobsters. Homeomerous, composed of similar parts. Homotoluton, the use or occurrence of similar word endings. Homicelophobia, fear of fog. Homiletical, of, like or pertaining to homilies. Homiletics, the art of preaching. Homiliary, book of sermons. Hominiform, shaped like a human. Hommock, ridge in an ice field. Homnivorous, eating humans. Homocentric, having the same central or focal point. Homochiral, identically shaped. Homodont, having teeth all alike. Homeoptaton, use of series of words sharing the same verb or noun inflections. Homograph, words spelled the same but of different meaning. Homoousia, similarity but not identicality in substance. Homolegomena, books of the Bible used in early Christianity. Homologate, to confirm, to agree, to ratify. Homomerous, possessing similar parts or components. Homonym, words having the same sound but different meanings. Homoousia, identicality in substance. Homophile, one who prefers the company of the same sex, a homosexual. Homophobia, fear of homosexuals. Homophily, resemblance due to common ancestry. Homoplasty, resemblance due to convergent evolution. Homotaxic, arranged in a similar manner. Homuncule, little artificial person. Honorificabilitudinity, honourableness. Hooey, nonsense, humbug. Hoplarchy, government by the military. Hoplite, a heavily armed Greek foot soldier. Hoplology, the study of weapons. Hoplomachy, fighting while heavily armoured. Hopple, to restrain by tying the feet together. Hopsack, rough-surfaced loose fabric. Hora, circle dance. Horal, of, like or pertaining to hours. Hourly. Horary, of, like or pertaining to an hour continuing for an hour hourly. Hordacious, of, like or pertaining to barley. Hordiform, shaped like a barley corn. Hormy, goal-directed or purposive behaviour. Hornbook, rudimentary treatise. Hornito, low oven. Hornpipe, lively British folk dance. Hornwork, cuckoldry. Horography, art of constructing sundials or clocks. Horologiography, description of timepieces. Horology, science of time measurement. Horometry, time measurement. Horrent, bristling. Horrescent, expressing or showing horror. Horripilation, process causing goosebumps. Horrissonant, dreadful sounding. Hortatory, giving exhortation or advice. Hortensial, of, like or pertaining to gardens. Hortulon, of, like or pertaining to gardens. Hospitate, to greet, to welcome. Hospiticide, killer of one's guest or host. Hospitium, hospice. Hosticide, killer of one's enemy. Hotchpot, aggregation of property prior to equal division among heirs. Hoofmagandy, fornication. Houndstooth, fabric with an irregular checked pattern. Howard, timber gallery on summit of castle tower. Housel, belonging to the house. Housel, the Eucharist, the act of taking the Eucharist. Howbeit. Although, howdah, seat with a canopy erected on an elephant's back. Hoy, large one-decked boat. Hoyden, tomboy. Huckerback, absorbent cotton or linen used for towels. Huemul, yellow-brown South American deer. Huggery, the action of hugging. Huetane, group of 8 lines of verse. Hula, sinuous Polynesian dance with rhythmic hip movements. Hulchi, swollen, humanism, belief that human interests and mind are paramount. Humanitarianism, doctrine that the highest moral obligation is to improve human welfare. Humect, to moisten, to cause to become moist. Humectation, moisture. Humgruffin, terrible person. Humicubation, act of lying on the ground penitently. Humify, to moisten. Hummock, pile or ridge of ice. Humoral, of, like or pertaining to body fluid. Humpenscrump, crude musical instrument like a hurdy-gurdy. Hustle, lively disco dance derived from swing elements with a plus-like pattern. Hootia, large Caribbean rat-like rodent. Wheel, emotional state capable of arousing intense eloquence. Hyacinthine, of a blue or purple colour. Hyaline, glassy of or like glass, transparent. Hyalography, engraving upon glass. Hyaloid, of, like or pertaining to glass. Hyalopterous, having glassy or transparent wings. Hydatoid, watery. Hydragogue, removing water or serum. Hydrargyrism, mercury poisoning. Hydric, of, like or pertaining to an abundance of moisture. Hydriotaphie, burial in an urn. Hydrobiology, study of aquatic organisms. Hydrodynamics, study of movement in liquids. Hydrogenic, caused or formed by water. Hydrogeology, study of groundwater. Hydrognosy, historical account of water surfaces of the earth. Hydrography, study of investigating bodies of water. Hydrokinetics, study of motion of fluids. Hydrology, study of water resources. Hydromancy, divination using water. Hydromania, irrational craving for water. Hydrometeorology, study of atmospheric moisture. Hydrometer, instrument for measuring specific gravity of liquids. Hydropathy, study of treating diseases with water. Hydrophanous, becoming transparent when placed in water. Hydrophilus, loving or preferring water. Hydrophobia, fear of water. Hydropic, dropsical, thirsty. Hydroscope, instrument for viewing underwater. Hydroscopist, one who divines sources of fresh water. Hydrospace, regions beneath the ocean's surface. Hydrotaxis, movement towards or away from water. Hydrotimeter, instrument for measuring water hardness. Hytol, rainy, of, like or pertaining to rainfall. Hytograph, instrument for recording rainfall. Hytology, science of rainfall. Hytometer, instrument for measuring rainfall. Hetometrograph, instrument for recording rainfall. Hygiene, of, like or pertaining to health. Healthy. Hygieolatry, excessive devotion to health. Hygiastics, science of health and hygiene. Hygiology, hygienics, study of cleanliness. Hygric, of, like or pertaining to water or moisture. Hygrograph, instrument for recording variations in atmospheric humidity. Hygrology, study of humidity. Hygrometer, instrument for measuring air moisture. Hygrometry, science of humidity. Hygrophilus, preferring or living where there is an abundance of moisture. Hygroscope, instrument for displaying changes in air humidity. Hygrostat, machine for regulating humidity of air. Hylactic, barking in a barking manner. Hylarchic, ruling over matter. Hyle, matter, helicism, materialism. Hylobatine, of, like or pertaining to gibbons. Hylogenesis, the origin of matter. Hylomania, excessive tendency towards materialism. Hylomorphism, belief that matter is cause of the universe. Hylapathism, belief in ability of matter to affect the spiritual world. Hylophagus, eating wood. Hylotheism, belief that the universe is purely material. Hylotomus, woodcutting. Hylozoism, doctrine that all matter is endowed with life. Hymeneal, of, like or pertaining to marriage. Hymnal, collection of church hymns. Hymnicide, killing of a hymn through inappropriate alterations. Hymnody, hymns collectively, hymn singing. Hymnography, study of writing hymns. Hymnology, study of hymns. Hyoid, having a U shape. Hypactic, purgative. Hypethral, roofless, open to the sky. Hypalgesia, diminished susceptibility to pain. Hypalage, figure in which relations between words are changed. Hyperspist, shield-bearing elite soldier. Hyperacusis, abnormally good sense of hearing. Hyperalgia, extreme sensitivity to pain. Hyperanarchy, condition of extreme anarchy. Hyperaphia, extraordinarily keen sense of touch. Hyperarchy, excessive government. Hyperbaton, rhetorical device in which word order is reversed. Hyperbole, impression by extravagant exaggeration. Hyperborean, an inhabitant of the extreme north. Hyperbulia, excessive zeal for action or activity. Hypercatalectic, having an extra syllable on the end of a line of verse. Hypercathexis, manic desire for a particular object. Hyperdulia, veneration of the Virgin Mary above saints and angels. Hyperemesis, excessive vomiting. Hypergamy, marriage of a man to a woman of lower status. Hyperhidrosis, excessive sweating. Hypermania, severe mania. Hypermetropia, long-sightedness. Hypernym, word representing a class of words or things. Hyperope, far-sighted person. Hyperosmia, very keen sense of smell. Hyperphagia, eating too much. Hyperpyrexia, excessive body temperature. Hypertrichologist, person who treats unsightly facial hair. Hypheresis, omission of sound or letter from a word. Hypnagogic, sleep-inducing, pertaining to drowsiness or sleep. Hypnoetic, of, like or pertaining to unconscious logical thought. Hypnogeny, production of the hypnotic state. Hypnoid, like sleep or hypnosis. Hypnology, study of sleep, study of hypnosis. Hypnomancy, divination using sleep. Hypnomogia, insomnia. Hypnopompic, of, like or pertaining to period between sleep and wakefulness. Hypnosophy, knowledge of phenomena relating to sleep. Hyperbole, anticipating and refuting objections to an argument. Hyperbulic, weak-willed, lacking willpower. Hypocaust, space under floor for heating by hot air. Hypocorism, pet name, diminutive or abbreviated name. Hypodynamia, loss of strength. Hypogeal, underground. Hypergyody, surveying underground. Hypogeum, underground chamber. Hypojuicia, diminished sense of taste. Hyperlimnion, colder and deeper layer of water in a lake. Hypomania, minor mania, hypermetropia, short-sightedness. Hyponychial, underneath fingernail or toenail. Hyponym, term which is a member of a larger class. Hyperphora, statement of an opponent's probable but as yet unstated objection. Hyperphrenia, weakness of mental facilities. Hypostasis, basis, foundation, essence. Hyperstrophy, return to primary argument after digression. Hypostyle, pillar, hypotaxis, dependent construction. Hypothecary, of, like or pertaining to mortgages. Hypothecate, to mortgage, to place as security. Hypotrichosis, hairlessness. Hypotyposis, vivid description of a scene. Hypsloid, shaped like the Greek letter upsilon. Hypsography, science of measuring heights. Hypsometer, instrument for measuring height of trees through triangulation. Hypsophobia, fear of high places. Hyperal, situated beneath the tail. Hyrax shrew, hyrax, small rodent-like ungulate. Hysteresis, lagging of an effect behind its cause. Hysterogenic, causing hysteria. Hystroid, like or resembling a womb. Hysteromania, nymphomania. Hystron proteron, in rhetoric, putting first what normally comes last. Hystrocin, of, like or pertaining to porcupines. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Iambic, study of remedies. Iambic, consisting of iambuses, employing iambuses. Iambize, to satirize or lampoon, to ridicule in iambic verse. Iambographer, one who writes iambic verses. Iambus, poetic foot consisting of short then a long syllable. Ianthine, violet-coloured. Iatrolyptic, relating to the curing of diseases by means of unguents. Atramelia, medical negligence. Iatrarchy, government by physicians. Iatrochemistry, application of chemistry to medical theory. Iatrogenic, induced inadvertently by medical treatment. Iatrology, treatise or text on medical topics, study of medicine. Iatromathematics, archaic practice of medicine in conjunction with astrology. Iatrophobia, fear of going to the doctor. Iberis, low-growing flowering shrubby herb. Ibex, wild mountain goat with recurved horns. Ibidem, in the same place. Ibidin, pertaining to the ibis. Ibis, large stork-like bird, a pale apricot colour. Ikako, small fruit-bearing tropical tree. Ice blink glare in the sky caused by light reflected off ice. Iceland, any land of perpetual ice. Ichneumon, small mongoose-like carnivorous quadruped. Ichneumous, parasitical. Ichnutic, of, like or pertaining to a tracker or tracking. Ichnight, fossilized footprint. Ichnogram, footprint. Iconography, art of drawing ground plans. A ground plan. Ichnology, science of fossilized footprints. Ichnomancy, divination using footprints. Ichorесcent, becoming Icarus. Ichthyic, of, resembling or pertaining to fish. Ichthyoacanthotoxism, poisoning from the sting or bite of a fish. Ichthyocoprolite, fossilized fish poop. Ichthyography, writing or description of fishes. Ichthyoid, fish-like. Ichthyolatry, the worship of fish. Ichthyology, study of fish. Ichthyomancy, divination by inspecting fish entrails. Ichthyomorphic, shaped like a fish. Ichthyonomy, classification of fishes. Ichthyophagus, fish-eating. Ichthyophile, one who loves fish or fishes. Ichthyopolist, fish seller. Ichthyotoxism, poisoning from fish venom. Ichthytaxidermy, fish taxidermy. Ichu, Andean alpine grass. Ickle, little, iconism, imagery, metaphor. Iconoclasm, attacking of established beliefs. Iconodulae, veneration of icons or images. Iconography, study of drawing symbols. Iconolagny, sexual stimulation from pictures or statues. Iconolatry, image worship. Iconology, study of icons, symbols. Economicy, opposition to the worship of images or icons. Iconomancy, divination using icons. Iconomania, obsession with icons or portraits. Iconomatic, using pictures to represent sounds of words. Rebus writing. Iconometer, instrument for finding size of object by measuring its image. Iconophilism, a taste for pictures and symbols. Iconophobia, fear or hatred of images. Iconoplast, one who makes images or icons. Iconoscope, old kind of television camera tube. Iconostasis, screen or partition in Eastern churches with tiers of icons. Iconotropy, misinterpretation by one group of the mythic imagery of another group. Icosahedron, solid with 20 plane faces. Icterical, of, like, or pertaining to, or suffering from jaundice. Icterine, of like or pertaining to orioles and related birds. Icterine, yellowish or marked with yellow. Ictericious, jaundiced, yellow. Icterogenic, causing jaundice. Ictroid, resembling jaundice. Ictic, of, pertaining to or caused by, a blow or stroke, pertaining to metrical stress. Ictuate, to emphasize, to put metrical stress on. Ictus, stress in poetry or verse. Idealism, doctrine that reality is ultimately mental. idempotent, quantity which does not change when squared, ideogenous, being of mental origin. Ideogeny, study of origins of ideas. Ideogram, symbol that stands for a concept rather than a word. Ideography, writing using signs representing ideas rather than sounds. Ideophone, word that is spoken but not written. Ideopraxist, one who is impelled to carry out an idea. Idiochromatic, having unique or distinctive coloration. Idiocrasis, intrinsic peculiarity or unique feature. Idioglossia, private language developed between children. Ideograph, private mark, trademark. Ideography, study or description of individual events or facts rather than patterns. Idiolect, distinctive individual form of speech. Ideologism, personal speech. Peculiarity. Idiomology, study of idiom, jargon or dialect. Idiomorphic, having a unique or distinct form. Idiopathic, disease particular to an individual. Idiophone, percussion instrument made of naturally resonant material. Idiorhythmic, self-regulating. Idiothermos, warm-blooded. Idioticon, vocabulary of a particular district. Idolomancy, divination using idols. Idolomania, obsession or devotion to idols. Idolothite, sacrifice presented to an idol. Idolum, mental image, logical fallacy. Idoneous, suitable, appropriate, if so ever, if ever. Ignavia, laziness, laxity. Ignescent, capable of emitting sparks, of a volatile mood. Ignicalist, fire worshipper. Ignify, to burn, ignipotent, presiding over fire. Ignivormous, vomiting or spewing forth fire. Ignocency, forgiveness. Ignotism, mistake due to ignorance. Iguana, large tropical New World lizard. Iwi, bright red Hawaiian bird. Elastical, propitiatory, expiatory. Iliac, of, like or pertaining to the loins. Ilicic, of, like or pertaining to holly. Ilka, kind or nature. Illapse, to glide in. Illoquiate, to ensnare. Illation, the act of inferring from premises. Illative, indicating movement into or toward. Illaudable, not praiseworthy. Illucibrous, enticing, attractive. Illiced, one who refers to oneself in the third person. Illimitable, limitlessly infinite. Illinition, act of rubbing against or on. Illiquation, the melting of one thing into another. Illusion, the act of striking against something. Illocution, an act which is performed by speaking words. Illude, to trick. Illuminism, belief in an inward spiritual light. Illusionism, belief that the external world is philosophy. Illutation, mud bath. Illuvium, material dissolved in water and deposited in layers. Imagism, doctrine of use of precise images with unrestricted subject. Imago, idealized mental image of a person. Imbibition, the absorption of a liquid by a solid or gel. Imbreviate, to enroll. Imbricate, to lay overlapping one another. Imbroglio, confusing or disturbing situation, confused mass or heap. Imbrue, to wet or moisten. Imbrute, to degrade to the state of a brute. Imburse, to put in a purse, to pay. Emanation, flowing in. immanent, inherent, permanently pervading the universe. Immanentism, belief in an immanent or permanent God. Immarcessible, unfading, imperishable. Immaterialism, the doctrine that there is no material substance. Immeability, state of being impassable or impermeable. Immerge, to immerse, to dip into water. Immeritus, undeserving. Imminution, lessening, decreasing. Immiseration, progressive impoverishment or degradation. Emission, insertion, infusion. Immix, to commingle. Immoralism, rejection of morality. Immortel, everlasting dried flower. Immunifacient, causing immunity. Immunogenetics, study of genetic characteristics of immunity. Immunogenic, producing an immune response. Immunopathology, study of immunity to disease. Immure, to imprison, to shut in. Implacable, not able to be quieted or appeased. Imponate, embodied in bread. Impavadigitate, having an odd number of fingers on each limb. Imparlance, delay in pleading for amicable adjustment. Impaste, to lay paint or colours thickly on. Impavid, fearless, undaunted. Impecunious, without money, penniless. Impedimenta, things that impede, baggage. Impedimentary, hindering, obstructing. Impanate, featherless, wingless. Imprescriptible, not recorded, unwritten. Imperseverant, lacking the power to perceive. Impest, to infest with plague or pestilence. Impetrate, to obtain by entreaty, request or prayer. Impeniorate, to pledge, pawn or mortgage. Impleach, to intertwine. Impletion, filling, fullness, fulfillment. Implex, not simple, involved, complicated. Implodent, an implosive sound. Implumus, without feathers. Imponent, that which imposes an obligation. Importune, to press or urge with repeated requests. Impostume, abscess. Imprecate, to call down by prayer, to curse, to invoke evil on. Imprescriptible, inalienable. Impressed, a loan or advance of money. Imprimatur, license to print a book. Imprimis, in the first place. Imprimative, not primitive. Impropriate, to appropriate for private use. Improvident, lacking foresight. Thoughtless. Impudicity, shamelessness. Impugn, to oppose, to attack by words or arguments. Imputation, attribution of fault to. Imsonic, onomatopoetic. Inaniloquent, prone to foolish or empty babbling. Inanition, emptiness, starvation. Inappetent, lacking desire or appetite. Inapt, unfit or unqualified. Inorate, gilded, golden. In being, inherence, inherent existence. Inboard, inside the line of a ship's bulwarks or hull. Incalescent, growing warm. Incarnus, covered with soft white hair. Incardination, acceptance by a diocese of clergymen from another diocese. Incarnadine, carnation-coloured, blood red. Incatenation, harnessing, chaining together. Inseed, to advance majestically. Incendivity, the power of causing ignition. Incentivize, to be given an incentive. Incept, to take into the body. Ingest. Inceptive, marking the beginning or formation. Inchoate, undeveloped, just begun. Incipient, beginning, in an early stage. Incivism, neglect of duty as a citizen. Inclinometer, instrument for measuring inclination to the horizontal of an axis. Incommissible, unable to be mixed or intermingled. Incommode, to cause trouble or inconvenience to. Incommutable, that cannot be commuted or exchanged. Incompossible, incapable of coexisting. Inconsinity, lack of congruousness or proportion. Incondite, not well put together, poorly constructed. Inconscient, unconscious, abstracted. Incontrare, in opposition to. Incoronate, crowned. Incorpse, to incorporate. Incrassate, to thicken. Increscent, waxing. Incubus, nightmare, burden. Inculcate, implant in by persistent urging. Inculpate, to blame, to incriminate. Incult, uncultivated, coarse. Incunabulist, one who collects early books. Incunabulum, early printed book, early version of a thing. Incuse, impressed or stamped upon. Indicate, to search out, to investigate. Indehiscent, not opening when mature. Indicia, indicating marks or symptoms. Indifferentism, the belief that all religions are equally valid. Indigence, poverty, state of being needy. Indine, unworthy, disgraceful, unseemly. Indigo, deep blue-violet colour, a blue-violet dye. Indiscerptible, not able to be separated. Indite, to compose. Individualism, belief that individual interests and rights are paramount. Indoles, inherent disposition. Industier, peace treaty or armistice. Inductivism, belief in the superiority of induction over deduction. Indue, to supply, to endow. Indulgence, former Catholic pardon granted for remission of punishment for sins. Indult, special temporary dispensation granted by the Catholic Church. Indumentum, total body covering of hair, fur or feathers. Indurate, to make hard, callous or unfeeling. Induviae, withered leaves which persist on plants. Indwell, to exist within as a guiding force. Ineloquence, unappealing speech. Ineluctable, against which it is useless to struggle. Inescatory, of, like or pertaining to baiting, adapted to bait. Inesculent, inedible. Inessive, indicating location within. Inient, entering. Inexpiable, that which cannot be expiated or atoned for. Inexpugnable, not able to be attacked or captured. Infandus, unmentionable. Infantocracy, government by an infant. Infarction, tissue dying due to lack of blood flow. Infalsed, unlucky, ill-omened. Infelicitous, inappropriate in application or expression. Inferiority, offerings to the spirits of the dead. Infecet, not facetious, rudely jesting. Infinitism, belief that God or the universe are infinite. Inflorescence, process of producing flowers, flowering. Infomania, excessive devotion to accumulating facts. Infra, below, later in a text. Infrangible, not able to be broken or violated. Infructuous, not fruitful. Infumate, smoky, blackened. Infundibuliform, having the form or shape of a funnel or cone. infuscate, clouded or tinged with brown, obscured, cloudy brown colour, ingonation, deception. Ingate, inlet for molten metal in founding, ingeminate, to reiterate, to redouble, entrance, intrusion, interference. Ingle, a fire in a room, a fireplace. Inglenook, alcove by a large open fire. Ingluvies, a crop or craw of birds. Ingluvious, gluttonous. Ingravescent, becoming more severe. Ingression, pronounced with inhalation rather than exhalation. Inguinal, of, like or pertaining to the groin. Ingurgitate, to swallow, to guzzle. Inhorsed, to drink in. Inhere, be inherent. Inhumation, burial, act of depositing in the ground. Inhumist, referring to a society that burns its dead. Inimical, hostile, harmful. Iniquity, wickedness, gross injustice. Inkhorn, portable case for ink. Inkhornism, pedantic word or expression. Inligation, pardoning of an outlaw. Inlapidate, to petrify. Inly, inwardly, thoroughly. Innocency, state of leaning or resting upon something. Innominate, having no name. Innoxious, harmless. Inoperculate, without an operculum or lid. Inopinate, not thought of, unexpected. Inorthography, incorrect spelling. Inosculate, to join together with ducts or openings, to blend or combine. Inquilin, living with another, dwelling in another creature's lair. Inquinate, to corrupt or defile. Inquirendo, authority to inquire into something. Inquisiturient, eager to act as an inquisitor. Inquorate, not making up a quorum. Insonation, staging, setting. Inscient, having little or no knowledge. Insculp, to engrave, to cut or carve from something. Insectifuge, insect repellent. Insectivorous, eating insects. Insectology, study of insects. Incessorial, adapted for perching. Insidiate, to conspire against, to betray. Insipience, lack of wisdom. Stupidity, insulate, to treat by exposure to the sun's rays. Insouciance, indifference, apathy. Insouciant, light-hearted and unconcerned. Inspan, to bring or force into service. Inspissate, to thicken or condense. Instanter, at once. Instauration, restoration, renewal. Institutorial, of, like or pertaining to an agent or factor. Instructive, indicating means whereby. Instrumental, indicating means by which. Instrumentalism, doctrine that ideas are instruments of action. Insufflate, to disseminate by blowing, to breathe upon. Insulse, lacking wit, dull, stupid, insipid. Intaglio, a figure engraved into a gem or another substance. Integument, an external covering or coating. Intellection, act of thinking, exercise of the intellect. Intellectualism, belief that all knowledge is derived from reason. Intemerate, pure, undefiled. Intempestive, unseasonable, untimely, inopportune. Intenerate, to make tender, to soften. Intenable, not capable of holding or retaining. Interactionism, belief that mind and body act on each other. Interamnion, between two rivers. intercalary, interpolated, inserted between other things, intercalation, interpolation, insertion between others, interciliary, between the eyebrows, intercipient, intercepting, interclude, to block, to enclose, to cut off, intercolline, lying between hills, intercostal, between the ribs, intercrural, within or pertaining to the area between the legs, interdigitate, to interlock in the manner of locked fingers, interdine, to eat together, interfenestration, spacing of windows, interferometer, instrument for analyzing spectra of light, interfluve, area between two rivers that flow in the same direction, intergrade, to merge or shade by means of intermediate steps, interim, meanwhile, interjacent, intervening, situated between two things, interjaculate, to ejaculate in interruption, interlaminate, to insert between layers, interlocutor, one who converses, interpreter, participant in conversation, interlocution, thinning of a forest to let some light in, interlunation, dark time between old moon and new, intermure, to wall in, internecine, causing mutual destruction, internuncio, messenger between two parties, low-ranking papal legate, interosculant, possessing attributes common to different groups, interpellation, question raised during the course of debate, interpilaster, space between two pilasters, interpunct, point or dot between words in place of spaces, interpunction, insertion of punctuation marks in writing, interramification, interweaving of branches, interrex, one who rules during an interregnum regent, interrobang, combination of exclamation point and question mark, interscribe, to write between, intersidereal, between stars, interstitial, of, like or pertaining to the space between things, intertessellation, complex interrelationship, interty, short timber binding together upright posts, intertrigo, skin rash due to friction of two moist surfaces, intervallum, between the ramparts, intervolve, to roll up or entwine with one another, intinction, administering communion by dipping bread into wine, intitule, to endow or furnish with a title, intorted, twisted inwards, involved, intrados, undersurface of an arch or vault, intrant, entering, penetrating, introessive, indicating motion into, introit, psalm or hymn sung at beginning of church service, intromet, to introduce, to admit, to insert, introos, turned or facing inward, introspectionism, doctrine that knowledge of mind must derive from introspection, intuitionism, belief that the perception of truth is by intuition, intumesce, to enlarge, to swell, to bubble, intersusception, movement of one part of a thing into another, inumbrate, to cast a shadow upon, to shade, inunction, anointing, smearing or rubbing with ointment, inurbanity, lack of manners or deportment, incivility, inusitation, disuse, disrepair, inustian, burning in, cauterization, invaginate, to sheathe, to draw in, to enfold, inveigh, to make an attack in speech or writing, inveigle, to entice, to wheedle, invenit, invented it, inverecund, shameless, unabashed, inveterate, long established, confirmed, invictive, insurmountable, undefeatable, invidious, likely to excite indignation against the performer, invination, presence of Christ's blood in sanctified wine, inviscate, to entrap with sticky material, invitatory, psalm or anthem sung before prayer during church service, invultuation, the making of an image for use in witchcraft, in with, inside, ionophone, loudspeaker that uses vibrations of ionized air to amplify sound, ionosondi, device for recording information about the ionosphere using echoes, iopterous, having violet-coloured wings, ioticism, excessive use of the letter I, iotize, to add the letter I before another letter, ipecac, a nemetic root plant, ipecacuanhic, of or relating to ipecac, ipiti, a small antelope, ipsand, old name for the ampersand, ipsieti, selfhood, state of being oneself, ipsilateral, occurring on the same side of the body, iracund, inclined to become angry, iracundulous, somewhat inclined to become angry, irascent, becoming enraged or angry, ireless, without anger or ire, Irenarch, ancient Roman and Byzantine keeper of the peace, Irenic, conducive to or working towards peace, Irenicon, proposal to promote peace between rival churches, Irenology, the study of peace, Irion, belonging to the iris of the eye, Iridaceous, of like or pertaining to iris plants, Iridal, of or pertaining to the rainbow, Iridian, having or suggestive of the colours of a rainbow, Iridic, of like or pertaining to the iris of the eye, Iridine, rainbow-like, iridize, to make iridescent, Iridology, study of the iris, diagnosis of disease based on the iris of the eye, Irisate, to render iridescent, Iriscope, instrument for exhibiting the prismatic colours, Iroko, West African hardwood tree, Ironis, ironically, ironism, practice of using irony, ironless, not possessing iron, ironmaster, head of an ironworks, ironwort, herb reputed to be effective in treating sword wounds, irradiant, emitting rays of light, eradicate, to fix firmly, erased, in heraldry, indented, irrecusable, that cannot be rejected, irredenta, territory related ethnically to one state but subject to another, irredentism, advocating restoration of territory to a nation, irredivivus, unable to be revived, irreflex, not turned back, not turned aside, irrefragable, that cannot be refuted, unanswerable, irrefrangible, incapable of refraction, irregenerate, not regenerate, unregenerate, irrelate, unrelated, irreligion, hostility to religious principles, lack of religion, irreligionism, system of belief that is hostile to religions, irremissible, which cannot be returned, irrevocable, irremissible, that cannot be forgiven, unpardonable, irremoval, absence of removal, irreplavisable, in law, that cannot be restored to its rightful owner, irrepossible, unable to be demanded back, irreption, stealthy entrance, a subtle or creeping entry into, irrepetitious, having crept into a text, irrequisite, unnecessary, irresient, having no residence, not resident, irrespectuous, disrespectful, irresultive, having no result, irritiate, to ensnare, to trap in a net, irrevincible, invincible, incontrovertible, irriguous, watered, wet, irrigating, irrisible, worthy of derision, irrision, the act of laughing at another, irrisory, mocking, derisive, irrit, void, irroborate, to strengthen, irroration, watering a plant with discharge of a sick person, irruent, running hastily, rushing, irrumpant, bursting or breaking in, eruption, breaking or bursting in, isabelline, greyish-yellow, is abnormal, line connecting points of equal deviation from mean temperature, is acoustic, line connecting points of equal acoustic quality, isagogue, academic introduction to a subject, isagogic, introductory, isalobar, line connecting points of equal change in barometric pressure, isalotherm, line connecting points of equal temperature variation in a period, isanemone, line connecting points on map having same wind velocity, isantha, line connecting points where flowers bloom at the same time of year, isapostolic, equal to or contemporary with the apostles, ascetis, Arctic fox, ischemia, lack of blood in a part of the body due to an obstruction, ischiatic, off or pertaining to the ischium or hip, ischiorogic, of an iambic line having spondees in the 2nd, 4th or 6th place, ischiuretic, diuretic, ischuria, retention of urine, isidomal, line connecting points of equal visibility of a spectacle, esentropic, line connecting points of equal entropy, ishan, prehistoric Iraqi mound, ishis, hip joints, easing, meat sausage, isinglass, firm semi-transparent substance used to make jellies, Islandic, of or pertaining to an island, Islesman, inhabitant of a group of islands, Islamania, craze or obsession for islands, ismatic, addicted to isms or faddish theories, isness, the fact of being, essence, isobar, line connecting points of same atmospheric pressure, isobase, line connecting points of equal land upheaval, isobath, line connecting points of equal underwater depth, isobathitherm, line connecting points of equal temperature and depth underground, isobront, line connecting points of simultaneous storm development, isocephaly, arrangement of figures in art so that their heads are at the same height, isichar, line connecting points of similar distinguishing characteristics of plant life, isocasm, line connecting points of equal frequency of aurorae, isochaeum, line connecting points of same average winter temperature, isochlor, line connecting points of equal chlorine concentration, isochore, line connecting points of varying conditions under constant volume, isochrone, line connecting points of equal time difference or simultaneous occurrence, isochronous, having the same duration, recurring at equal intervals, isochros, having a uniform color, isoclinal, line connecting points of same magnetic dip, isocost, line connecting points of equal cost, isocracy, equal political power, isochrem, line connecting points of equal winter temperature. Isodiabatic, having equal transmission of heat. Isodose, line connecting points that receive equal doses of radiation. Isodynamic, line connecting points of equal magnetic intensity. Isoflor, line connecting points of equal number of plant species. Isogam, line connecting points of equal acceleration due to gravity. Isogen, line connecting points of equal birth rates. Isogeny, sameness or similarity of origin. Isogeotherm, line connecting points of equal subterranean temperature. Isogloss, line connecting points of similar regional dialect. Isoglossal, having similar speech patterns or language. Isogonal, having equal angles. Isogonal line connecting points of equal magnetic declination. Isograd, line connecting points of similar conditions during geological metamorphism. Isogram, line connecting points on a map having some similar feature. Isograph, line connecting points of same linguistic usage in some respect. Isography, imitation of handwriting. Isohaline, line connecting points of equal salinity. Isohalcine, line connecting points of equal ocean salinity. Isohel, line connecting points of equal sunlight. Isoyet, line connecting points of equal rainfall. Isochorionic, line connecting points of equal occurrence of thunderstorms. Isolex, line connecting points of same vocabulary usage. Isoline, line connecting points on a map having some similar feature. Isomagnetic, line connecting points of equal magnetic induction. Isometric, line connecting points of equal variations of pressure. Isomorph, line connecting points of same linguistic morphological forms. Eosinophilic, line connecting points of equal cloud cover. Isonomy, equal law, rights or privileges. Isonym, word having the same derivation or form as another. Isopatch, line connecting points of equal thickness of geological strata. Isophene, line connecting points of the same phenotype or seasonal variation. Isophote, line connecting points of equal light intensity from a given source. Isopiestic, line connecting points of equal pressure but varying temperature and volume. Isopiptesis, line connecting points of same arrival date of migratory species. Isopleth, line connecting points of equal aspect of climate. Isopolity, reciprocity of rights of citizenship in two communities. Isopore, line connecting points of equal annual change in magnetic field. Isoprofit, line connecting points of equal profit. Isopsephic, equal in number. Isopicnic, line connecting points of equal density. Isoquant, line connecting points of equal output. Isorhythm, line connecting points of equal population density. Isoropic, of equal value. Isoseismal, line connecting points of same earthquake intensity. Isostasy, condition of equilibrium in the Earth's crust. Isostere, line connecting points of equal specific volume of a substance. Isotac, line joining points where the ice melts at the same time of year. Isotach, line connecting points of the same wind speed. Isothere, line connecting points of equal summer temperature. Isotherm, line connecting points of equal temperature. Isothermobath, line connecting points of equal temperature at a given ocean depth. Isotherumbrose, line connecting points of equal ratio of summer rainfall to annual rainfall. Isotropic, having the same properties in every direction. Isovol, line connecting points of equal ratio of fixed to volatile carbon in coal. Issels, sparks, embers. Issuant, issuing from. In heraldry, emerging from the bottom of a chief. Ist, one who holds to an ism. Isthmian, living on or situated on an isthmus. Isthmoid, resembling an isthmus. Istle, coarse, tough Central American fibre used to make cords and nets. Eticism, pronunciation of the Greek letter eta as e. Itai, disease caused by cadmium poisoning and resulting in back pain. Italiate, person of Greek descent dwelling in ancient Italy. Italomania, obsession with Italy or Italians. Item likewise also. Eater, circuit, path, road, or line of travel. Iterant, repeating, echoing. Iteration, repetition. Iterum, again, afresh, anew. Ithamid, tropical South American butterfly. Ithephalic, indecent, immoral. Itinerarian, traveller. Itinerarily in the course of wandering. Ishan, the action of going. Etis, bodily condition or disease. Eulan, of the first growth of the beard. Eulus, millipede. Evie, Tahitian chestnut tree. Ivoride, imitation ivory. Ivorin, white and smooth like ivory. Ivorist, one who carves ivory professionally. Ivresse, drunkenness. Iwis, surely, certainly. Ixia, South African beautiful flowering plant. Ixiodic, of, like or pertaining to ticks. Ixora, tropical evergreen shrub with white flowers. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Jabiru, large tropical stork with massive bill. Jabot, lace frill worn on shirt or dress front. Jacana, long-toed tropical freshwater wading bird. Jacent, lying flat, sluggish. Jacinth, orange colour. Jack, ship's flag flown from jackstaff at bow of vessel. Jack, medieval leather coat worn as armour. Jackanapes, impudent child, conceited fellow. Jack block, pulley system for raising top-gallant masts. Jack crosstree, single iron crosstree at head of a top-gallant mast. Jack staff, short staff at ship's bow from which the jack is hoisted. Jackstay, iron or wooden bar running along yard of ship to which sails fastened. Jackyard, spar used to spread the foot of a gaff-top sail. Jacobin, extremist or radical in politics. Jaconet, stout cotton cloth. Jacquard, intricately woven variegated fabric. Loom for making jacquard. Jactancy, boastfulness, vainglory. Jactation, throwing, boasting. Jactitation, a tossing, twitching or jerking of the body. A false claim. Jacu, large South American game bird. Jaculation, the act of throwing or hurling. Jaculiferous, having arrow-like prickles. Jade, pitiful horse, a nag. Jagger-toothed chisel, jaggery, coarse and dark sugar. Jailage, fee paid to jailer. Jaleo, lively Spanish dance. Jalouse, to suspect, to be jealous of. Jealousy, outside shutter with slats. Jam, metal leg armor. Jambo, armor worn on the legs. Jambia, curved dagger with 2 edges. Jamdani, fine Indian cotton cloth with woven flower pattern. Jampan, an Indian sedan chair. Jangada, crude log raft. Janiform, having 2 faces. Janitrix, a female janitor. Janizary, a follower or supporter. Janka, long pole on wheels for transporting logs. Janak, outspoken, honest, outgoing. Jansky, unit of strength of radio wave emission. Japan, glossy black varnish or lacquer. Japanophilia, love or admiration for Japan or the Japanese. Jarabe, Mexican dance for male and female partners. Jararaca, poisonous Brazilian snake. Jardiniere, container for displaying flowers. Jarden, callus or swelling on a horse's leg. Jargonaut, one who uses excessive jargon. Jargonelle, early pear. Jargoon, brilliant pale or colourless zircon. Jark, seal or insignia on a counterfeit document. Jarta, term of endearment. Jarvey, hackney coach. Jaceran, fine chain mail jacket. Jaspy, cotton or rayon cloth with shaded effect. Jasper, to marble, to speckle. Jasperated, mottled, streaked with various colours. Jaspidius, of the nature of jasper. Jato, jet-assisted takeoff engine. Jaunts, to prance, to cause a horse to prance. Javanais, word alternation slang adding av or ve to end of syllables. Javelot, small spear or javelin. Jawhole, cesspool, sewer entrance. Jaw, empty, sterile chatter. Jazzbo, slapstick comedy. Jazzitry, poetry read to jazz accompaniment. Jazzophone, musical instrument like a kazoo with a trumpet bell. Jebel, hill or mountain. Jecoral, of, like or pertaining to the liver. Jectigation, wagging tremulous movement. Jeepable, able to be traversed by jeep. Jejunator, one who fasts. Jejune, lacking interest or significance, dull or insipid. Dry, empty. Jellygraph, old device for copying that used a plate of jelly. Jemadar, an Indian police or customs officer. Jemmy, burglar's short crowbar. Jennet, small Spanish horse. Jenneting, early type of apple. Gentacular, of, like or pertaining to breakfast. Geophale, official or legal acknowledgement of a mistake. Jerboa, nocturnal desert-dwelling jumping rodent. Jeremiad, prolonged complaint, angry or cautionary harangue, lamentation. Jerkinhead, truncated gable with a lipped roof. Jeroboam, large bottle for holding equivalent of 6 ordinary wine bottles. Jerke, to search for smuggled goods. Jersey, plain weft-knitted fabric of wool, cotton, nylon or silk. Jess, ringed strap tied to leg of falcon or hawk. Jessamy, yellow like a jasmine. Jessant, in heraldry overlying. Jesserant, splintered armour. Jesuitical, cunning, quibbling. Jesuitocracy, government by Jesuits. Jetivator, control surface for deflecting rocket exhaust. Jeton, stamped metal token used in card playing or reckoning accounts. jettatura, the evil eye. Jib, small triangular sail extending from the head of the foremast. Jibboom, spar forming an extension of the bowsprit. Jibe, to change a ship's course to make the boom shift sides. Jiboya, boa constrictor. Jiffy, unit of time used in computing equal to 1/100th second, any small unit of time. Jiggery, a thingamajig, a cunning manoeuvre. Jiggermast, aftermost mast of a four-masted ship. Jiggery-pokery, deceptive or manipulative humbug. Jigumbob, a thingamabob, a gadget, a what's-it, a gewgaw. Jimswinger, a frock coat. Jink, to move quickly with sudden turns and shifts. Jinker, light horse-drawn passenger carriage. Jitney, small passenger vehicle. Jitterbug jazz dance featuring vigorous acrobatic feats. Jeeve, fast dance done to jazz or swing music. Jnana, knowledge obtained through meditation. Jobation, tedious scolding. Jobbernow, a blockish or stupid head. Jobbery, the conduct of public business for private gain. Jocko, a chimpanzee. Jock to leg, large clasp knife. Jocose, merry, characterized by joking. Jocoserious, half in jest, half serious. Joculator, professional jester or minstrel. Joggle, tooth or pin to prevent surfaces from slipping. Joinder, legal uniting or joining. Jointure, property granted to wife for use after husband's death. Joist, beam supporting boards of a floor or laths of a ceiling. Jolly, guide for fixing a pottery mould for plates. Jolly boat, small boat kept hoisted at ship's stern. Jolterhead, clumsy oaf, blockhead. Jongleur, wandering minstrel. Jordan, a chamber pot. Jorum, large bowl containing drinks. Joss, luck, fate. Jota, fast Spanish folk dance in triple time. Jugs, iron collar attached to post and put around neck as punishment. Jounce, to bump or jolt. Jovialist, a convivial person. Jow, to ring a bell, a stroke of a bell. Juba, dance with clapping and leg slapping performed by southern blacks. Jubate, maned, having or possessing a mane. Juba, long loose outer garment worn by Muslims. Jube, ornamental choir screen. Jubilarian, one who celebrates a jubilee, especially a priest, monk or nun. Jubilate, the third Sunday after Easter. Judd, mass of coal ready for final removal. Judder, strong vibration in an aircraft. Judicature, power of dispensing justice by trial. Judogi, jacket and trousers worn by practitioner of judo. Jug, sound of the nightingale. Jugate, side by side, in pairs, overlapping. Juggins, a simpleton. Juglandaceous, of, like or pertaining to walnuts. Jugulate, to cut the throat of. Julep, sweetened and often medicated drink. Juma, mountaineering clip that grips rope when weight is applied. Jumart, impossible mythical offspring of a cow and donkey. Jumbal, thin, crisp, sweet cake. Jumboism, admiration for large things. Jumel, paired or twinned article, opera glasses. Jumentus, like a horse. Juncasius, of, like or pertaining to rushes. Junco, North American finch. Juntocracy, government by a junta. Jupon, sleeveless jacket worn beneath a hauberk. Jural, of, like or pertaining to the law. Juramentum, oath. Durant, taking an oath, one who takes an oath. Jurat, memorandum at end of affidavit showing to whom it was sworn. Juratory, of, like or pertaining to an oath. Jur by law. Jural, coastal fish of southern United States. Jurimetrics, application of scientific methods to legal problems. Jurisconsult, legal expert. Jurymast, mast directed on ship in place of one lost. Jus, law, legal right. Jussive, expressing a command. Justiciar, administrator of justice, supreme judge. Jutty, projecting part of a wall. Juvenile, a youth, young bird's plumage. Juvenescent, becoming youthful. Juvenilia, works of one's youth, early works of an artist or author. Juxtapositive, indicating juxtaposition. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Kagu, long-legged bird of New Caledonia. Kinotophobia, fear of change. Kaiserin, wife of a Kaiser. Kaka, olive-brown parrot native to New Zealand. Kakaki, West African ceremonial trumpet. Kakidrosia, body odour. Kakistocracy, government by the worst. Kakarafiophobia, fear of failure. Kalamkari, fabric coloured by repeated dyeing. Kaleidophone, instrument for demonstrating sound waves by lines of light. Kalimba, African musical instrument made of metal strips along a hollow wooden tube. Kalology, study of beauty. Kalon, beauty that is more than skin deep. Kalpis, a water jar. Calyptra, veil worn by Greek women. Chamagraphy, making copies of original paintings using treated canvas. Kame, steep irregular ridge. Camelochion, tall cylindrical hat worn by Orthodox priests. Kamerad, to surrender. Kamik, knee-length sealskin boot. Kane, Hebrew measure of 6 cubits. Kantar, Turkish unit of weight equal to approximately 100 pounds. Kantele, Finnish zither. Kantikoi, to dance as an act of worship. Capnography, means of producing designs on smoked glass surfaces. Capnography, process for producing designs on smoked glass. Carabiner, steel link with clip-on side used in mountaineering. Carezza, prolonged sex avoiding orgasm. Carrossin, Maltese horse-drawn carriage. Karst, rough limestone country with underground drainage. Karyokinesis, division of cell nucleus. Karyology, study of cell nuclei. Karyotype, appearance, number and arrangements of chromosomes. Kasha, porridge or gruel-like dish made from crushed buckwheat. Catabasis, going down, military retreat. Catabothron, underground water channel. Catathermometer, instrument for measuring the cooling power of air. Catharometer, instrument measuring changes in composition of gases. Cathenotheism, polytheism, in which several gods are considered supreme in succession. Katsunyama, hangover, uproar, clamour. Kausia, Macedonian felt hat with broad brim. Kava, narcotic drink prepared from Polynesian plant. Kazakok, Slavic fast dance in which dancer squats and kicks out legs alternately. Kazatska, Slavic folk dance performed by a couple. Kea, green parrot of New Zealand. Keb, ewe that gives birth to stillborn lamb. Kebi, a shepherd's crook. Kek, to retch, to feel disgust. Kekel, to protect by binding with rope. Ked, wingless fly that feeds on livestock. Kedge, small anchor to keep a ship steady. Keelhaul, to punish by dragging under keel of ship. Keelson, lengthwise wooden or steel beam in ship for bearing stress. Keeve, a large tub. Kef, state of dreamy or drug-induced repose. Keffel, a horse, a nag. Keister, burglar's toolkit. Keloid, hard scar tissue which grows over injured skin. Kelpie, mischievous water spirit. Kelp, coarse fabric made of black and white wool. Kelter, nonsense. Kem, to comb. Kemp, coarse rough strand of wool. Kennebecker, knapsack. Kenodoxy, the love or study of vainglory. Kenophobia, fear of empty spaces. Kenosis, Christ's rejection of his divine side upon assuming human form. Kenotism, doctrine that Christ rid himself of divinity in becoming human. Kenspeckle, easily recognizable or distinguishable. Kent bugle, an obsolete key bugle. Kenti, hand-woven African silk fabric. Kentledge, pig iron used as ballast in ship's hold. Kep, to catch an approaching object or falling liquid. Kephalonomancy, divination using a baked ass's head. Kerosene, horny, made of horn. Keratogenic, causing growth of horn, skin or hair. Keratometer, instrument for measuring curvature of the cornea. Corounograph, instrument for recording distant thunderstorms. Coraunoscopia, divination using thunder. Keraru, pigeon variety of New Zealand. Kerf, cut, notch or groove, quantity of something cut at the same time. Kermes, brilliant red colour, a red dye derived from insects. Kermesse, cycle race held in an urban area. Kermis, indoor charity fair. Kern, Irish foot soldier. Kern, part of typeface letter that sticks out beyond its body. Kern, to granulate. Kersey, coarse woolen cloth. Kerseymere, twilled fine wool. Kerygma, preaching of the Christian gospel. Kerygmatic, of, like or pertaining to preaching the gospel. Ket, carrion, matted wool. Ketch, small two-masted sailing vessel. Ketjack, traditional Balinese dance accompanied by male chorus. Kettle stitch, stitch made at head and tail of section of book to connect sections. Kex, dry hollow plant stalk. Key bugle, bugle with keys. Keyline, outline showing shape and position of an illustration. Keystone, to double the wholesale price for retail. Kada, homespun cotton cloth. Kor, a dry watercourse, a ravine. Kiang, wild Tibetan horse. Kibble, the bucket of a well. Kibble, to grind cereal coarsely. Kibe, chapped area of skin. Kikiwiki, a wife. Kickshaws, a trinket, a cheap worthless article. Kidder, a forestaller, a huckster. Kiddle, stake fence set in stream for catching fish. Kidlet, a very little kid. Kidology, study of kidding. Kidology, deceptive trickery, nonsense. Kia, bleaching vat. Kif, drug like marijuana smoked in North Africa. Kilderkin, old unit of capacity equal to 1/2 barrel or 18 gallons. Kilford yoking, a fireside disputation. Killers, clay slate. Kill cow, a bully, a swaggerer. Killcrop, greedy insatiable baby, a changeling. Killock, small anchor. Kyler base, unit of measure of length of nucleic acid chain equal to 1,000 base pairs. Kinchin, a child. Kincob, embroidered silk with gold and silver threads. Kindergraph, photograph of a child. Kinderspiel, a children's cantata or play. Keen, cows. Kinematics, study of motion. Kinescope, cathode ray tube for a television. Kinesics, study of gestural communication. Kinetheodolite, theodolite used in tracking missiles and satellites. Kinetics, study of forces producing or changing motion. Kinetogenic, causing movement. Kinetoscope, instrument for producing curves by combination of circular movements. King post, perpendicular beam in frame of roof. Kinkajou, carnivorous South American raccoon-like mammal. Kinkle, a slight kink. Kip, skin of a young animal. Kip, unit of weight equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Kippage, state of displeasure or anger. Kier, drink of black currant syrup and white wine. Kirking, first attendance of a couple at church after marriage. Kirpan, small sword or dagger worn by Sikhs. Kirsch, liqueur made from the wild cherry. Kirtle, man's or woman's tunic or coat. Kish, solid graphite that separates from pig iron. Kismet, fate, destiny. Kissel, thickened fruit puree dessert. Kistvayen, tomb covered with stone slabs. Kit, a small pocket violin. Ketange, brightly coloured East African cotton fabric. Kith, knowledge, one's native land, one's friends. Kitug, left-handed, awkward. Klangfarbe, tone colour. Timbre, klaxon, loud mechanical horn. Klinibok, small South African antelope. Klendusich, able to withstand disease due to protective mechanism. Kleptocracy, government by thieves. Klipspringer, small African antelope. Cloakmania, kleptomania. Knackish, cunning. Crafty, nag not in wood. Nard, gnarled, knotty. Kneelet, knee armour. Knickerbockers, loose breeches gathered in at the knee. Knick-knacketry, collection of knick-knacks. Nick point, discontinuity in river profile due to intersection of new erosion curve. Nisomancy, divination using burning incense. Niche, bundle of wood tied together. Nobber, a stag in its second year. Nop, loop or tuft in yarn. Nosp, unopened bud of a flower. Ornament shaped like a bud. Knout, to flog, to scourge. Nubble, to beat with the fists. Nur, knob or knot in wood. Knurl, small excrescence or protuberance, to make knurls on. Koan, nonsensical question given to Buddhist students for contemplation. Cob, African water antelope. Kobold, spirit of the mines. Kohl, eyeshadow, mascara. Kohlrabi, variety of cabbage. Koin, dialect that spreads to become common language of a region. Kolo, Central European folk dance having a ring of dancers. Kamatic, sled with wooden runners. Conimeter, instrument measuring amount of dust in air. Coniology, study of atmospheric pollutants and dust. Conoscope, instrument for measuring dust in air. Cop, bank of terracing at a football field. Kora, musical instrument similar to a harp. Kor, ancient Greek statue of a draped maiden. Koto, obnoxious-sounding Japanese stringed instrument. Kupre, wild ox of Cambodia. Kouros, statue of a nude male. Kraken, legendary sea monster. Crasis, addition of water to sacramental wine. Chlorosis, shriveling of the skin. Creatophagia, eating of raw meat. Kremlin, a Russian citadel. Kreng, whale carcass after blubber is removed. Kriegspiel, war game used to teach strategy. Krimmer, tightly curled grey or black lamb's wool. Kritaki, government by judges. Krobilos, tuft of hair on the top of the head. Krumhorn, ancient double-reed wind instrument. Crypsis, doctrine that Christ secretly exercised divine powers. Tenology, science of putting people to death. Kudu, African antelope with spiraling horns. Kumis, fermented mare's milk. Kumel, cumin-flavoured liqueur. Kurgan, prehistoric burial mound. Kurta, loose shirt or tunic. Kurtosis, relative degree OKF sharpness of peak of distribution curve. Kuru, brain disease transmitted by cannibalism. Kvass, Eastern European rye beer. Kwashiorkor, tropical disease of infants due to protein deficiency. Kyle, narrow straight. Kylin, Chinese mythical animal. Kylosis, clubfoot. Kylo, small long-haired cattle. Chymatology, study of wave motion. Chymograph, instrument for recording fluid pressure. Kyphorinos, humped nose. Kyphosis, hunchbacked condition. Kyrie, religious petition for mercy. Kyriel, string of short lines in stanzas all ending with the same word. Kyrialexy, the use of literal expressions. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Labarum, moral standard, ecclesiastical banner bearing Christ's monogram. Labefactation, a weakening decay, overthrow. Laborphily, collection and study of beer bottle labels. Labidometer, instrument for measuring size of the head of a fetus. Labile, adaptable, unstable. lability, plasticity, openness to change or breakdown, labiomancy, lip reading, labre, lip ornament, labrose, thick-lipped, lab de bracol, living in holes, lag, dark red, transparent resin used to make shellac, laccolith, mass of igneous rock intruded between two sedimentary beds, lacertiform, shaped like a lizard, lacetilian, of, like or pertaining to lizards, laches, negligence or undue delay in fulfilling legal duty, lacrimatory, narrow-necked bottle or vase, lacrimiform, shaped like a tear, lacrimogenic, causing tears or weeping, lachrymose, shedding tears, laciniate, cut into narrow lobes, slashed fringed, laciniform, shaped like a fringe, laces network, lacadae, expression of regret or deprecation, laconicum sauna, lactarium, dairy farm or milking operation, lacteous, milky, lactescent, secreting milk, lactiferous, milk-bearing, lactifluous, flowing with milk, lactogenic, producing milk, lactometer, instrument for testing relative density of milk, lactoscope, instrument for measuring purity or richness of milk, lacuna, a blank space or missing part, lacuna, sunken panel or coffer in a ceiling, lacuscular, of, like or pertaining to pools, lacustrine, of, like or pertaining to lakes, ladronism, banditry, robbery, leotropic, turning to the left, litificate, to cheer up, levoduction, movement leftwards, lagan, cargo jettisoned from ship but marked by buoys for recovery, lagan, wreckage or goods at the bottom of the sea, lagina, flask, lageniform, shaped like a flask, lagaphone, percussion instrument with bottle caps loosely nailed to pole, lagniape, gratuity, lagostoma, harelip, lagotic, having ears like a hare's, laic, of, like or pertaining to lay people rather than clergy, laicization, process of returning a clergyman to lay status, laicism, doctrine of opposition to clergy and priests, lairwhite, fine given to married women for adultery, latence, milky deposit on top of fresh concrete, lalation, childish speech, mispronunciation of speech sounds, lambdoid, shaped like the letter lambda, carré or L, lambent, moving about as if touching lightly, flickering, glowing, lambert, unit of brightness of light, lambative, taken by licking up with the tongue, lamboys, armoured plate skirt around the waist and thighs, lambrequine, drapery over a window or doorway, veil over a helmet, lambrequin, hood or covering for a helmet, lame, fabric in which metallic threads are interwoven, lamella, thin plate or layer, lamelliform, shaped like a plate or layer, lamiaceous, minty, of, like or pertaining to the mint plant, lamina, thin plate or layer, laminary, of, like or pertaining to thin plates or layer, lamister, fugitive, lammergeier, giant vulture-like bird of prey, lampad, lamp, candlestick or torch, lampadedromy, torch race, lampadiphore, torch-bearer, lampadomancy, divination by flame, lampas, flowered silk fabric, lampion, decorated oil lamp, lamprophony, speaking in loud and clear tones, Lampradine, of, like or pertaining to glowworms or fireflies. Lanai, private balcony in a hotel room. Lanometer, instrument for measuring quality of wool. Lanate, woolly. Lanceolate, shaped like a lance head. Lanciform, shaped like a lance. Lancinate, to lacerate, to pierce. Lancination, sharp, shooting pain. Landau, horse-drawn carriage with folding top. Landocracy, government by the propertied class. Timocracy. Langlauf, cross-country skiing or running. Langley, unit of solar radiation. Languescent, growing languid. Longuet, tongue-like object or part. Languor, listlessness, weariness. Langur, long-tailed Indian monkey. Laniary, of teeth or claws designed for tearing canine teeth. Laniferous, wool-bearing. Lanigerous, bearing wool. Lanuginose, downy, covered with fine soft hair. Lanyard, cord for hanging a knife or whistle around the neck. Lanyard, rope or line for fastening something in a ship. Laodicean, lukewarm, half-hearted. Lapactic, purgative. Laparoscope, instrument for viewing interior of peritoneal cavity. Lapicide, stonecutter. Lapidarian, of, like or pertaining to stones, inscribed on stones. Lapidary gem cutter. Lapidate, to pelt with stones, to kill by stoning. Lapidious, stony. Lapidescent, becoming stone. Petrifying. Lapidification, petrifaction. Lapilliform, shaped like a small stone. Lapillus, small stone ejected by volcanic eruption. Lapacious, prickly. Lappet, fold or flap on a garment or headdress worn by priest. Lacaria, panelled ceiling. La, local god of a house. Larboard, left side of a ship. Lardacious, of, like or pertaining to lard. Lares, local Roman gods. Largifical, ample, bountiful. Largiloquent, talkative, full of words. Largician, giving of largesse. Larine, of, like or pertaining to gulls. Logarithmics, study of population statistics. Laroid, of, like or pertaining to gulls. Laragan, high oil-tanned leather boot or moccasin. Larup, to flog or thrash. Larvicide, killing of larvae. Larviparous, giving birth to larvae. Larvivorous, feeding on larvae. Laryngology, study of larynx. Laryngoscope, instrument for examining interior of the larynx. Lasher, weir. Lassitude, state of being tired or weary. Lastige, room for stowing goods in a ship. Lasting sturdy cotton or worsted cloth. Latebricol, living in holes. Latine, triangular sail rigged on ship's spar. Laterad, towards the side. Laterograde, running or moving sideways. Latericious, brick red. Latescent, becoming latent. Laticiferous, containing or conveying latex. Latidentate, having broad teeth. Latifundia, great landed estates. Latinatesta, a petty scholar of Latin. Latipinate, having broad wings. Latitant, lurking, lying in wait, hibernating. Latitat, writ based on supposition that person is in hiding. Latitudinarian, one having tolerant or free religious views. Latitudinarianism, doctrine of broad liberality in religious belief and conduct. Latitudinous, broad or wide interpretation. Lative, indicating motion up to or as far as. latrant, barking, latration, the act of yelping or barking, latria, highest degree of veneration assigned to God over saints, latrocinate, to engage in highway robbery, Latin, metal in thin plates, laticinio, glass having white veins, laudanum, an opium preparation, lauds, prayer service held at dawn following matins, loricamus, having hair like bay leaves, loriferous, bearing laurels, lilton clave, imbel, lute harpsichord with gut strings, lortitious, sumptuous, lavabo, ceremony in which priest washes his hands, basin for the ceremony, lavadero, place for washing gold ore, lavaliere, jewelled pendant worn round the neck, pendant microphone, lavatory, wash basin for washing bodies of newly dead, room where lavabo kept, lavere, to sail against the wind, laver, large vessel for washing, especially for ritual purification, lavic, of, like or pertaining to lava, lavolta, lively bouncy dance for two persons, lavra, group of recluses' cells, lawn, fine sheer plain woven cotton or linen, laxism, belief that an unlikely opinion may be safely followed, layette, baby's complete set of clothing, lay stall, place for depositing dung or rubbish, lazar, leaper or person with similar pestilential disease, lazaret, space in ship between decks used for storage, lazaretto, hospital for lepers, Leah, arable land left fallow or used for pasture, lecanomancy, divination using water in a basin or pool, lecanoscopy, staring at pool of water as means of self-hypnosis, lechwe, light brown water antelope of South Africa, lesithal, having a yoke, lectern, desk or stand from which church lessons are read, lection, reading, lesson read in church, lectisternium, sacrifice where images of gods placed on couches and offered food, lectress, female reader in church, lectual, requiring bed rest or confinement to bed, leeboard, wood or metal planes attached to hull to prevent leeway, leech, a vertical edge of a square sail, legalism, belief that salvation depends on strict adherence to the law, legatine, of, like or pertaining to a legate, legerity, lightness, nimbleness, legicide, killer or destroyer of laws, legist, person knowledgeable about the law, leglean, like a lawyer, underhanded and legalistic, leotrisis, straight-haired, leaster, three-pronged spear or trident used for fishing, leman, a lover, sweetheart or paramour, lemma, preliminary proposition, theme, argument or headword, lemias, spirits of the dead, lemurin, of, like or pertaining to lemurs, lendrumbolate, to gullibly believe in a word's veracity, lenify, to mitigate or assuage, lenitive, soothing, laxative, mitigating, lenity, mildness, clemency, leno, open woven fabric, lentic, associated with standing water, lentiform, shaped like a lens, lentiginose, minutely dotted, freckled, lentigo, freckle, lentitude, lethargy, slowness, lenter, sluggishness, viscidity, leonine, of or like a lion, rhyming last 2 or 3 syllables in a line, leontiasis, form of leprosy in which the face becomes wrinkly and somewhat lion-like, leopon, crossbreed between a leopard and a lion, leopardoid, resembling a barnacle, lepid, pleasant, charming, amusing, leopardine, composed of scales, lepidity, facetiousness, wit, lepidopterology, study of butterflies and moths, lepidopterous, having 4 wings such as a moth or butterfly, leporicide, killing or killer of hares, leporiform, resembling or shaped like a hare, leporin, of, like or pertaining to the hare, leprology, study of leprosy, leprosarium, hospital for lepers, lepros, scaly, scurfy, leptocrus, abnormally thick-skinned, leptometer, instrument for measuring oil viscosity, leptosome, person with a slight or slender build, lethe, oblivion, forgetfulness, lethiferous, causing death, carrying or bearing death, lethologica, inability to remember the right word, lethonomia, tendency to forget names, leucochroic, white or pale-coloured, leucomelanous, having dark hair and eyes but fair skin, leucus, albino, having fair or pale hair or complexion, lev, monetary unit of Bulgaria, levant, to run away from a debt, leveret, a hare in its first year a mistress, levigate, to smooth, to grind to a fine powder, to polish, to lighten, leaven, lightning, leviate, custom of compulsory marriage with brother's widow, lexa, law student, lexicology, study of words and their meanings, lexigram, sign which represents a word, lexicography, art of definition of words, lexicography, system of writing in which each sign represents a word, lexiphanic, bombastic, sesquipedalian, using many long words, lexis, way in which a piece of writing is expressed in words, lay, mystical straight line between features of landscape, leard, grey, dapple grey, lias, fossil-bearing limestone, libaniferous, yielding or bearing incense, libanomancy, divination by watching incense smoke, libanotophorus, producing incense, libeccio, southwest wind, libellant, one who brings a charge of libel, liber, phloem or fibre from tree, liberalism, doctrine of social change and tolerance, libertarianism, doctrine that personal liberty is the highest value, liberticide, destruction of liberty, libertinage, debauchery, libidinist, lewd person, libcan, place to sleep in, librate, to oscillate, to be poised, libration, apparent oscillation of moon's visible surface, libricide, killing or killer of books, libriform, shaped like a book, lichenography, description of lichens, lichenology, study of lichens, licorice, lecherous, lusty, greedy, lictor, ancient Roman magistrate's attendant, lido, bathing beach, open-air swimming pool, leaf, soon, gladly, lienal, of, like or pertaining to the spleen, lientry, discharge of partially digested food, ligation, the act of binding, the state of being bound, ligger, horizontal timber of a scaffolding, lighter, large open boat used in loading and unloading ships, lighterage, cargo carried by, or fee for carrying cargo by lighter, lineous, woody, wooden, Ligniform of the form or shape of wood. Lignify, to make woody, to turn into wood. Ligniperdus, destructive of wood. Lignite, woody coal. Lignivorous, feeding on wood. Ligless, resembling or shaped like a strap. Ligurophobia, fear of loud noises. Limaciform, slug-like. Limacine, off, like or pertaining to slugs. Limacology, study of slugs. Limation, polishing or smoothing, correction of astronomical errors. Limax, slug. Limbate, possessing a border. Limbus, border. Limes, border. Limicoline, living on a shore. Of, like or pertaining to wading birds. Limicolous, living in mud. Limitrophe, near the frontier or border. Limivorous, eating mud. Limn, to portray, paint or delineate. Limner, painter of portraits. Limnetic, living in fresh water, pertaining to fresh water. Limnobiology, study of freshwater ecosystems. Limnology, study of bodies of fresh water. Limnophilus, living in ponds or marshes. Limoniad, meadow nymph. Limophoitos, insanity due to lack of food. Limosis, abnormally ravenous appetite. Limus, muddy, slimy. Limpid, clear, transparent. Limpkin, Caribbean crane-like bird. Linaceous, of, like or pertaining to flax. Linchpin, person or thing vital to an organization. Lincrusta, thick embossed wallpaper. Lindy hop, lively dance closely resembling the jitterbug and famous for its aerials. Lineament, distinctive feature or characteristic. Linealat, marked with fine lines. Lingual, of, like or pertaining to language, speech or the tongue. Linguiform, shaped like a tongue. Linography, photographic reproduction on linen. Linonophobia, fear of string. Linsang, white civet-like Javanese mammal. Linsey, coarse linen and wool blend. Linsey-woolsey, coarse inferior wool or wool-flax weave, nonsense or confusion. Lintel, horizontal beam supporting the load above a door. Lioncel, small lion used as a bearing. Lionism, lion-like appearance symptomatic of leprosy. Lipogram, piece of writing in which a certain letter is excluded. Lipography, accidental omission of letter or syllable in writing. Lipomatosis, obesity. Lipothemy, swoon. Lipitude, soreness of the eyes. Lipsonographer, one who writes about relics. Lipsonotheca, container for relics. Liquor, to melt, to subject to liquation. Liquescent, becoming liquid. Liquefacient, liquefying agent. Liquefaction, the act of liquefying something. Liripipe, long tail of a graduate's hood, a part or lesson committed to memory. Lissom, lithe, nimble, flexible. Lissatrichus, smooth-haired. Litany, prayer of supplication in responsive style. Literatim, letter for letter. Literation, representation of sounds by letters. Literator, dabbler in learning. Literos, spuriously or affectedly literary. Lithochromy, painting upon stone. Lithoclast, stonebreaker, tool for breaking rocks. Lithodomus, living in burrows in rocks. Lithogenous, rock building. Lithoglyph, engraving on stone. Lithography, art of imaging using impression on stone. Litholatry, stone worship. Lithology, study of rocks. Lithomancy, divination by stones or meteorites. Lithophagus, stone swallowing, rock boring, eating rock. Lithophilus, living among stones. Lithophyte, plant that grows on rock. Litotes, understatement by affirming using negation of the contrary. Literal, of, like or pertaining to the shore of a body of water. Literate, spotted. Liturgician, one who studies or recites church rituals. Liturgiology, study of liturgical forms and church rituals. Liturgist, leader in public worship. Litius, long-curved trumpet. Livedo, pathological blueness of skin. Lixiviation, leeching. Loan word, word borrowed from another language. Lobar, of, like or pertaining to a lobe. Lobate, having a lobe or lobes. Lobcock, bumpkin, boar or lout. Lobula, shaped like a lobe. Locanda, lodging house, inn. Locative, indicating location or place where. Locellate, divided into small compartments. Locellus, small compartment of a cell. Lochetic, waiting in ambush. Lochlet, little loch. Lochrum, coarse linen. Lockstep, method of marching in tight formation. Locomobile, self-propelling machine, early automobile. Loculate, having loculi. Loculus, small compartment or recess for holding an urn. Locum, clergyman temporarily replacing regular priest. Locopleat, well stored. Locatory, room for conversation. Loden, heavy waterproof woolen fabric. Loadsman, pilot. Los, deposit of rich and fertile soil. Logan, rocking stone. Logan amnosis, obsession with trying to recall forgotten words. Logarithmancy, divination by means of algorithms. Loggia, covered open arcade. Logia, collection of sayings. Logicaster, a petty logician. Logii, in a logical manner. Logicism, theory that mathematics can be derived from a set of logical axioms. Logocentrism, belief that meaning derives from the analysis of words and symbols. Logocracy, government of words. Logodaedalus, artificer in words. Logodeadly, verbal ledger domain. Logogog, one who issues laws or rules regarding words. Logogram, single sign standing for word or phrase. Logography, writing using signs or units for entire words. Logogryph, riddle in which word is found from other words' letters. Logomachy, contention about words or in words. Logomancy, divination using words. Logomania, pathological loquacity. Logopedics, speech therapy. Logophile, a lover of words. Logoria, excessive flow of words, uncontrollable garrulity. Logos, divine rational principle. Logotype, body of text with frequently occurring word or syllable. Loimic, of, like or pertaining to plagues. Loimography, description of pestilential diseases. Loimology, study of plagues and epidemics. Lollop, to bound about wildly. Longanimity, forbearance, patience. Longe, rope used in training horses. Longeron, longitudinal membrane of an airplane. Longiloquence, long-winded language. Longiniquity, remoteness. Longueur, period of dullness or tedium. Loquence, speech. Lauranthasius, of like or pertaining to the mistletoe. Lordolatry, worship of nobility. Lordosis, convex curvature of the spine. Loreal, located in the area between the eyes and the nose or snout. Lorette, courtesan. Lorgnette, eyeglasses with a handle. Lorgnon, an eyeglass. Loricate, armoured with plates or scales to coat or armour protectively. Lorikeet, brightly coloured Southeast Asian parrot. Lorimer, saddle-maker. Loris, large-eyed South Asian arboreal primate. Losel, worthless fellow, scamp. Lotic, associated with or living in running water. Lotophagus, feeding on lotuses, indolent, lazy, dreamy. Louche, squinting, ambiguous, shady. Louchettes, spectacles used to reduce glare and prevent squinting. Loupe, jeweller's magnifying glass worn on the eye socket. Lure, to look sullen or threatening. Louvre, sloping slat placed across an opening. Lovat, grey-green, blue-green. Loxodograph, device used to record ships' travels. Loxodrome, line on the globe equally oblique to all meridians. Loxodromy, study of sailing along rhumb lines. Loxophthalmus, squint. Loxotic, distorted, oblique. Lozenge, diamond-shaped mark indicating possibility in formal logic. Lubricious, slippery, lewd. Lubricity, greasiness, wiliness. Lubratorium, service station. Lucarne, dormer window. Lucent, shining, bright. Lucinal, of, like, or pertaining to lamps. Luciferous, light-bringing, light-giving. Luciform, like light. Lucifagus, shunning or avoiding light. Lucigen, lamp-burning oil mixed with air in a spray. Lucimeter, instrument for measuring light intensity. Luciphilus, light-absorbing or consuming. Lucre, sordid gain, riches. Lucriferous, lucrative, yielding profit. Lucripitous, eager for gain. Luctation, struggle. Lucubration, study protracted late into the night. Luculent, bright, clear, convincing. Ludibry, contempt, derision. Ludibund, playful. Ludic, spontaneously and aimlessly playful. Ludicrism, burlesque. Luff, windward side of a ship, forward edge of fore and aft sail. Lugsail, four-sided sail bent to an obliquely hanging yard. Lugubrious, mournful, dismal. Lulav, palm frond waved at certain Jewish religious services. Lumbriciform, shaped like a worm, worm-like. Lumbricine, of, like or pertaining to earthworms. Lumen, unit of luminous flux. Luminiferous, bearing or bringing light. Luminist, artist who uses the effects of light. Impressionist. Lumpenintelligentsia, those of the intellectual class regarded disparagingly as of little worth. Lunarist, one who believes that the moon affects the weather. Lunate, crescent-shaped. Lunation, lunar month, interval between successive new moons. Lunette, crescent-shaped space where a vault meets a wall. Lunisolar, pertaining jointly to the moon and sun. Lunistis, time when moon is farthest north or south each month. Lunula, Bronze Age crescent necklace, white part of fingernail base. Lunulate, shaped like a small crescent. Lupinarian, of, like or pertaining to a brothel. Lupicide, killing of a wolf. Lupiform, shaped like a wolf. Lupine, of, like or pertaining to wolves. Lupilic, of like or pertaining to hops. Lure, ancient Scandinavian trumpet. Lurden, lazy and dull individual. Lurid, red-yellow, yellow-brown. Lucery, playful, lustrate to purify by sacrifice. Lustration, ritual washing, ablution. Lustring glossy silk. Lustrum, period of 5 years, periodic purification of Roman Empire. Lutatious, of, like or pertaining to or comprised of mud. Lutarious, inhabiting mud. Lutchet, fitting on ship's deck to allow mast to pivot to pass under bridges. Luteolus, yellowish. Luteus, golden yellow. Lutescent, yellowish. Lutestring, plain glossy silk. Luthier, maker of stringed instruments. Lutos, covered with mud or clay, muddy. Lutrine, of, like or pertaining to otters. Lutulent, thick, muddy. Lutung, small monkey of Malaysia. Lux, unit of illumination equal to 1 lumen per square meter. Luxate, to displace or dislocate. Luxation, dislocation of an anatomical part. Luxmeter, instrument for measuring illumination. Luxuriant, overabundant in growth. Lycanthropy, mythical ability of humans to turn into wolves, werewolfism. Lyceum, school of philosophical instruction. Lichgate, roofed gate of a churchyard. Lychnobite, one who works at night and sleeps in the day. Lychnoscope, low-side window. Lydian, effeminate, luxurious. Ligophilia, love of darkness. Lygophobia, fear of darkness. Lymphography, description of lymph nodes. Lyncean, lynx-like, sharp-sighted. Lyophile, easily dispersed in a suitable medium. Lyophilization, freeze-drying. Lipomania, extreme pathological mournfulness. Lyrate, lyre-shaped. Lyricord, kind of obsolete harpsichord. Lyricon, electronic wind instrument like a large obverse flute. Lizarden, old wind instrument like a cornet or serpent. Lysogenic, caused by the breaking down of cells. Lysimeter, instrument for measuring percolation of water through soil. Lysis, disintegration, destruction. Lysophobia, abnormal fear of hydrophobia. Lyterion, indicating the end of a disease. Lithcoop, auction of household goods. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night. Welcome. Tonight, let your mind drift into the quiet corners of the English language. You're about to hear a collection of rare and beautiful words, each one chosen for its uniqueness, its sound, and the way it settles gently on the tongue. There's no story to follow, no plot to remember, just a slow, peaceful unfolding of language, designed to lull you to sleep. The images will stay dark, but whimsical. The words will flow, and all you have to do is listen. Let's begin. Mabble, to wrap up. Mabsuit, happy. macadamize, to cover a road with small broken stones. Macarism, a beatitude, taking pleasure in another's joy. Macaries, to declare to be happy or blessed. Macaroni, nonsense, foolishness. Macaronic, muddled or mixed up. Macerat, to steep or soak, to break up, to emaciate. Macerator, a person who fasts and becomes emaciated. Machair, low-lying sandy beach. Machirodont, saber-toothed. Machicolation, space between corbels in a parapet. Machinule, tool used by surveyors to obtain right angle. Machies, atrophia. Maculant, lean, excessively thin. Mackinaw, heavy-napped and felted wool cloth. Macintosh, lightweight rubberized waterproof cotton. Macon, smoked salted mutton. Macrobian, long-lived. Macrobiote, long-lived organism. Macrocephalic, having an abnormally large head. Macrocephalus, having a large head. Macrocosm, large and complex structure considered as a whole. Macrography, viewing an object with the naked eye. Macrology, much talk with little to say. Redundancy, pleonasm. Macromancy, divination using large objects. Macromania, delusion that objects are larger than natural size. Macron, straight line placed above vowel to indicate stress. Macrophobia, fear of prolonged waiting. Macropicide, killer of kangaroos. Macropodine, of, like or pertaining to kangaroos. Macropterus, having large wings or fins. Macrocian, one with a long shadow, one who inhabits polar regions. Macrotone, macron, straight line placed above vowel to indicate stress. Macrotus, big-eared. Macrural, having a long tail. Mactation, killing or slaughter of a sacrificial victim. Macula, spotted, patchy. Maculation, the act of spotting or staining. Maculomancy, divination using spots. Maculose, spotted. Madapollum, fine cotton cloth. Madarosis, loss of eyelashes or eyebrows. Madder, red dye made from Brazil wood, a reddish or red-orange colour. Madderfee, to moisten or make wet. Madderization, wine becoming rusty in colour and flat in taste. Madescent, growing damp. Madid, wet, dank. Madeleine, vegetable slicer with adjustable blade. Madras, fine plain woven cotton or silk. Melid, apple nymph. Menadic, furious, bacchanalian. Maffic, to celebrate exuberantly and boisterously. Magadis, ancient bridged stringed instrument. Magatorium, place where maggots are bred for sale to fishers. Magianism, teachings or philosophy of the Magi. Magirix, art of cookery. Magisterial, in the manner of a teacher or magistrate. Magisterium, teaching function of the Catholic Church. Magistral, of like or pertaining to a master or teacher. Magistricide, killer of one's teacher. Magnality, wonderful or great thing. Magnanary, art of raising silkworms. Magnetics, study of magnetism. Magnetograph, instrument for recording measurements of magnetic fields. Magnetometer, instrument for measuring intensity of magnetic fields. Magneton, unit of the quantized magnetic moment of a particle. Magnicodate, having a long tail. Magnificat, canticle in praise of the Virgin Mary. Magniloquent, speaking in a grand or pompous style. Magomancy, divination by magic or sorcery. Magpiety, garrulousness. Mahout, one who rides or drives elephants. Medan, open plain, open space near a town. Meutic, bringing out latent thoughts, Socratic. Meutics, midwifery. Mayo, tights, worn by a ballet dancer. Mainmast, sailing ship's principal mast. Mainor, stolen goods discovered on thief. Mainpanor, one who gives main prize. Main prize, surety for the appearance of a prisoner at trial. Mainsail, principal sail on a ship's mainmast. Mainsheet, rope by which mainsail is trimmed and secured. Mainstay, stay that extends from the main top to the foot of the foremast. Majolica, elaborate glazed Italian pottery. Makaf, hyphen used to join words in Hebrew texts. Malabathrum, dried leaf used in ancient times to make perfumed ointments. Malicisation, act of making soft or supple. Malacoid, made of a soft or fleshy substance. Malacology, study of mollusks. Malacophilus, pollinated by snails. Malacophonous, soft-voiced. Malagma, emollient plaster. Malaguena, Spanish dance performed by a couple, similar to the fandango. Malapert, bold, forward, saucy. Malapropism, misapplication of words without mispronunciation. Malare, of, like or pertaining to the cheek. Malariology, study of malaria. Malarkey, humbug, nonsense. Malaxage, softening of clay by kneading it. Malaxate, to soften by kneading, rubbing or mixing with a liquid. Malbrook, arboreal monkey of West Africa. Malchus, short-cutting sword. Maledicent, cursing. Malefic, doing mischief, producing evil. Malfeasance, evil-doing, illegal activities. Malgrado, notwithstanding. Malgré, in spite of. Maleferous, harmful, unhealthy. Malinger, to feign sickness in order to avoid duty or work. Malism, the belief that the world is evil. Malison, a curse. Malleation, hammering, a hammer mark or dent. Maliform, shaped like a hammer. Malophagus, eating wool or fleece. Malaseismic, suffering from frequent and severe earthquakes. Malm, calcareous loam used in making brick. Malmsey, sweet perfumed wine. Maltha, thick mineral pitch. Maltster, one who makes or deals in malt. Malvaceous, of, like or pertaining to the mallow family of plants. Malversation, corruption in office, corrupt administration, misconduct. Mumbo, Cuban ballroom dance resembling the rumba or cha-cha. Mamel, rounded hill. Mamelon, rounded hill or protuberance. Mammalogy, study of mammals. Mamma, to stammer, to waver, to be undecided. Mammetry, idolatry, idols collectively. Mammiferous, having breasts. Mammiform, shaped like a breast. Mammilla, nipple. Mammillaform, shaped like a nipple. Mammock, scrap or shred, a broken piece. Mammogenic, promoting growth of the milk glands. Mammon riches, the wealthy, the upper classes. Mammonism, devotion to pursuit of wealth. Mammos, shaped like a breast. Mamothrep, spoiled child. Mamza, illegitimate child. Manal, of, like or pertaining to the hand. Mancipation, legal transfer by actual or symbolic sale. Mancipal, steward of a college or monastery, purveyor. Mandament, command, order. Mandamus, writ instructing that an action should be performed. Mandarism, government with a large bureaucracy. Mandative, of, like or pertaining to commands or leadership. Mandibuliform, shaped like a mandible or jawbone. Mandorla, oval panel containing a work of art, elliptical halo around holy person. Mandrill, axle of a circular saw. Mandriarch, founder or leader of a monastic order. Mandricate, to chew or eat. Mandilion, loose outer garment worn over armour. Manege, the art of horsemanship. Mangabe, long-tailed tropical African monkey. Manganiferous, bearing manganese. Mangonel, medieval war engine for throwing stones. Manicate, having a woolly growth that can be peeled off. Manicism, left-handedness. Maniform, having the shape of a hand. Maniple, clerical vestment worn on the left arm. Manometer, instrument for measuring pressure of a liquid or gas. Manqué, having had unfulfilled ambition, failing to achieve expectation. Manrope, rope used as a handrail on a ship. Mansionary, residence, mansions. Mansuetude, meekness, tameness, sweetness of temper. Mansworn, perjured. Mantelletta, knee-length sleeveless garment worn by Catholic cardinals and bishops. Mantic, of, like or pertaining to divination, prophetic, divinely inspired. Mantissa, decimal part of logarithm and mantology, fortune-telling. Manubrial, shaped like a handle. Manubrium, any handle-like structure. Manuduction, careful guidance leading by hand. Manumission, emancipation, freedom from slavery. Manurance, cultivation. Manustupration, masturbation. Manzello, variant form of soprano saxophone. Mappemonde, map of the world. Maquette, small model of something to be made on a larger scale. Maquis, guerrilla resistance force. Marabou, thin downy silk. Maraging, process by which alloy is slowly cooled in the air. Mara, bitterness, something bitter. Marasmus, wasting away of the body, emaciation due to malnutrition. Mark, refuse from wine-making. Marcella, cotton or linen in twill weave. Marcescent, withering without falling off. Marchpane, old name for marzipan. Marxidity, state of great leanness. Marcottage, propagation of trees by stripping ring of bark and covering with moss. Maremma, marsh, miasma. Margaric, pearl-like. Margaritiferous, pearl-bearing. Margaritomancy, divination using pearls. Mariculus, living in the sea. Mariculture, cultivation of aquatic flora and fauna. Mariginous, produced by or in the sea. Marigraph, instrument for recording tide levels. Marimbaphone, marimba with steel keys. Mariolatry, worship of the Virgin Mother. Mariology, study of the Virgin Mary. Maritage, right of feudal lord to arrange marriages of vassals. Mariticide, killing or killer of one's husband. Maritodespotism, ruthless domination by a husband. Marivaudage, preciosity in literary style or expression. Markhor, reddish-grey Central Asian wild goat. Marl, clay used as fertilizer. Marline, small rope wound about larger rope to keep it from fraying. Marmorosis, conversion of limestone into marble. Marmoreal, of or like marble. Marocaine, ribbed crepe fabric. Marqueterie, furniture inlaid with multicoloured wood, ivory or metal. Marquisette, sheer meshed cloth. Marano, Jew converted to Christianity to avoid persecution. Marry, expression of surprised agreement. Martello, circular fort for coastal defence. Martext, ignorant preacher. Martinet, a strict disciplinarian, one who adheres to rules. Martingale, lower stay of rope used to sustain strain of the forestays. Martingale, strap between horse's forelegs to keep its head down. Martlet, heraldic representation of a bird without feet. Martyrium, shrine erected in memory of a martyr. Martyr-latry, excessive devotion to martyrs. Martyrology, study of martyrs. Marva, marble or iron slab on which molten glass is rolled. Mascaron, grotesque face on a door knocker. Machalophedrosis, massive sweating of the armpits. Massel, diamond-shaped plate or scale. Mascon, concentration of dense mass beneath the moon's surface. Maskirovka, use of deception or camouflage as military stratagem. Masseter, muscle used to move the lower jaw. Masteret, degree or title of a master. Masticate, to chew, to knead mechanically. Mastigophorus, bearing a whip. Mastoid, like a nipple or teat. Mastology, study of mammals. Matachin, Spanish ritualized sword dance or battle dance. Matelassé, having a quilted ornamentation, fabric with raised pattern as if quilted. Materialism, belief that matter is the only extant substance. Matterteral, of or resembling an aunt. Mathimancy, divination by counting. Mathematicaster, minor or inferior mathematician. Mathematicism, belief that everything is expressible in mathematical terms. Mathesis, mental discipline, learning or wisdom. Matinal, of, like or pertaining to the morning. Matins, prayer service held in early morning hours. Matras, long-necked chemical flask. Matricle, of, like or pertaining to a womb or a matrix. Matricular, of, like or pertaining to a register. Matriherital, of, like or pertaining to inheritance along the female line. Metritism, love for country or other institution when regarded as a mother. Matripotestal, of, like or pertaining to the power of mothers. Matriclinic, more like the mother than the father. Matryoshka, Russian hollow wooden doll. Mattery, purulent. Mattock, pickaxe for loosening soil. Mattoid, person on borderline between sanity and insanity. Maturescent, becoming mature. Matutinal, of, like or pertaining to the morning, happening early in the day. Matutolipea, getting up on the wrong side of the bed. Maudlin, tearfully sentimental. Maugre, in spite of, notwithstanding. Maulstick, stick used by painters to steady the hand. Maunder, to grumble, to drivel, to mutter. Maundy, custom of sovereign washing feet of poor or giving alms. Mavrodaphne, sweet dark red Greek wine. Maxillary, of, like or pertaining to a jaw. Maximalism, uncompromising adherence to extreme demands. Maxiques, Brazilian ballroom dance resembling the two-step. Maxwell, unit of magnetic flux. Maya, illusion, the world of phenomena. Mayhap, perhaps. Mazarin, rich blue or reddish blue colour. Meza, hardwood drinking bowl. Mazurka-kothesis, abnormal position of the placenta, masology, mammalogy, study of mammals, masopathia, any disease of the placenta, mazurka, Polish folk dance in moderate triple measure, mazout, petroleum residue after distillation, mazy, dizzy, confused, labyrinthine, convoluted, mazard, wild sweet cherry, madziba, ancient Jewish sacred stone pillar, mbalax, West African popular music, mbakanga, jazz-influenced Southern African popular music style, mbira, African musical instrument made of a hollow resonator and metal vibrating strips, meeble, easily penetrable, meatus, opening of a passage or canal, mecate, Old Mexican measure of about 1/10 of an acre, mechanism, belief that life is explainable by mechanical forces, mechanography, mechanical reproduction of art, mechanolatry, worship of machines, mechanomorphic, having the form of a machine, mechometer, instrument for measuring length, meconium, first feces of a newborn child, mechanology, study of or treatise concerning opium, mechanomancy, divination using sleep, mechanophagist, consumer of opium or heroin, mediagenic, able to present a good image in the media, medianic, of, like or pertaining to spiritualists, mediums or prophets, medicament, externally applied curative treatment, medicaster, quack, charlatan, meditabund, absorbed in meditation, medius, the middle finger, medullary, consisting of or resembling marrow or pith, medusiform, resembling a jellyfish, meadless, undeserving, unrewarded, meerkat, small long-tailed African ground squirrel or mongoose, meat, fitting, proper, megaserene, extinct giant deer, megachiropteran, of, like or pertaining to fruit bats, megalith, large rough stone used as a monument, megalography, artistic depiction of legendary or significant events, megameter, instrument for determining longitude by observing stars, megaprosopus, having a large face, megascope, instrument for projecting an enlarged image, megascopic, visible to the naked eye, megathermic, surviving only in tropical climates, megistotherm, plant requiring very high temperatures, megrim, dizziness, migraine, low spirits, mahari, camel used for racing, meiosis, understatement of size or importance for rhetorical effect, mechometer, rangefinder, mel, honey, melalgia, pain in the limbs, melanic, black, very dark, melaniferous, containing or bearing melanin, melano, abnormally dark person or animal, melanocroic, dark-skinned, melasma, dark patch of skin, meldometer, instrument for measuring melting points of substances, melagreen, of, like or pertaining to turkeys, melic, to be sung, lyric, melicrous, having a honey-like colour, meline, canary yellow, meliorism, the belief the world tends to become better, mellifluous, feeding upon honey, melisma, tune, melodic embellishment, ornamentation, melismatic, florid in melody, melitology, study of bees, melaginous, of, like, or pertaining to or resembling honey, melliferous, producing or forming honey, Mellification, honey-making, melliloquent, speaking harmoniously or sweetly, mellissonant, sweet-sounding, mellivorous, honey-eating. Melodicon, keyboard instrument that brings tuning forks in contact with rotating cone. Melologue, recitation with musical accompaniment. Melomania, craze for music. Melopepon, any of various kinds of squash. Melopuia, composition of music. Melton, strong and smooth heavy woolen cloth. Membral, of, like or pertaining to the limbs rather than the trunk. Memoriter, from memory, by heart. Memoriter, from memory. Mennelled, speckled, spotted. Menarche, first menstruation. Mendiciloquence, lying speech. Mendacity, insincerity, inclination to tell falsehoods. Mendicant, member of impoverished religious order. Meniciform, shaped like a crescent. Meniscus, crescent-shaped object, concave lens. Menology, register or calendar of saints' days. Mensal, of, like or pertaining to the dinner table. Monthly. Menstruum, solvent used in the preparation of drugs. Mensuration, measuring to find the dimensions of things. Mental, of, like or pertaining to the chin. Mentalism, belief that the world can be explained as aspect of the mind. Mentatiferous, telepathic. Mentation, thought, cogitation, cognition. Menticide, reduction of mind by psychological pressure. Mentonniere, armour covering the chin, neck and lower part of the face. Mentum, the chin. Mephitic, foul-smelling. Moracious, pure, unmixed. Mercenary, pertaining to the giving or receiving of wages. Mercer, dealer in small wares or textiles. Mercurial, volatile, fluctuating. Madivorous, dung-eating. Medurinous, composed of urine and feces. Merengue, Caribbean ballroom dance in which feet are frequently dragged. Mereology, study of part-whole relationships. Meretricious, of, like or pertaining to prostitution. Superficially attractive, but lacking value. Merino, soft wool of the merino sheep. Any soft merino-like wool or wool and cotton cloth. Merism, rhetorical device of contrasting two parts of a whole. Meristic, divided into parts or segments. Meritocracy, government by the meritorious. Merkin, pubic wig. Merlin, narrow wall in battlement between embrasures. Merocracy, government by a part of the citizenry. Merogenesis, segmentation. Meromorphic, fractional. Meronym, word whose relation to another is a part to the whole. Meropia, partial blindness. Mercian, dipping, as in baptism. Mericism, rumination. Messail, movable visor of a helmet. Mesalliance, unsuitable marriage. Messeems, it seems to me. Messial, middle. Messic, adapted to life with a moderate supply of moisture. Mesnalty, feudal estate. Mesocroic, having skin colour intermediate between light and dark. Mesocracy, government by the middle classes. Mesology, ecology. Mesotherm, plant living only in moderate climates. Mesozeugma, placement of a word referring to two different clauses between them. Meskin, mean, ungracious. Messaline, soft lightweight silk with a satin weave. Messianism, belief in a single Messiah or Saviour. Messuage, house with land and auxiliary buildings. Metabasis, transition, transfer, in rhetoric, movement from one topic to another. Metabiosis, reliance of an organism on another for environment. Metachronism, an error of dating an event too late. Metachrosis, ability of animals to change colour. Metage, official weighing of goods, charge for such weighing. Metagnomy, divination. Metagnostic, incomprehensible, beyond understanding. Metagraphy, transliteration. Metaglobalize, to mystify, to puzzle out. Metalepsis, metonymy of a double or indirect kind. Metalliferous, bearing metal. Metallogenic, metal occurring as an ore as opposed to in rocks. Metallogeny, study of the origin and distribution of metal deposits. Metallography, study of the structure and constitution of metals. Metallophone, instrument like the xylophone but with metal bars. Metallurgy, study of alloying and treating metals. Metameric, of, like or pertaining to serial division or segmentation of body. Metanalysis, incorrect placement of at start of word following an indefinite article. Metanoia, repentance, fundamental change in character. Metanomen, metaphorist noun. Metaphony, umlaut, change in vowel sound due to nearby consonant. Metaphrase, turning of prose into verse or vice versa. Metaphrast, one who produces a metaphrase. Metaphysics, study of principles of nature and thought. Metaphysis, change in form, metamorphosis. Metaplasm, alteration in spelling of a word by adding, removing or transposing letters. Metapolitics, study of politics in theory or abstract. Metapsychology, study of nature of the mind. Metastasis, removal from one place to another, rapid transition in argument. Metasthenic, having strong haunches or hindquarters. Metastrophe, mutual exchange. Metathesis, transposition of sounds or letters of a word. Métayage, system of agricultural labour with share of produce as wages. Metempirical, beyond the scope of knowledge. Metempsychosis, passing of soul after death into another body. Metemptosis, omission of day from calendar to correct lunar calendar. Metensomatosis, movement of soul into new body before or after death. Meteorism, abdominal cramps and swelling due to flatulence. Meteoritics, the study of meteors. Meteorograph, instrument recording a variety of meteorological observations. Meteorography, written description of weather. Meteoromancy, divination by studying meteors. Methanometer, instrument for detecting presence of methane. Metheglin, mead, honey ale. Methinks, I believe, I think. Methomania, morbid craving for alcohol. Methesis, drunkenness. Métier, profession, occupation, calling or business. Metonymy, figurative use of word to name an attribute of its subject. Metope, front, forehead or frontal surface. Metopic, of, like or pertaining to the forehead. Metopomancy, divination using the forehead or face. Metoposcopy, fortune-telling or judgment of character by the lines of the forehead. Metrics, study of versification. Metrocracy, government by mothers or women. Matriarchy. Metrology, science of weights and measures. Metromania, insatiable desire for writing verse. Metronymy, system of naming after the mother's or female line. Metrophobia, fear of poetry. Metropolitan, archbishop holding authority over other bishops. Muse, space through which animal track passes. Mew, to shed, molt, or change. Mewling, crying feebly. Mesotant, method of copper engraving with even gradation of tones. Mho, unit of electrical conductance. Miasma, foul vapours from rotting matter, unwholesome air. Micaceous, consisting of or made of mica. Micrander, dwarf male plant. Microanatomy, study of microscopic tissues. Microbarograph, instrument for recording minute changes in atmospheric pressure. Microbiology, study of microscopic organisms. Microcalorimeter, instrument for measuring tiny quantities of heat. Microcephalic, having a very small head. Microclimatology, study of local climates. Micrograph, instrument used to write on a very small scale. Micrography, description of objects observed under a microscope. Microlith, very small stone tool. Micrology, study or discussion of trivialities. Micromancy, divination using small objects. Micromania, pathological self-deprecation or belief that one is very small. Micrometer, instrument for measuring very small distances. Microminiaturization, extreme miniaturization used in making electronic components. Micronometer, instrument for measuring short periods of time. Micropaleontology, study of microscopic fossils. Microphagus, feeding on small creatures or plants. Microphyllus, having small leaves. Microphytology, study of very small plant life. Micropodal, having extremely small feet. Micropolis, small city. Micropsia, disease-causing objects to appear smaller than actual size. Micropyle, microscopic orifice. Microscopy, study of minute objects. Microseismograph, instrument for recording small or distant earthquakes. Microseismometer, instrument for measuring small or distant earthquakes. Microsomatus, having a small body. Microtome, instrument used to cut very small sections of something. Micrurgy, dissection under magnification or under a microscope. Micturition, the act of urinating. Midda, larva of the beanfly. Midinette, shop girl. Midlenting, custom of giving gifts to parents on Mid-Lent Sunday. Mien, air or look. Manner. Mignon, small and dainty. Migraineur, one who suffers from migraines. Meal, unit of 1,000th inch used for measuring thickness of wire. Miliometer, instrument for recording distance travelled in miles. Miliary, like or concerning millet seeds. Millitaster, soldier without skill or ability. Milleflori, glassware made of coloured rods embedded in clear glass. Millenarianism, belief that an ideal society will be produced in the near future. Millesimal, thousandth, consisting of thousandth parts. Milliad, millennium, period of 1,000 years. Milliometer, instrument for recording very small electrical currents. Millionocracy, government by millionaires. Millocracy, government by mill owners. Milquetoast, very timid, unassertive person. Milt, fish spawn. Milvine, of, like or pertaining to kites and similar birds. Mim, prim, demure, mimmature mimicry, mimesis, rhetorical imitation of another's words or mannerisms. Mimetic, imitative, of, like or pertaining to mimicry. Mimography, written representation of signs. Minacious, threatening. Minargent, alloy of copper, silver and aluminum, minatory, threatening. Minauderie, display of affectation. Mineralography, study and description of minerals. Mineralogy, study of minerals. Miniaceous, colour of reddish lead. Miniate, to decorate with rubrics, to illuminate a manuscript. Miniaturist, one who paints miniature pictures. Minify, to diminish, in appearance or reality. Minim, unit of liquid volume equal to 1/48 fluid ounces. Minimophidian, having the smallest possible degree of faith. Minimism, inclination to reduce a dogma to the least possible. Minimuscular, tiny. Minium, vermilion, red lead. Miniver, ermine in winter coat. Ermine or squirrel fur. Minnesänger, medieval troubadour or poet. Minster, church associated with a monastery. Minuend, number from which another is to be subtracted. Minuet, slow and stately baroque dance in 3/4 time. Minutius, paying undue attention to minutiae. Meiosis, abnormal contraction of the pupil of the eye. Meothermic, of, like or pertaining to temperature conditions of the present day. Mirabilia, wonders. Mirabiliary, miracle worker. Mirador, belvedere or watchtower. Architectural feature with good view. Mird, to meddle. Mirific, wonder-working, marvellous. Mirliton, reed pipe. Misacceptation, misinterpretation. Misandry, hatred of men. Misaunter, misadventure or mishap. Misbeseem, to be unsuited or unsuitable to. Misogyne, person of mixed racial heritage. Miscellenarian, writer of miscellanies. Misericord, ledge in church to lean against while standing. Forgiveness or mercy. Misfeasance, doing of a lawful act in a wrongful manner. Mislight, to lead astray by a light. Misocania, hatred of new ideas. Misocapnic, hating tobacco or its smoke. Misoclear, one who hates the clergy. Misogallic, hating France or the French. Misology, hatred of reason or knowledge. Misonism, hatred of novelty. Misopedia, hatred of children. Misosophy, hatred of knowledge or wisdom. Misotheism, hatred of God or deities. Misprise, to scorn, to slight, to undervalue. Misprision, mistake, overlooking of a crime of another. Missal, book containing complete service for mass. Mistech, bad habit. Mistigris, variation of poker where blank card can have any value. Misyoke, to yoke or marry unsuitably. Mitre, high headdress worn by bishop or archbishop. Mithridate, antidote to poison. Mithridatism, immunity to poison by taking increasingly large doses. Miticide, agent which kills mites. Mitogenic, causing cell division. Mitrailleur, machine gunner. Mitrate, shaped like a mitre or bonnet. Mitriform, mitre-shaped. Mitimus, warrant granted for sending a charged person to jail. Mixen, dunghill. Mixotrophic, combining different modes of nutrition. Mismaze, labyrinth, bewilderment. Mizzen, three-masted vessel, aft sail of such a vessel. Mizzenmast, mast aft or next aft of the mainmast in a ship. Mizzle, to rain in small drops. Mnemon, unit of memory, largely hypothetical. Mnemonist, one from whose memory nothing is erased. Mnemotechny, system for improving memory. Mnesic, of, like, or pertaining to memory. Mobilism, belief that nothing is fixed. Mobocracy, government by mobs or crowds. Mocado, inferior quality woolen fabric. Modalism, belief that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three modes of a single entity. Modena, crimson. Modillion, ornamental bracket under Corinthian or other column. Modish, fashionable, stylish. Modiste, a maker or seller of fashionable dresses and hats. Modius, cylindrical headdress of the gods. Modulo, taking into account. Modulus, number leaving same remainder when divided into two others. Moffett, volcanic opening in the earth emitting carbon dioxide. Mofusil, provincial, rural. Mogador, ribbed silk used in making neckties. Mogigraphia, writing only with difficulty. Mogigraphy, cramped writing, writer's cramp. Modulalia, speaking only with difficulty. Mohair, fabric made from silky hair of Angora goats. Moilsome, laborious. Moineau, small flat bastion that protects fortification when being built. Moire, watered silk. Moire, watered appearance on cloth or metal. Moirologist, mourner for hire. Mleriform, shaped like a molar. Molendina, of, like or pertaining to a mill or miller. Molendinary mill. Moleskin, heavy durable cotton. Molamen, great effort, especially in performing natural functions. Molimo, wooden trumpet used by Mbuti pygmies. Molinary, of, like or pertaining to mills or grinding. Molinology, study of mills and milling. Mollescent, softening. Mollipilos, downy, soft, having soft plumage. Mollites, softness, softening. Malicious, luxurious, sensuous. Molluscicide, killing of mollusks. Mollycoddle, an effeminate man. Molo, 2 or 3 stringed lute of West Africa. Molochize, to sacrifice. Molossus, verse foot of 3 long syllables. Molybdosis, lead poisoning. Momentaneous, momentary, instantaneous. Mummilogy, study of mummies. Momus, satirist, critic. Mon, Japanese family crest. Monarchize, to cause to become a monk. Monarchism, monasticism. Monadism, theory that there exist ultimate units of being. Monandry, marriage to only one man at a time. Monanthus, having only a single flower. Monaxial, having only one axis. Mundane, worldly, fashionable, such a person. Monepic, comprising only one word or single word sentences. Monergism, theory that the Holy Spirit alone can act. Moneyocracy, government by the moneyed classes. Mongery, trafficking or marketing, especially in discreditable ways. Monial, a nun. Moniliform, shaped like a string of beads. Monism, belief that all things can be placed in one category. Monition, caution, warning. Monetary, letter containing a warning. Monkery, monks in general. monasticism, behavior of monks. Monoblepsia, color blindness for all but one color. Monocarpic, producing fruit only once. Monocerous, having only one horn. Monochord, musical instrument having only one string. Monochroic, of one color. Monochromacy, complete color blindness. Monochronic, contemporaneous. Monocracy, government by one individual. Monoculture, growing of one agricultural crop only. Monoculus, one-eyed person. Monodont, one-tusked. Monodrama, one-man show, play having only one actor. Monody, mournful ode or poem performed by a single mourner. Monoecious, having both male and female reproductive organs. Monogenesis, origin of offspring from identical parent. Monogoneutic, having only a single brood or litter. Monogamy, asexual reproduction. Monoideism, obsession or fixation on a single idea or thought. Monolatry, worship of one god without excluding belief in others. Monoliteral, comprising only one letter. Monolith, large single stone in form of monument, obelisk, or column. Monology, habit of offering soliloquies or monologues. Monomachy, single combat, a duel. Monomania, abnormal obsession with a single thought or idea. Monomorphic, having only one form. Monoousian, having the same substance. Monophagous, feeding on only one type of food. Monophobia, fear of being alone. Monophyletic, derived from common ancestry or parentage. Monophysitism, belief that Christ was primarily divine but in human form. Monopode, one-footed person with foot large enough to be a sunshade. Monopoly log, dramatic work in which one actor plays many roles. Monopsony, case of only one buyer for products of several sellers. Monopsychism, belief that individuals have a single eternal soul. Monopteron, circular temple with one ring of columns. Monoptote, word with one form for all cases, indeclinable noun. Monorhyme, series of lines all rhyming together. Monoschemic, having the same metrical pattern throughout. Monosticus, in one line in one row. Monostrophe, poem in which all stanzas share an identical structure. Monostyler, consisting of a single shaft. Monocy, separation of parts normally fused. Monotheism, belief in only one God. Monothelitism, belief that Christ had only one will. Monothelius, polyandrous. Monotroch, wheelbarrow. Monoxylon, canoe made from one log. Monstrance, vessel used to expose the Eucharist. Monstricide, killing of a monster. Montane, mountainous, mountain dwelling. Montent, vertical member in panelling or framing. Montero, huntsman. Montgolfier, balloon using fire for propulsion. Monticle, a little hill. Monticulus, mountain dwelling. Montiform, shaped like a mountain. Montre, visible pipes of an organ. Monture, mounting, setting or frame. Mooncalf, false conception or fleshy mass in the womb. Moonraker, topmost sail of a ship above the skyscraper. Moorlog, deposit of decayed woody material under a marsh. Moot, meeting, gathering, meeting hall. Mopsicle, short-sighted. Moquette, thick-piled fabric used in upholstery and carpeting. Moor, humus layer formed by slow decomposition in acidic soil. Mora, delay, Mrassic. of, like, or pertaining to a morass. Morbidezza, an extreme delicacy and softness. Morbiferous, disease-bringing. Morbili, measles. Morbilliform, like or resembling measles. Morbus, disease. Morcellet, to divide into small portions. Mordacious, given to biting, biting in quality. Mordant, biting, caustic, incisive, corrosive. Mordant, rapidly alternating a tone with one half tone lower, reverse trill. Marine, stout-corded wool or cotton. Morel, dark-coloured horse, blackish colour. Moresco, a Moorish dance or Morris dance. Morgan, unit of inferred distance between genes on a chromosome. Morganatic, of, like or pertaining to a marriage between those of unequal rank. Morganasse, to secretly do away with. Morgan, unit of land area slightly more than 2 acres. Morgue, haughtiness, arrogance. Moria, folly. Morient, dying. Moriform, shaped like a mulberry. Morigeration, deferential behaviour. Morigerous, obsequious or deferent. Morion, open helmet without visor. Morioplasty, restoration of lost parts of the body. Morkin, animal that has died by accident. Mauling, sheep dead from disease, its wool. Mormal, inflamed sore. Morn, dismal, gloomy, sombre. Morology, nonsense. Morosis, pathological feeble-mindedness. Morosophy, foolish pretense of wisdom. Morphallaxis, regeneration in a changed form. Morphian, of, like, or pertaining to dreams. Morphew, skin eruption. Morphinomania, habitual craving or desire for morphine. Morphogenesis, origin or development of a body part or organ. Morphography, scientific description of external form. Morphology, study of forms and the development of structures. Morphometry, measurement of form or shape. Morphonomy, laws governing biological morphology. Morphotic, of, like or pertaining to formation or development. Morris, vigorous English dance performed by costumed men. Morrow, rounded hill or headland. Morsel, of, like or pertaining to the cutting edge of a knife. Morse, walrus. Morsitation, act of biting or gnawing. Mortia, a bite. Mortalism, belief that the soul is mortal. Mortiferous, death-bringing, fatal. Mortis, hole or recess made in wood to receive a tenon. Mortmain, restrictive influence of the past on the present. Moschate, having a musky odour. Musciferous, producing musk. Moslings, thin strips taken off when dressing skins. Motable, constantly moving. Motatory, continually moving. Motiferous, conveying motion. Motile, capable of moving spontaneously as a whole. Motograph, old telegraph or telephone receiver. Moton, armour for the armpit. Motrix, female motor. Mot, artificial mound upon which a castle is built. Mottle, to variegate blotchily. Mucharaby, projecting latticed window. Mouchard, police spy. Mouillet, sounded in a liquid manner, palatized. Moldwarp, mole. Moulin, shaft in a glacier caused by water running down a crack. Moulinet, machine for bending a crossbow. Mountenance, amount, distance. Mournival, set of 4 things. Mousseline, fine sheer fabric. Mousseline, very fine glassware. Mouton, sheepskin processed to look like the fur of another animal. Movant, moving, capable of causing motion. Mao, to make a grimace. Moya, volcanic mud. Moya non, by means of, on condition that. Mozzetta, short cape with ornamental hood worn by Catholic prelates. Mucago, mucus, mucilage. Mucidinous, mouldy. Mildewy. Mucity, great size or bulk. Mucid, mouldy, musty. Muciferous, conveying or secreting mucus. Mucilage, any sticky substance. Mucivorous, feeding on plant juices. Mucopurulent, of mucus and pus. Mucorrhea, discharge of mucus. Mucronate, terminating in a sharp point. Mucrone, stiff sharp point forming an abrupt end. Mucroniform, like, having or resembling a sharp point. Muculent, like mucus. Muffiner, dish for keeping muffins hot. Mugient, bellowing, braying. Mugwump, one who is neutral politically. Mulciberian, of, like or pertaining to metalworking. Mulct, to swindle, to obtain by fraud. Mulctuary, punishable by a fine. Muleteer, mule driver. Mulibril, womanly, feminine. Mulibrity, womanhood. Mulism, obstinate quirk or habit. Mull, soft fine sheer cotton or silk fabric. Mull, to moisten leather to make it more supple. Muller, flat heavy stone or iron pulverizing tool. Mullet, five-pointed star in heraldry, ridiculous hairstyle. Mully, hornless. Mulligrubs, a despondent or ill-tempered mood. Mullion, upright division between window panes. Mullock, waste earth or rock from a mine. Mullock, nonsense, rubbish. Mulm, organic sediment at bottom of an aquarium. Mulse, boiled wine with honey. Multanimous, having a many-sided mind. Multarticulate, many-jointed. Multity, manifoldness, very great numerousness. Multicapitate, many-headed. Multicipital, many-headed. Multifarious, having great diversity, manifold. Multifid, having many divisions. Multiflorous, many-flowered. Multilocation, appearance in many places simultaneously. Multiloculate, many-chambered. Multiloquence, talkativeness, use of many words. Multiparous, having given birth to multiple children. Multiplicative, indicating repetition or augmentation. Multipotent, having the power to do many things. Multiscience, knowledge of many things. Multisonant, producing many or very loud sounds. Multisulcate, many-furrowed. Multitarian, having many forms but one central essence. Multivious, leading in many directions, offering many different paths. Multivocal, having many meanings. Multivolent, having several differing opinions, disagreeing. Multivoltine, having several broods in one season. Multure, fee for grinding grain. Mumbo-jumbo, obscure nonsense. Mumpsimus, view stubbornly held even when shown to be wrong. Mundificative, a cleansing or purifying medicine. Mundify, to cleanse, to purify, to heal. Mundungus, foul-smelling tobacco. Mungo, shoddy cloth made from shredding old or waste-woven material. Munificence, magnificent liberality in giving. Munify, to fortify. Muniment, means of defence, record fortifying or proving a claim. Munting, vertical framing piece between door panels. Muntjac, small tusked East Asian deer. Muonium, positively charged muon attached to an electron. Mirage, tax for the upkeep of walls. Murally, by means of walls, on or from a wall. Mercus, having the thumb cut off. Murdrum, killing of a human being in a secret manner. Murunga, official in charge of ensuring city walls are repaired. Muriated, pickled, preserved. Muriatic, briny. Muricate, rough or warty with sharp points. Muricide, killing or killer of mice or rats. Muriform, resembling a mouse or rat. Murine, of, like, or pertaining to mice and rats. Muriphobia, fear of mice. Murrain, epidemic or plague affecting livestock. Murray, white-breasted North Atlantic seabird. Murray, purplish-black. Murrine, clear glassware containing pieces of coloured glass. Musel, of, like or pertaining to poetry or the muses. Muscariform, shaped like a brush. Muscicapine, of, like or pertaining to flycatchers and related birds. Mussicide, substance for killing flies. Mussid, of, like or pertaining to houseflies. Muscoid, of like or pertaining to mosses, moss-like. Muscology, the study of mosses. Museography, description of the contents of a museum. Museology, the study of museums. Musicaster, a mediocre musician. Musicography, art of writing music. Muslin, plain woven fine cotton. Musamania, obsession with music. Musrel, noseband of a bridle. Mussitate, to mutter. Mussitation, murmuring, grumbling. Mustelid, otters, badgers and weasels. Musterline, of, like or pertaining to weasels, martens and badgers. Muster-devilers, archaic mixed grey woolen cloth. Mutagenesis, origin or induction of mutation. Mutative, indicating a change of place or state. Muchkin, old unit of liquid measurement equal to 3/4 of an imperial pint. Mutic, lacking normal defensive parts or organs. Mutivity, tendency to alter. Mutualism, belief in mutual dependence of society and the individual. Mvul, kind of African tree like a mulberry, hard wood of that tree. Myasthenia, muscular weakness or debility. Mycetism, fungus poisoning. Mycology, study of funguses. Mycophagus, eating fungus. Mycosis, disease due to the growth of a fungus. Micteric, of, like or pertaining to the nostrils. Micterism, sneering, rhetorical sarcasm or irony. Mydriasis, morbid dilatation of the pupil of the eye. Mylec, of, like or pertaining to the spinal cord. Myogenic, having a muscular origin. Myograph, instrument for recording muscular contractions. Myography, description of the muscles. Myology, study of muscles. Myomancy, divination from the movements of mice. Myophobia, fear of mice. Meiosis, excessive contraction of the pupil of the eye. Myoxene, of, like or pertaining to dormice. Myriacant house, having many prickles. Myriath, being a 1/10,000th part of a whole. Myriarchy, government by 10,000 individuals. Myringa, eardrum, myringoscope, instrument for viewing the eardrum. Myriorama, picture consisting of many interchangeable parts. Myristic ivorous, feeding upon nutmegs. Myrmecoid, ant-like. Myrmecology, study of ants. Myrmecophagid, of, like or pertaining to anteaters. Myrmecophagus, feeding on ants. Myrmecophilus, having a symbiotic relationship with ants. Myrmecene, of, like or pertaining to ants. Myrmidon, follower, hireling, mercenary, myropologist, one who sells perfume. Myrtle, deep green, mysophobia, fear of contamination or dirt. Mystacial, having a moustache-like stripe. Mystagogical, of, like or pertaining to religious ritual initiation. Mysteriosophy, system of knowledge concerning secrets and mysteries. Mythoclast, destroyer of myths. Mythogenesis, origin of myths. Mythography, descriptive study or representation of myths. Mythomania, lying or exaggerating to an abnormal extent. Mythopoeic, giving rise to myths. You've just wandered through a quiet garden of forgotten words, each one a whisper, a rhythm, a resting place for your thoughts. There's no need to remember them. They were here only to guide you, gently, into stillness. If you're still awake, that's okay. Just let the silence wrap around you now. And when sleep comes, let it be soft and full of wonder. Good night.